네, 잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다.
Allow me to make a housekeeping announcement.
9시 30분부터
Beginning at 9:30, the Global Education and Innovation Summit 2023 will begin.
현재 서 계시는
I'd like to ask all of the distinguished guests to please take your seats. Please come into the A hall and take your seats. We are providing Korean and English simultaneous interpretation.
제공됩니다. 리시버 작동이 원활하지
If you are having issues with the receivers, please let us know. Please raise your hand and one of us will assist you.
잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다.
Allow me to make a few housekeeping announcements. We will begin the Global Education and Innovation Summit 2023 at 9:30. I'd like to ask everyone to please come inside and take your seats.
자리해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Please come into A hall and take your seats.
Please, ladies and gentlemen. 2023 Global Education and Innovation Summit will begin shortly. Our distinguished guests, please come inside and take your seats. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Is it?
네, 잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen,
2023
we will be beginning the 2023 Global Education and Innovation Summit shortly. We invite you to come inside and take your seats. Please move to the Arena Hall and take your seats for the opening ceremony of the Global Education and Innovation Summit.
2023 Global Education and Innovation Summit will begin shortly. For those who are standing outside, please come inside and take your seats. Thank you. 네, 지금부터
We will
2024
now begin
글로벌
the opening ceremony of GEIS 2023.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am your MC, announcer Kang Cha-won. It's nice to meet you.
네, 반갑습니다.
Thank you very much.
자, 오늘 2023 글로벌
We are having the Global Education and Innovation Summit 2023 today. I'd like to begin by thanking our distinguished guests and all our participants for gracing our event today.
말씀을 전합니다. 자, 그러면 본격적으로 시작을 하기 전에
Before we
자리를 빈
begin with the opening ceremony, I'd like to introduce our distinguished guests.
진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 이런
Firstly,
깊은 자리를 빛낸
we have
분들을 소개해 드리기 전에 다시 한번 한 가지
again,
말씀.
but before I do the introduction of our VIPs, we do have one announcement to make. We are providing interpretation service today.
리시버가
So please use the simultaneous interpreter receivers
저희 스태프분들의
on your seats. And if you need assistance, please raise your hand and our staff will assist you. And also, to avoid interruptions during the program, please make sure that your cell phones are on manner mode.
알겠습니다.
Thank you.
글로벌 교육 혁신 서밋
Today, we are having the Global Education and Innovation Summit 2023. Many distinguished guests from home and abroad
그리고
are participating in our program today. We have guests who have traveled from overseas, and we do have viewers who are connected online through YouTube. Thank you very much for your participation once again.
먼저
So now I will do the introduction of our VIPs.
하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 이런 뜻깊은
Firstly,
자리를 만들어 주신 분이죠.
the host of this event, we have Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education of South Korea, Lee Ju-ho.
또한 다음으로
Also with us is
주기 위해서 한덕수 국무총리
Han Duck-soo, the Prime Minister of South Korea, who is here to welcome the participants.
네, 이어서 본 행사
And moving on to congratulate our event, we have with us Speaker of the National Assembly, Kim Jin-pyo.
그리고 이배용
And also, we have the Chairman of the National Education Commission, Lee Bae-yong.
또한 본 행사의
Also,
원을 위해서 여러 방면에서
we have many people who are assisting with the event. In particular, we have from TV Chosun, Yong-Jung, the CEO.
자, 이번에는 주요 외빈분들
Now, I'd like to introduce our distinguished guests from overseas. First, we have our keynote speaker,
필리핀
Sara Duterte, Vice President and Secretary of Education of the Philippines, is with us today.
가니센베약 카자흐스탄
Anis Gambeya is the Education Minister of Kazakhstan. Gani Besembayev is with us.
몽골
Next, Ganbayar Ganbol, the Vice Minister of Education and Science of Mongolia, is with us.
네, 마지막으로
Last but not least, we have Andreas Schleicher, Director for Education Skills at OECD.
네, 그 외 각국의
And we have many other representatives and scholars from different countries in attendance, but in the interest of time, we are unable to introduce each and every one of them, so we ask you for your understanding. Now, to begin with the summit, we'd like to feature a video on education and this summit. Let us watch together.
디지털 대전환 시대. 디지털 교육 전환을 통해 하이터치, 하이테크를 실현하고 글로벌 교육 혁신의 지향점을 탐색하는 글로벌 교육 혁신 서밋 2023. 글로벌 교육 혁신을 이끄는 리더들과의 만남. 협력과 경쟁을 바탕으로 교육 혁신 생태계를 만들어가는 다양한 주체들과의 논의를 통해 대한민국이 선도하는 교육의 미래를 만납니다. 퍼스트 무버로서의 대한민국의 경험과 글로벌 협력을 통해 모두를 위한 교육을 실현해 나가겠습니다. 디지털 대전환 시대, 우리가 직면한 도전을 교육혁신으로 넘어서기 위한 여정. 2023 글로벌 교육혁신 서밋이 지금 시작됩니다.
네, 지금부터 디지털
We will now begin the
직면한
GEIS 2023 under the theme of Innovation Ecosystem of Education in the Era of Digital Transformation.
첫걸음 함께
So let us now begin with the
개회사가 있을
formal remarks for the opening ceremony. The opening address will be delivered by Deputy Prime Minister Lee Joo-ho. Please welcome the Deputy Prime Minister with a warm round of applause.
네, 잠시 원활한 행사 진행을 위해서 저희가 간단하게
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be
좀 진행을 해보도록
setting the equipments for a moment
행사
to
진행을 위해
have smooth proceedings. We ask you for your understanding.
분들께서는
Ladies
잠시
and gentlemen,
자리를
thank you for your patience. We will be checking with our equipments and technology,
말씀드리겠습니다.
and we will continue on shortly. As I mentioned earlier, we are providing simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English languages. Please use the interpretation receivers.
원활히
And
활동하지
if you
않으신
need assistance with operating the receivers, please raise your hand and our staff will approach you and assist you.
부총리님의
Now we'd like to
진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 부총리님.
hear the opening address of Deputy Prime Minister Lee Joo-ho.
네, 반갑습니다.
It's nice to meet you today. I am the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education of South Korea, Lee Joo-ho.
장차관님, 또 교육
It is my great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all esteemed dignitaries and leading experts in the fields of education, technology, and innovation from across the globe as we inaugurate the 2023 Global Education and Innovation Summit.
Jin-pyo
I
국회의장,
extend my heartfelt gratitude to Speaker Kim Jin-pyo
Bae-yong
of the National Assembly, Prime Minister Han Duck-soo, and Chair Bae-yong of the National Education Commission. I also want to thank the Honorable Gordon Brown, the UN Special Envoy for Global Education, Professor Klaus Schwab, Founder and Executive Chairman of World Economic Forum, and Chairman Ban Ki-moon, former UN Secretary General, for their inspiring video message. My profound appreciation also goes to distinguished keynote speakers.
장님,
Dr. Andres Schleicher, Director for Education Skills at OECD, and Vice President and Secretary of Education, Sara Duterte of the Philippines, as well as our esteemed panelists, including Dr. Elizabeth King.
대표자분
They will share their invaluable global perspectives and engage in insightful discussions addressing the ever-evolving landscape of global education across 4 enlightening sessions.
30
It has been 3 decades since the UN declared education for all in 1990. Over the years, the international community has joined forces in pursuit of the UN's MDGs and SDGs, striving to make education for all a reality. Through these collective efforts, we have made significant strides in universalizing education opportunities and enhancing the quality of education worldwide. However, the vision of education for all, the concept of personalized education tailored to the unique characteristics of each student, have remained elusive. While circumstances may vary from country to country, in Korea, the realization of personalized education for each student remains a challenge, primarily due to the prevailing focus on college entrance examination-driven education and a standardized curriculum. As a matter of fact, schools are grappling with numerous challenges, such as the proliferation of private education, school violence, and the decline of educators' authority. We now have to ask ourselves, is it possible to achieve personalized education that leaves no student behind? I think it's possible, as long as we pool our collective willpower and shared wisdom to bring this vision to fruition. In fact, the advent of digital technology has opened up new possibilities.
한국의
In
교육은
this era of digital transformation, a groundbreaking digital transformation of education is underway in Korea through the nexus of high touch and high tech.
2025년
Starting in 2025, AI-driven digital textbooks will be introduced into every classroom across the nation for mathematics, English, and
에서 활용될
coding.
교육과정과
Thanks to AI algorithms that dynamically adjust to the curriculum and real-time student performance,
학생들은
students will have the opportunity to evolve into proactive learners, capable of setting and achieving their academic goals independently.
디지털 기술을
Not
활용
only that, educators, empowered by digital technologies, will transform into learning designers, coaches, and leaders, guiding and fostering the creativity and character development of their students.
새로운
By
영역
leveraging the latest advancements in edtech and evolving roles of our educators, we can cultivate innovative pedagogy that brings us much closer to achieving education for all through adaptive learning.
혁신
That is precisely why we have convened scholars, experts, educators, and entrepreneurs from around the world at this summit.
개별 교실이나 학교
While there have been prior endeavors to harness AI at the individual classroom or school level, Korea stands as the first country to implement it on a national level.
그래서 한국의
In
이런
light of this, the challenges and experiences encountered during Korea's digital education revolution will not only benefit Korea but serve as a global knowledge asset for students and nations worldwide.
나아갈
As a first mover, Korea seeks the advice and support from all of you here as we embark on this audacious journey.
경험이
It is my hope that the knowledge and experience shared on this platform can pave the way for a future where education for all becomes a reality for students of all backgrounds and generations across the globe. I request your insightful feedback and ongoing support as the summit takes its monumental first step. Thank you.
네, 그야말로 First Move의 한국이 되기 위한 아주 힘찬
Thank you very much for those opening remarks that will help to launch Korea into the digital transformation era.
저희
Next, we would like to hear another opening speech
용중 TV조선
from Yong-Jung, the CEO of TV Chosun. Please welcome him to the podium with a big round of applause.
주십시오.
안녕하십니까. TV조선
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chu Yong-jung. I'm the CEO of TV Chosun.
비롯한 글로벌 교육은
Currently, global education, including education here in the Republic of Korea, is facing massive changes due to the advent of the AI era. Korea is at the forefront of this transformation as we are introducing digital textbooks in 2025 as the first country in the world to do so.
공동 주최하는 2023
This
글로벌 교육 혁신
2023 Global Education Innovation Summit, co-hosted by TV Chosun and the Ministry of Education, will provide solutions to the practical questions that are facing humanity.
내외 기빈들께
I would like to thank all of the ladies and gentlemen in attendance here today, and I hope that this event will be a turning point for not just a tipping point for not just Korea, but global education as a whole. Thank you.
네, 뜻깊은 개회사 주신
Thank you very much,
TV조선
CEO Chu Yong-jung of TV Chosun, for your
행사를 위해
wonderful remarks. And now we'd like to have the welcoming address by Han Duck-soo, the Prime Minister of South Korea. Please welcome the Prime Minister with a warm round of applause.
존경하는 국민 여러분,
Honorable citizens, Kim Jin-pyo, Speaker of the National Assembly, and distinguished guests. For exchange in the field of education, we are having the GEIS 2023. I'd like to congratulate you on the opening of this important event. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Vice President Sara Duterte of the Philippines, Gani Baysembayev, Education Minister of Kazakhstan, Ganbayar Ganbold, Vice Minister of Education and Science of Mongolia, and to our other distinguished guests, thank you very much for your presence. I'd like to thank Deputy Prime Minister Lee Joo-ho and Bae-yong of the National Education Commission for hosting this important event. Thank you also to all of the organizers. Your efforts are contributing to innovation in education, and this will indeed serve as a very important opportunity to develop global education field. The world today, ladies and gentlemen, is faced with digital transformation. We are in the midst of massive changes, and the digital era in which our future generations will live in will dramatically change our way of life. And the future generations should be given the tools, the fair educational opportunities to be prepared to meet these changes and challenges. And nationally, dynamic growth and sustainable growth will be possible through this educational foundation. In response to this change, the Republic of Korea is pursuing major changes in education. We are utilizing digital technologies to provide personalized online remote learning services to our students, and AI-based digital textbooks are being developed, and from 2025, they will actually be used in our schools. The central government, in terms of AI-based tools and foundation building, this is a first in the world, and the AI-based database of students that we collect through the teachers will allow us to provide customized and personalized learning, as well as innovative pedagogy and learning methodologies. The demand for digital talents is also growing very fast, and so to meet this demand, we are ensuring that convergent technology universities and higher educational institutes will be established, and we are deregulating anything that stops innovation in education and technology. This major change may bring about a bigger wealth gap and digital gap. And so one of the solutions we are considering to address these issues is education. And in this digital transformation era, the world is in a hyper-connected village. And so the international collaboration and collaboration for education innovation will be a must. We look forward to this venue being an opportunity to establish an education innovation ecosystem among the leading countries and experts. We, Republic of Korea, is willing to share our experience of digital transformation and educational innovation with the world. Again, I'd like to thank Deputy Prime Minister and Education Minister Lee Joo-ho and TV Chosun CEO Yong-Jung for convening this very important summit. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for your warm welcome remarks. I'd like to thank Prime Minister Han once again for his remarks. Next, we'd like to hear congratulatory remarks. We have two speeches prepared. First of all, I'd like to turn to Kim Jin-pyo, Speaker of the National Assembly, followed by Bae-yong, Commissioner of the National Education Commission. First, we'd like to hear from Kim Jin-pyo, Speaker of the National Assembly. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Jin-pyo, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. I'd like to extend my congratulations to all of you on the opening of the Global Education and Innovation Summit 2023. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education Lee Joo-ho and all of the organizers. Thank you to Prime Minister Han Duck-soo as well as Dr. Lee Bae-yong of the National Education Commission, Yong-Jung, CEO of TV Chosun. Thank you very much. We also have Excellency Sara Duterte, Vice President of the Philippines, Dr. Andreas Schleicher, Director for Education and Skills at the OECD, as well as Dr. Elizabeth King, former Vice President of World Bank, who will be serving as moderator. Thank you very much. We have such distinguished guests here today, renowned experts in the field of education from home and abroad. makes this so much more significant. Thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us today. The Global Education and Innovation Summit 2023 will be discussing education innovation, which is fitting for the digital transformation era. We are also hosting this in line with the EduTech Fair. We have many administrators and educators from around the world where we can share each other's experiences and learn from one another's expertise. From 2005 to about 2006, I've worked as the Minister of Education, so I have to say I have a lot of expectations for education innovation, particularly because we're seeing much technological innovation. We feel that the era is ripe for education innovation as well. So, as the Speaker of the National Assembly, I have worked closely with Minister of Education Lee Ju-ho to propose relevant bills as well at the National Assembly. Renowned scholars and educators have come together today to utilize edutech in the field of education. I feel that this opportunity is even more significant for someone like me. AI technology is continuing to evolve every day. If we can utilize this correctly, then we can expand the autonomy and the creativity of students while also maximizing the results. In the field of public education, we can also roll out personalized education and also allow teachers to provide education that is more creative and more diverse. We can open up those new education pedagogical methods. They say that education can be the great equalizer, and we feel that teachers can overcome their traditional roles to provide customized, personalized education for each individual learner. Public education has to change for the future of the country to change. If our teachers can be better equipped to make use of AI technology, then they can focus on creating learners who can maximize their capacity. To do so, we have to have innovation across all the education sector. Today, we can learn from the cases and examples of other countries and look at how we can benchmark these model cases so that we can open up a more hopeful era for education innovation. We hope that your words of wisdom can be realized in the field of education. The National Assembly would also provide supports in the field of laws, institutions, and budgetary support. Once again, I would like to extend my congratulations to you on the Global Education Innovation Summit 2023, and I hope that we can engage in education communication and cooperation for the future of education. Thank you, and I wish you all the best of health and fortune.
Yes, that was the congratulatory remarks of Speaker of the National Assembly, Kim Jin-pyo. Next, we have another congratulatory remark to be given by the Chairman of the National Education Commission, Lee Bae-yong. Please welcome the Chairman with a warm round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Chairman of the National Education Commission, Lee Bae-yong. First of all, the Ministry of Education of Korea is launching the 2023 Global Education and Innovation Summit, so thank you very much and congratulations to the host, the Deputy Prime Minister Lee Ju-ho, and to the Minister of Education. Thank you very much, and I'm very glad to be delivering this congratulatory address. And to the TV Chosun CEO, Yong-Jung, I'd also like to thank you as well. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guests, including Prime Minister Duck-soo, Speaker Kim Jin-pyo, and many other distinguished guests from home and abroad. It's wonderful to meet you through this summit. And to our keynote speakers, Director of Education Skills at OECD, Andreas Schleicher, and Vice President and Education Secretary of the Philippines, Sara Duterte. Thank you so much. And to the chair of the first session, Senior Fellow at Brookings Institution and former Vice President of World Bank, Elizabeth King, as well as to all of the panelists, thank you so much. The world today is living in the era of digital transformation. ChatGPT, AI, IoT, and other digital technologies are progressing rapidly, thus changing our society as a whole. And also recently, we are seeing COVID pandemic, as well as many other disruptions in our daily lives, as well as changes in our education delivery. Learning in school, the role of teachers, and in school assessments. Now, innovation is being demanded of these areas as well. This change is happening not just in Korea, but globally. And so this wave of change is happening across the world, and there's been a lot of innovative attempts and efforts to address these changes. We have education ministers from different countries and the experts and members of the private sector who are participating in this summit to look at innovation ecosystem of education in the era of digital transformation. So this is a venue for us to share our wisdom and ideas. The Republic of Korea has shown the highest zeal for education and has grown based on this talent pool that we have developed. However, we are faced with the complexities of massive changes. And to respond to this change, we need to now focus on new ways of fostering our talents, creativity, critical thinking, problem-solving skills, as well as having a warm heart and character and genuineness, as well as the ability to communicate and empathize with others are all necessary skills of future talents. We have to ensure that our learners will grow well and be able to live happy lives. And so based on this trust, we need to build a sustainable community. This is the kind of educational values that we must offer. Digital technology used in education field will ensure that the personalized and customized education and learning will be provided to our learners, as well as ensuring that the teachers will be able to understand the students better and to provide needed instructions accordingly. And different knowledge-sharing platforms are being developed. And so higher education institutions are able to collaborate to ensure that they will serve as the birthplace of talents that are needed in the future and foster leaders who are global-minded, who will contribute to national and international development. We should be able to contribute to this process. And creative talent fostering and ensuring activity in our society, I think all of this will be possible through these efforts. And the National Education Commission, based on national consensus, is looking forward into the next 100 years, and we are functioning as the agency that will determine the direction of our education, finding the right path towards the future for Korea's education, and setting the blueprint for the right kind of education for all our learners. Once again, to all the participants here, I'd like to thank you and welcome you and congratulate the opening of the Global Education and Innovation Summit 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have heard the congratulatory remarks from Chairman Lee of the National Education Commission. Thank you all to our distinguished guests who have spoken so far. We have also received video messages from distinguished guests. The UN Special Envoy for Global Education, Gordon Brown, Klaus Schwab, Chairperson of the World Economic Forum, as well as Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, have sent us their video messages. Let's turn now to the screen.
Distinguished guests, it gives me great pleasure, and I count it a privilege, to take part in this great opening session of the first Global Education and Innovation Summit. I want to congratulate my friend, the Deputy Prime Minister of Korea and the Ministry of Education of Korea for bringing together in a historic moment global leaders and global educators from all over the world to envision a new future for education in the digital era. While many countries around the world are contemplating digital strategies and innovative approaches to education, Korea's record of educational innovation and reform already is remarkable and path-breaking. This includes the development of AI digital textbooks, the consolidation of early childhood education with childcare, regulatory and structural innovation in higher education institutions, and the facilitation of student exchanges. In the Korean economic development called the Miracle of the Han River, education has played a pivotal role. Now with high-touch, high-tech, Korea leads the world in swiftly integrating artificial intelligence and digital technology into the school environment, striving to maximize the potential of every single child. And while I cannot be with you in person, I feel as UN Special Envoy in Global Education very close to the pioneering work you are doing to ensure the digital transformation of education. Never forgetting, of course, that at the heart of education are children and teachers for whom digital technology provides personalized education in the classroom, tailored to each child's needs individually, with teachers playing the new role of mentors in a new way, nurturing emotions and character of the children they teach, and showing that the key to unlocking children's full potential lies in the combination of digital technology and teaching skills. With universities in Korea also taking determined steps to innovate, barriers are coming down both within universities and between universities. And local communities, local governments, universities, industries, and the government are forming close partnerships to develop new technologies. I hope that this Global Education and Innovation Summit will serve as the catalyst, not only for Korea, but as the Deputy Prime Minister rightly says, provide the incentives for schools and universities worldwide to initiate positive transformations. And I look forward to a stronger presence of the Korean government, companies and educators on the global education stage, as your Deputy Prime Minister has shown by his international profile and his engagement with the Commission on the Future of Education. It is education that unlocks potential, and all the other goals we seek, good jobs, a healthier community, a better environment, gender equality, an end to poverty, as ministers, scholars, innovators and leaders come together from all over the world today, show it is education that will make the difference. I wish you inspirational discussions in the days ahead.
Thank you very much. That was Gordon Brown, the UN Special Envoy for Global Education, delivering his congratulatory remarks. Before we listen to the remaining two video messages, we do want to take a moment for the photo session. We invite our distinguished guests from home and abroad up on the stage for the photo session. Thank you.
사진 촬영을 마치신 국내외 귀빈 여러분.
Thank you very much to our VIPs who have participated in the photo session. You may go back to your seats. Thank you very much.
네, 그럼 이어서 클라우스 슈밥 세계
Moving on, we'd like to hear the congratulatory remarks of Klaus Schwab,
사무총장
founder of the World Economic Forum, and the 8th UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. So let us watch the screen together.
Your Excellencies, distinguished educators, dear friends, I would like to congratulate you for embarking on this important and exciting journey here at the inaugural Global Education and Innovation Summit. Harnessing new technologies to rethink and reshape education is one of the most important tasks we must undertake as we prepare for what I characterize as the fourth industrial revolution. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Republic of Korea, the summit's host government, for bringing us together here. I believe this meeting will mark a milestone in pursuing future-oriented transformations in education. In June this year, I had the pleasure of meeting Deputy Prime Minister Lee Yoo-ho in Seoul, and I was genuinely impressed by the ministry's vision of harnessing cutting-edge technology in classrooms, equipping students and teachers to foster a culture of innovation and critical thinking. The Republic of Korea's high-touch, high-tech educational system underscores the significance of humanity and creativity at the center of artificial intelligence-driven education, which could revolutionize, as we all know, how we learn and how we teach, unlocking new possibilities for personalized, inclusive, and interactive learning experiences. The country's pioneering efforts serve as an inspiration and benchmark for other nations aspiring to improve their educational systems. There is an opportunity to prepare all individuals to enter and thrive in this new landscape. Through the reskilling revolution, an ambitious target which we have set to reach 1 billion people with improved education skills and economic opportunities by 2030, the Forum has provided a platform for business, government, and civil society alike to co-create a new vision for education and lifelong learning that is responsive to and prepares all individuals for the economies and societies of tomorrow. This includes driving an Education 4.0 approach and transforming education to be more inclusive, to be more personalized, and to be more technology enhanced. We look to the future-ready efforts of the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea as an inspiration and as a blueprint for what is possible globally. And we move forward. I'm confident that the outcomes and insights generated from this summit will create a positive ripple effect, guiding educational policies worldwide towards a more inclusive, equitable, and technologically advanced future. Once again, congratulations to the Republic of Korea for its leadership and dedication to advancing the frontiers of education and for hosting this landmark summit. We eagerly anticipate witnessing the impact of your collective efforts on the future of education and the broader global community. I wish you a great meeting.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to join you as we inaugurate the Global Education and Innovation Summit. I am delighted to have the opportunity to share my thoughts during this crucial gathering of global education leaders and experts who are shaping the future of education. I would like to express my deep appreciation to the Honorable Kim Jin-pyo, Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Bae-yong, Chairperson of the National Education Commission, and Honorable Sara Duterte, Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, along with esteemed ministers and experts from around the world who have shown their profound interest in the future of education. I also want to offer a special thanks to the Honorable Gordon Brown, the United Nations Special Envoy for Global Education, and Professor Klaus Schwab, founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, who have conveyed their warm congratulations through video messages from afar. Dear honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Korea has undergone an extraordinary transformation, progressing from one of the world's poorest nations in the post-war era to emerging as one of the top 10 global economies and a fully industrialized nation. This remarkable journey has witnessed our transition from being a recipient of aid to proudly becoming an aid donor, a unique distinction unmatched anywhere else in the world. This extraordinary journey was driven by none other than the power of education. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we find ourselves at a critical juncture in human history, making a pivotal transition that will significantly influence the future of humanity on a global scale. Central to this transformation is the advent of the digital age. Innovations in digital technology are revolutionizing teaching and learning, heralding the era of personalized learning and remote education. The ultimate aim of these innovations is to unlock the potential of each and every student while ensuring that education is accessible to all. Remarkably, the Korean Ministry of Education stands at the forefront of innovation with its pioneering endeavor in AI-driven digital textbooks, a groundbreaking initiative that establishes a global precedent in the development and dissemination of courseware using AI at the central government level. I am confident that the advanced capabilities of AI will be instrumental in identifying individual students' strengths, weaknesses, and their specific learning levels. This data-driven approach will empower educators to deliver more effective instructions and essential social and emotional support tailored to meet the distinctive needs of each student. In light of this, the Global Education and Innovation Summit offers a crucial platform for educators, innovators, and administrators from across the globe as we navigate the digital transformation era. Together, we can explore the challenges and solutions in nurturing future talent and envision a collaborative innovation ecosystem to achieve this goal. In closing, I extend my warmest congratulations for inaugurating this summit, and I look forward to the creation of our shared vision of education and technological innovation, the two wings propelling us to take flight and embark on the journey towards a brighter future and a better world. Thank you.
네, 그럼 지금부터는 기조 강연을
Thank you. And now we will have the keynote speeches from now on. The first keynote will be given by Andreas Schleicher, Director for Education and Skills at OECD. And he will be speaking about the era of digital transformation, creating an educational innovation ecosystem. Please welcome Director Schleicher with a warm round of applause.
Deputy Prime Minister Ju Lee, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. I visited Korea first in 1995, and it was a very different country by then. Korea was looking to the world how to innovate education. These days, the world looks to Korea for how to innovate and advance the education frontier. And the amazing thing is, Korea keeps moving forward, keeps advancing. On our OECD education indicators, you find very few indicators where Korea is not at the top. In innovation and education is really hard. You know, sometimes we as parents are not part of the solution, we are part of the problem. You know, we get very anxious when our children no longer learn what was important for us, or when they start to learn things that we no longer understand. Sometimes teachers are more likely to teach how they were taught themselves than how they were taught to teach. And as a minister, you can lose an election over education when something small goes wrong, but you rarely win an election over education because it takes so much time to translate, you know, good ideas into better outcomes. That's really why I admire the courage of Deputy Prime Minister Ju Lee for his courage, actually, to keep pushing the frontier. So that's what I want to talk about. You know, how can we innovate education not only through technology, the technological innovation, but also through social innovation, that high-tech, high-touch approach. And then, you know, how we can leverage education to innovate our economies, our societies. And we need to move fast. You know, one of the things that we have done at the OECD is track the evolution of artificial intelligence. One way how you can do that is you can ask yourself, if we would give a test that we give to people, to artificial intelligence, how well would computers do? We did that first in 2016 with our survey of adult skills, and we could see, well, you know, technology solved all of the easy tasks, not much of a surprise. But it could also solve about 1 in 4 of the tasks that are hardest for humans. Can you distinguish fact from opinion? Can you navigate ambiguity? Can you integrate different kind of knowledge sources? It's hard for humans. 1 in 4 tasks were solved by technology. And we repeated that exercise in 2021. And you could actually see how technology had advanced. And for 2026, we predict that artificial intelligence is going to solve 4 out of 5 of the tasks that are hardest for humans. Whereas we see technology advancing fast, humans actually have a hard time to move forward. We need to advance those fields now because the world is moving rapidly forward. You know, the kind of things that are easy to teach and easy to assess are disappearing from our labor markets. We know how to educate second-class robots, you know, people who are good at repeating what we told them. But what makes us human in this world in which routine tasks are disappearing and technology-intensive tasks are on the rise, and you put the two together and that is the future of work. But when we ask 15-year-olds in our last PISA assessment, what do you want to do in your life? You could see that 40, sometimes 50% of young people, and mostly the disadvantaged, aspire to the kind of jobs that are at most at risk of digitalization, of automation. And that shows we are educating young people often for our past, not for their future. For the kind of jobs that are disappearing, not for the kind of jobs they will be creating. And this is perhaps, you know, the most depressing chart I'm showing you today. Most recently, we looked at the creativity of young people. at age 10 and age 15. And in all jurisdictions for which we had data, we found that 15-year-olds reported lower levels of creativity than 10-year-olds. If I would tell you here, you know, your 15-year-olds do worse in mathematics than your 10-year-olds, you would say, well, that's crazy. There must be something terribly wrong in our education systems. But for creativity, we often do not ask ourselves that question because it's sort of intangible. It's outside our radar screen. But that is the energy of the 21st century. This is why we need not just a better education system, but also different education systems. Another thing that we measured recently was the growth mindset of young people here on the horizontal axis. To what extent do young people see the sky is the limit for their success? No? They're willing to advance the frontier. They're willing to move forward. They're willing to overcome obstacles. No? They're willing to sort of engage in uncertainty. On the right side, you can see a country like Estonia, no? #1 on growth mindset. But on the vertical axis, you can also see they're doing well academically. No? On the left side, you see a country like Indonesia, where students often believe that success is about the intelligence they were born with. No? And you can see they also struggle academically. No? Mindset, another of the key resources in the 21st century. And what you can see in most countries, actually, mindset and academic success are not opposing ends on a large spectrum. They are two sides of the same coin. And it's not just about academic success. We could see that students with a growth mindset were more motivated to master difficult tasks. They had a greater sense of self-efficacy. They were less afraid of failure. And think about this. If you want your students to be imaginative, creative, you have to give them space to experiment. If they try things out, they take risks. If they take risks, they make mistakes. If our education systems do not help young people to learn from mistakes, maybe they will not become so creative. That's why we need to move forward, look forward. And that's where innovation in education really comes in. And the pandemic has, woken up our education systems to the digital world. And again, Korea's success to move through this pandemic educationally so much better than virtually any country, any other country in the OECD, is again, tribute to its capacity to adapt, to evolve. It's tribute to the innovative capacity of its teachers to become designers of new kinds of learning environments. And at the heart of that digital promise is, we just heard that, is personalization. Today, while you study mathematics on the computer can figure out how you learn and then make your learning experiences so much more adaptive, so much more granular, so much more interactive, so much more personalized to your individual needs. Technology holds that promise to help us realize education for all. Learning can become fun when you think about game-based learning environments. You can see how virtual reality can embed the virtual in real times. Think about, education in a kind of science class. You no longer have to listen to your teacher talking about the results of a scientific experiment. You can do that experiment in a virtual laboratory. And that's really what the digital textbooks in Korea are about, to engage students in a massive learning environment that integrate the virtual and the real. Or you look at augmented reality, bringing the virtual world into the real situation. In vocational education and training, very, very powerful examples. Some people are still debating, should we see robots in classrooms? And, I'm in two minds on this as well. But actually, there are some examples where this has been incredibly effective. Think about foreign languages. The only way you will never learn a foreign language is by having a teacher talk to you about grammar and vocabulary. The brain doesn't learn language in that way. You learn language through interaction. And that's where robots have actually shown to be incredibly powerful. Or here's an example from Japan, showing that students, or smaller children actually, learn better by explaining things themselves to others than having others talk to them. And again, that's much easier to do in an immersive digital environment than in a classroom of 30 or 40. And of course, one field that is very close to my heart is the field of evaluation and assessment. I would say perhaps the biggest mistake that we have made in the history of education was to divorce learning from assessment. We asked children to pile up years and years and years and years of learning, and then one day we called them back and said, tell me everything that you've learned in a very constrained, contrived setting. We call this a high school exit exam. And it has made learning so shallow. It has made learning a mile wide and just an inch deep. It has made teaching shallow. Well, with technology, we can reintegrate learning and assessment. While you learn, you get that immersive feedback. And your teachers get powerful learning analysis. Your teachers can understand how different students learn differently and then engage with that in immersing situations. The teacher of the future is not just, a great coach, a great mentor, a great facilitator, a great evaluator. They're also going to be a great data scientist who read from data about, the differences. And also who understand that education is not a transactional business. It's always a social, a relational experience, and you can manage that. Now, that's the potential. And now you bring in the power of artificial intelligence. Of course, that's the new game changer. And I know many are still skeptical. You have ChatGPT and you get always frustrated, It never tells you, where it gets its information from. It just throws some answer to you. But actually, even today's models, traceability is something that we know how to solve. That's not an issue of the models underpinning AI. That's more an issue of, the specific applications that were designed. As the training data will get better, accuracy will improve. No question about this. If you look a few years ahead, probably these devices will also get much better in understanding your questions. And that's going to help teachers in the classroom enormously. In the long run, will AI overcome the inherited bias? Like us human beings, we are restricted to a limited data set, and we are often very biased in our judgment, and artificial intelligence can amplify, accelerate this. Will it ever get around it? That's not so clear. People are debating that. But there are some who say, well, maybe it will do that better than humans. So that's the potential. Let's think about what this means in education. Well, the digital textbooks in Korea are just a perfect example how technology can actually help students discover entirely new worlds of learning at their own pace, following their own interest. But it's not just about learning resources. Young people can discover the world of work. They can experience, what it means to be, a teacher, what it means to be an engineer, what it means to be a scientist. They can live through those experiences. They can write their job applications through AI-based systems. This is the power of technology for students. They can learn, they can practice in their own pace. For students, this is already revolutionizing learning. They can create and share, and last but not least, we shouldn't just think about schools. It is technology that will allow us to take true ownership over not just what we learn, but also how we learn and where we learn. School is just one of many places, and when in our lives we will continue to upgrade our own skills. That's the student picture. You can do the same for teachers. Artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the work of teachers as well. Now, first of all, it can help us get rid of bureaucracy. I show you something. When we survey teachers, one of the biggest complaints they have is not about teaching students. It's having to deal with administrative work. There's a big source of stress of teachers, doing stuff that they believe has nothing to do with educating children. And actually, it's very interesting. When you look at, time spent on various activities and stress levels, if you look at teaching, adding 1 hour of teaching for teachers doesn't impact stress levels very much. Adding 1 hour of administrative work, leads to a dramatic rise in stress levels. So if technology can solve that problem, you solve a lot of problems. You give teachers meaning, because the reason why people become teachers is to work with children. They want to understand who their children are and who they want to become, and they want to accompany them on that journey, not do things that are foreign to their work. So that's the big promise of artificial intelligence. But also, teachers can now prepare the lesson plans with AI-based kind of learning systems. They compose them in ways that actually make them relevant, discover themselves new worlds, prepare for that. They can engage in coaching, get personalized feedback, and ultimately also use technology for assessment and evaluation. Now that's the promise. Of course, getting ready for this is not easy. There are opportunities, transforming learning, that's the big opportunity. And there are challenges. They are mainly about ethics and equity. If you think about this, the opportunities are about, we want personalization. Personalization is the big price of, innovation. And we have technology enablement. Most of what we do in education looks like this. It's neither very personal nor very technological. Now, personalization per se is not about technology. Personalization, look at tutoring, can be incredibly effective, can be a very human experience. But that kind of personal experience is very, very hard to bring to scale. This is without technology. It's very, very hard to reach personalization at scale for every learner. Technology is not a guarantee for this. We have many classrooms that have wonderful kind of technical devices, but are not actually providing personalized learning. We have to acknowledge this as well. Technology has not always delivered on its promise. No? The only way how we can deliver on this is by actually do things differently, by reconfiguring the people, the spaces, the time, the technology, the relationships in entirely new ways. And this is exactly what we are seeing in the times in which we live. No? It's not about, conserving educational practice with technology. It's about transforming educational practice with new technologies. And there are challenges. If you think about artificial intelligence, the first is, creating awareness. Helping students, helping teachers understand, what are the opportunities, what are the risks of those kinds of devices. If you do not understand an algorithm, you're going to be the slave of that algorithm tomorrow. People need to engage, need to understand, need to own that. No? This is why investing in educator capacity is so critically important. No? And we need to sort of also think more carefully about the guidelines and the guardrails of this. No? When we invented cars, soon after we invented seatbelts and road signs to make them safe, to make them serve humanity. And we haven't yet engaged with this so much in the field of technology. Artificial intelligence. And this is not, going to be done by government alone. This is something where we need every teacher, every educator to be engaged. Where teachers are not at the heart of the design of technological solutions, they're not going to help us with implementing them. And that's also why we need to find the innovators, the game changers, the people who do their best, make them famous, make them transform the system. It's easy to push ideas into classrooms, but the more important part is how do we find the good ideas in the classroom and how do we scale and spread and leverage them? That is where the future is about. So that's where there are challenges, but let's also, get a sense of reality. What I must share with you is that often technology is still negatively related to learning outcomes. There's no guarantee. Just doing the same thing that we do with technology does not necessarily deliver better outcomes. It's about doing things differently. And this brings us back to this question, bringing teachers into the development of the solutions, integrating pedagogy and technology. Teachers are our experts of learning. You combine them with neurosciences, with people who have an idea of how humans learn, and then you bring the world of technology into this to super empower that. That's really what the future is about. Smart education is not about technology per se. It's really about reimagining what can learning be, what can teaching be when super empowered by new technologies. It's about advancing from leveraging technology to enhancing learning activity. It's making devices present, but not necessarily visible. The best technology is sometimes the one that is in the background, that produces powerful learning analytics, while students actually may learn in quite traditional ways. Using artificial intelligence to empower, not disempower teachers and learners. That is the potential. The risk is that teaching becomes more scripted and mechanized through this. We need to avoid that. And that's why we need, governments, the education profession, the industry work together to create that digital ecosystems and set good standards, create a level playing field for innovation that allows, startups, entrepreneurs, including teachers, to become, the innovators and game changers, to invest strategically and to invest in capacity. Those are the answers to making this promise a reality. But I want to add one more point to this, and this is how do we leverage education for innovation? Not just what we do differently in education, but how do we leverage education for innovation? Education has created this amazing world, and once again, Korea is the poster child of a country that has transformed its economy, its society, its labor market, its culture, everything through education. But if we are honest, education also left us with a lot of disconnects. If you think the disconnect between the infinite growth imperative and the finite resources of our planet, between the financial economy and the real economy, between what we call the wealthy and the poor, between the gross domestic product and the well-being of people, between what is technologically possible and the social needs of people, between the way we run ourselves, and often the voicelessness of many. If we want to create a different world, we need a different education system. And I want to just highlight a few things. When we ask young people in our PISA assessments, how do you see the world? You can see most young kids say, looking after the global environment is important to me. This climate agenda is urgent, is important for young people. I think of myself as a world citizen. But when we ask them, can you do something about it? Or do you think what you're going to do is making a difference for people in other places? The bars are getting much shorter. No? This is the problem of education today. We have made children passive consumers of prefabricated content, not active agents who change our world. This is the picture we still need to change, despite all the innovation. No? And when we actually, ask school leaders, how well do they engage students in divergent ways of thinking? You can see in some areas, we teach a lot of things in abstract ways about the world. There's a lot of content that we deliver to students about the world. But when we give them experiences, the bars get much shorter. In our school, we offer an exchange program where students can connect with students in other countries. That's not so common. Or in our school, we celebrate the ideas, the cultures of other nations. But there's a lot of variability on this. When you look at exchange programs, you can see countries like Singapore, in Asia or Slovenia, actually they're very, very actively engaged in facilitating that peer learning at the international level. And when we look at, celebrating cultural festivities, understanding other ways of thinking, other cultures, you can see, again, you can see Singapore, they're always good on those kinds of things, but even, countries like Panama, like Brazil, they still have a long way to go academically, but they're very, very strong on engaging students, on taking different perspectives, appreciating different ways of thinking, different cultures, which is so important for innovation today. This is an area where Korea still has a way to go. And why is this important? Why do I talk about this? Because, the more people engaged in those kinds of activities, the more they were interested in learning about different people, other people, the more they were aware of the global issues of our times, the greater level of agency they showed, willingness to do something to change this world. This is why, giving young people space to connect, to compete, to collaborate with, different people is such a powerful experience. It's not what you teach, what you put in the curriculum, is about the learning activities that you create. And this is, again, one of the real promises the digital textbooks in Korea hold, by giving students that, empowerment to do things, not just to absorb things. And of course, it means teacher preparation, preparing teachers for the multicultural world. You can see, again, Singapore, Ireland, Ukraine, teachers are already in that space. They're very familiar with this. And we can do this, but in many countries, we still need to work hard to make that happen. Very last point brings me back to the digital world, digital citizenship. The fact that young people are born into the digital world does not make them digital natives. That's one of the most problematic assumptions that we make. You put technology around people and you think, well, they're great users of this. Yes, everybody can use their devices, but that doesn't guarantee they're actually engaged with them. We measured that. We looked at the digital navigation skills of young people. Can you distinguish fact from opinion? Can you integrate different information sources? Can you manage complexity? And you can see Korea is among the leaders here. In fact, virtually all of the leaders are in this part of the world. You can look to Singapore, you can look to Korea, parts of China. But even in the most advanced systems, look at the percentage. 2/3 of the kids, you can say yes, but 1/3 of the students struggle with the digital world. And this is not tomorrow's digital world, this is today's digital world. And in many other countries, this is not a minority, this is the majority of young people. And this shows us, how fast technology advances and how hard a time we have to keep pace with this. This is why, we talk about innovation. Many people think education is advancing too fast, but actually it needs to accelerate dramatically. We need to listen to the students, to the student voice. We need to invest in the capacity of teachers and build powerful partnerships. The future is not about public versus private. The future is about public with private in service of this public good of education. That's what we really need to develop. Once again, that is the challenge ahead of us. The digital world opens up enormous possibilities. It provides no guarantee for success. Let's be clear about this. Let's be honest about it. It's about how we use those technologies to educate young children, older people, not for our past, but for their future. And I must say again, I admire Korea for taking the courage, being at the frontier today and still keeping the boundaries pushing forward. Thank you very much.
바쁘신 와중에도
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation given by Director Andreas Schleicher. Once again, thank you so much. We'd now like to move on to the second keynote presentation. And the speaker is Sara Duterte, Vice President and Secretary of Education of the Philippines. She will be speaking about innovation in education, bridging gaps for a brighter future. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice President Sara Duterte with a warm round of applause.
Distinguished officials of the Republic of Korea, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum. Angyong hashimnika. Joon chim imnida yorubun. Let me express my sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Korea for bringing together world leaders and experts in the field of education through the Global Education and Innovation Summit 2023. Education is a powerful resource, and I am humbled to be part of this gathering of education leaders and experts from all over the world, and blessed to be able to share this keynote with all of you. But I believe what is most important today is also the opportunity to learn from all of you. I have two observations which I believe have greatly affected education in the last 20 years. First is that never in the history of the world has information been so readily available to students, parents, and educators because of technology. Education has vastly evolved from the traditional imparting of knowledge in classrooms, at homes, with our parents, and from our respective social circles and communities. Education today must now exist side by side with technology, which continues to grow at an astoundingly rapid pace. Yuval Noah Harari said it best when he stated, "The last thing a teacher needs to give his or her pupils is more information. They already have far too much of it. Instead, people need the ability to make sense of the information, to tell the difference between what is important and unimportant, and above all, to combine many bits of information into a broad picture of the world." And I add, it is equally important to teach how to differentiate truthful information from the untrue, to know what contributes to a learner's development and what does not, and what will instill in them the correct values that will turn them into productive citizens of our respective countries. Critical thinking has become more important than ever. The second observation I wish to put forth is the threat of disruption in education. In my lifetime, I have witnessed one horrific disruption to education, the COVID-19 pandemic. I share the same experience with many parents in facing the numerous educational challenges that were brought upon us all by the pandemic. During the pandemic, most students in the Philippines had to stay at home for their education, and I believe this deprived them the ease and function of communicative learning. COVID-19 also kept students away from the school environments, which we know are conducive to fostering independent thought and activity. Further, the pandemic deprived many students of social interactions that are largely developed in school settings, which includes group work and collaboration. Disruptions in education are not limited to pandemics, but may be the result of other causes such as areas in conflict, lack of infrastructure, human resource, or even as common as inclement weather. These two observations highlight the specific things that we must focus on when speaking about education and digital education. Critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. These four elements are widely considered by experts as the pillars of modern education and should remain the same in digital education, where the learning environment departs from our traditional classrooms. Last night, I was editing the keynote message for this morning, and I was telling my colleague, why are we editing this keynote? Shouldn't we use AI to edit this keynote at this hour? And then my colleague said, shh, don't say that. Someone might hear you. And then it appeared to me that AI evokes shame, evokes fear because of the unknown. And we now live in an era where undeniably technology must be harnessed to improve access, quality, and equality in education. And the advent of artificial intelligence will certainly create another paradigm shift in education. While this possibility will present newer and greater opportunities, it will present many uncertainties in our vision of digital education. And so we propose the following. First, the paramount consideration whenever and wherever we use and develop technology should wrap around critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. Second, we must be responsive to the effects of technology in our educational systems. This means quickly recognizing what is not working and change it, to continuously improve even if it is a success. And to always keep in mind that the most important result is not technology itself, but how it affects the development of our learners. And lastly, adaptability and sustainability of new technology in education systems must be studied by the end users before implementation. This is in line with the thought that government programs and policies should be designed according to the behavior of people. We must recognize that some technologies may work for one ecosystem, but it may not work for others. It is the teachers and the learners who will be using it that will determine its effectivity. Adam Grant famously once said that the greatest leaders don't necessarily have the best expertise, but sought out the broadest perspectives. He further said that the more option one gathers, the higher the probability of choosing the best option. I believe that is the reason why we are all gathered here today. Let us take this opportunity to reshape education in our respective countries in order to provide our learners the all-important opportunity of reaching their full potential. The ultimate result of all our efforts should be the molding of productive and peaceful global citizens equipped with 21st century skills, but with a heart for nation building. Ang lahat ng ating ginagawa ay para sa Diyos, bayan at pamilya. All the things that we do is for God, country, and family. Kamsahamnida. Shukran.
네, 훌륭한 강연.
Thank you very much, Vice President Sara Duterte of the Philippines, for the excellent lecture. For that, we have just heard the two keynote speeches.
저희 다음 세션으로는 서밋 토크를.
We have a summit talk for you. Prepare for the next session. But before that, we'll take a very brief 5-minute break. I'd like to ask the guests to please return to this venue by 11:05. Please return to your seats by 11:05. There are tea and refreshments available on the side. We'll see you back in 5 minutes.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning the summit talk shortly. We would appreciate it if you come inside and take your seats so that we can begin our next session.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. 곧 첫 번째 서밋 토크
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning with the first summit talk shortly. Again, we invite you to come inside and take your seats so that we can begin with our next session.
Have your attention, please. The summit talk will begin shortly, so for those who are standing, please come inside the hall and take a seat. Thank you. 네, 그럼 지금부터 첫 번째 서밋 토크를
We
진행을
will now begin Summit Talk 1.
주제는요.
And in this
혁신,
Summit Talk, we will be discussing education, innovation, and ecosystem.
본 세션의 좌장은
Let me introduce to you the chair of this session,
전
who is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution and is a former vice president of World Bank, Elizabeth King.
주시는 토론자로는
And as for the speakers, we have Lee Joo-ho, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education of Korea, Gani Baysembayev, Education Minister of Kazakhstan,
몽골
Ganbayar Ganbold, the Vice Minister of Education and Science of Mongolia, Yakubov Shukrat Umatalievich, Director of Uzbekistan Higher Education Development Research Center. Please welcome our chair and speakers with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and we would greatly appreciate it if you could take your seats as we begin this next part of our program. Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies who are on the panel, thank you. And so we are going to continue the discussion about the role of technology and innovation in the education system as we improve education systems around the world. In this panel, we will hear from ministers and vice ministers from different countries about the challenges that they face in improving their education systems. But we will also hear from them about the role that technological innovation and social innovations can play in addressing those challenges. Yesterday, the UN Secretary General talked about some of the sad things that are going on around the world. And his statement that stuck with me is that he said that the world has become unhinged. And he was referring to chaos in different parts of the world, social instability, poverty. He was also referring to climate change. These are the realities of the world we live in now. But each country also has the specific challenges, their version of those problems. And so we will, in this session, our speakers are going to start with a few words first, hopefully not much longer than 5 minutes, and then we will have a conversation. The idea is for us to find out from them how they plan to address specific problems and what they are doing. So let me start with, I'd like to start with the Deputy Prime Minister, Joo-ho Lee, who will speak about the Republic of Korea. Thank you.
네, 엘리자베스 킹 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
카자흐스탄 또 몽골, 우즈베키스탄 정부 대표와 함께
It is a great pleasure for me to have this session together with representatives from Kazakhstan, from Mongolia, and from Uzbekistan. Let me, first of all, tell you a little bit about the risks and challenges that Korea is facing.
오늘날 한국은 글로벌 사회가 인정하는 교육 강국.
As you know, Korea is an education powerhouse acknowledged by the global community. However, we are facing risks such as increasing school violence, weakening teachers' authority, and increasing private education expenditure. In fact, some people are saying that this is leading to a collapse in our classrooms. With high zeal for education, Korea has managed to nurture excellent talent in a very short period of time, which contributed to democratization and industrialization, which we achieved simultaneously. However, excessive competition and standardized school education have led to various side effects. We must solve these issues that are lying in the other side of what is otherwise known as excellent Korean education. So that is why the Ministry of Education has established comprehensive measures to decrease private education expenses, eradicate school violence, and restore and protect teacher authority. However, this collapse of our classrooms is not just an issue that Korea is facing, so we need more fundamental solutions for the entire world. By that, we have to transform education, and for that, we are focusing on high-touch, high-tech. High-touch, high-tech is where we would use digital technology to offer personalized education to realize education for all. The two pillars of high-touch, high-tech are teachers, represented by high-touch, and edutech, or high-tech. Through this innovation, teachers can create customized learning paths for individual students, and students can be more proactive learners. By using AI and other advanced technologies, teachers can offer customized education to students according to their capacities and speed of learning, and apply innovative pedagogical methods to deliver knowledge and focus even more on character building for the students. And this is something that Vice President Duterte talked about this fostering character, creativity, and integrated capacities. And hopefully we can have this personalized education for all. To realize high touch, high tech, we are focusing on 3 programs. The first is for high tech, as mentioned before, that we will develop AI digital textbooks and courseware until 2025. So we are establishing digital technology infrastructure, including high-speed Wi-Fi, cloud-based applications, and one device for every learner. For high touch, we have newly installed and expanded the Touch Teacher Program, or TOUCH Teacher Program, an initiative of leading teachers in the field of digital education and innovation, where we train more teachers with digital technology and character building capacity. This capacity building initiative will further help teachers to enhance their digital capacity. We will also build a virtuous cycle ecosystem where public education and edu-tech can develop together. Through this, we believe that private education, which is a burden on many students and families, will be transitioned into an edu-tech industry that is supported by public education. For Korea's high-touch, high-tech education transformation to be successful, we require the support, interest, and cooperation of the global community. And to that end, I would like to propose 3 suggestions. First, we must establish a system of rules for digital education, so a system of norms and rules for digital education that can be used in the world. As Dr. Andreas Schleicher said in his speech, we need to also have an ethics guideline that can be applied for the use of digital data. We need standards to apply digital technology safely in the sector of education. Secondly, I propose Global Education Innovation Index. We can establish this kind of index that can help us measure the achievements of education that reflects the changes in our era. I do believe that we need a new measure, a way to measure education in this digital era. Lastly, we need to establish a global education innovation ecosystem that makes use of various channels, such as national and regional policy, international and regional policy dialogues, ODA, public-private cooperation, and more. I think that Korea can play an immense role in this regard. Korea has achieved unprecedented economic growth, known as the miracle of the Han River. We went from being the poorest country in the world in the 1950s to becoming a global pivotal state in the 2020s. We went from a former aid recipient to becoming an aid donor. And even in education, we went from receiving aid to providing aid, becoming the 12th education aid donor in the world. This economic growth was possible due to our investments in education, cooperation between industry and education, and global partnership. Now it is time for Korea to give back to the global community the education aid it has received in the past, as it is now capable of providing such support. The best way to develop human resources in developing nations and bridge the income gap is through education. We will focus in Korea on expanding development, cooperation, and aid in education sector so that we can realize education for all. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be the Honorable Bae-yong, the Education Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And we will have, I believe, successive translation.
Уважаемые участники глобального саммита по образованию и инновациям, сердечно приветствую вас на этом важном мероприятии. Хочу поблагодарить его превосходительство Ли Джухо и организаторов за приглашение и поздравить с успешной организацией мероприятия.
존경하는 글로벌 교육 혁신 서밋 참석자 여러분.
Honorable participants to the GEIS, I'd like to first of all welcome and thank all of the participants to this important event. I'd like to thank Deputy Prime Minister Lee Joo-ho as well as all the organizers for your efforts to make this event possible, and I congratulate the successful hosting of this event.
В Центральноазиатском регионе, который уделяет развитию человеческого капитала первоочередную роль. Сегодня население страны составляет порядка 20 миллионов человек, 35% из которых это дети и подростки до 18 лет.
카자흐스탄은 중앙아시아에서 역동.
In Central Asia, Kazakhstan is one of the countries that are growing very fast, and we are interested in human capital development. The population right now is about 20 million, and those below 18 years old take up 35% of the entire population.
Мы наблюдаем высокий уровень рождаемости. Этот демографический контекст создает определенные вызовы и нагрузку на систему образования, усложняя вопрос обеспечения доступа, равенства и качества. Только за последние 10 лет количество учеников в школах выросло почти на 50% или на 1 миллион учащихся.
이러한 2000년대에 우리 높은 출산.
From year 2000, we have seen an increase in our birth rate, and our demographic changes has leading to new challenges. In education, accessibility, equitability, and quality are some of the new issues that have come to the fore. Over the past 10 years, the number of middle school students has increased by
Мы
рассматриваем
цифровизацию и инновационные способы в качестве эффективных инструментов решения данных вызовов.
And that is why digitalization and innovative technologies are being utilized as important solutions to meet these challenges.
Мы определили для себя приоритеты развития системы образования до 2029 года.
Strategically, by 2029 in education, institution, development, these are the priorities, areas which we have selected.
Повышает эффективность менеджмента, создает условия для непрерывного профессионального развития педагогов, актуализирует содержание образования с учетом потребностей 21 века, модернизирует национальную систему оценивания для предоставления обратной связи с участниками и принятия управленческих решений, модернизирует национальную систему оценивания для предоставления обратной связи участникам и принятия управленческих решений, обеспечивает современную инфраструктуру и оборудование.
To meet these goals, our ministry is engaging in these efforts, increasing management efficiency, professional training for the teachers, and 21st century demand being reflected in curriculum development. And national system is being modernized, and the stakeholders are allowed to use this information for decision making. And we are also modernizing our infrastructure.
Мы видим цифровизацию. В своем сегодняшнем докладе я коротко остановлюсь на теме цифровизации.
Today, digitalization is being utilized and emphasized as an important solution to the challenges we face. Now I'd like to talk about digitalization efforts in our country.
Для нашей страны является большое расстояние между населенными пунктами, городом и селом. Порядка 40% школ являются малокомплектными, то есть контингент этих школ составляет менее 180 школьников. Зачастую один учитель преподает сразу несколько предметов, совмещаются классы и разные возрастные группы. Эти школы в основном находятся в отдаленных регионах страны.
One of the challenges Kazakhstan faces is the distance between the high-density area versus rural areas. 40% of our schools are very small schools, and one teacher is in charge of teaching many subjects in these schools or are in charge of teaching many grades. And many of these schools have student population of 180 or less, and many of them are located in remote areas.
Педагогов актуальны именно для этих школ.
이런 학교에서 불평등과
Inequality and lack of accessibility are some of the problems that these schools face.
Школ мы используем различные традиционные механизмы, стимулируем приток педагогов в сельскую местность, обеспечиваем подвоз детей и многое другое. При этом мы решили взять полноценный курс в сторону цифровизации.
물론 이와 같이 소규모 학교
But of course, to resolve these issues faced by the smaller schools, we are utilizing many traditional mechanisms. We are promoting the inflow of teachers into these areas, providing them with transportation incentives, and also we are setting the direction by utilizing digital technologies. Thus, digitalization is an important part of our solution.
С использованием цифровых технологий в одном из регионов страны. Поистине вдохновляет, так это широкий круг участников. В проекте вовлечены наши министерства, местные органы управления, институты развития, частные фонды, компании, не говоря самих педагогов и учащихся.
새학년에는 우리는 한 지역에서 디지털 기술을
Also, we are utilizing digital technologies in some rural area schools and conducting pilot projects. What is encouraging is that we've seen a lot of progress. Our local government, central government, our ministry, and even the private sector companies, as well as the teachers and the students, are all participating actively in these endeavors.
Стриминговый формат обучения в 89 школах, подключенных к хорошему интернету, 36 онлайн-педагогов проводят интерактивные лекции для более 4000 учащихся.
이러한 사업의 일환으로 우리는 다음
As part of these projects, we are incorporating three approaches. First is streaming-based education. So we have high-speed internet in 89 schools, and about 30 teachers are providing online interactive teaching to over 4,000 students.
Онлайн-уроков, онлайн-педагоги 12 опорных школ преподают 36 малокомплектным магнитным школам, где обучается более 1500 учащихся. То есть опорная школа, по сути дела, является наставником. Обученные педагоги преподают детям из прикрепленных школ.
Secondly, real-time simultaneous online classes are being conducted. In the 12 core schools, there are 1,200 students that benefit from this project. And these core schools actually play the role of mentors for other schools.
Предоставляются образовательные ресурсы на электронных носителях, позволяя педагогам использовать цифровые решения в обычных офлайн уроках.
세 번째 형식으로는 인터넷
The third approach is for 9 schools without internet access, we are providing electronic forms of learning materials, and the teachers and the students are able to utilize these materials when needed.
Высокую вовлеченность учеников, учителей в учебный процесс.
And in this process, the teachers and the students are actively participating in the introduction of and utilization of new technologies.
Курсами повышения квалификации педагогов, мониторингом и оценкой эффективности внедрения данной инициативы. При успешных результатах мы будем транслировать во все другие регионы страны, в которых есть критическая масса малокомплектных школ.
이러한 교육 과정 개편이 이루어지는 과정에서
In the process of upgrading our curriculum, we are also providing capacity training to the teachers, and also it's important to continue on with the evaluation and assessments as well. And if these pilot projects are successful, we will be expanding them throughout the country in more schools.
Сегодняшнее выступление о внедрении цифровых технологий в образовании Казахстана является важным шагом на пути к созданию более современной, доступной и инновационной системы образования в нашей стране.
Honorable summit participants, Kazakhstan's education and its introduction of digital technologies is ensuring that our country will establish an innovative and transformative education system in our country.
И знаний с мировым сообществом образования на этом саммите. Мы убеждены, что совместные усилия, партнерство и инновации позволят нам воплотить наши амбициозные планы в жизнь. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Through this summit, the global education community's wisdom and knowledge is being shared, and we are happy to be participating here. And through collaboration and cooperation, we hope to fulfill our bold initiatives for the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Minister Besenbayev. We will continue our very quick tour around the world, and our next speaker will be the Vice Minister of Education and Science of Mongolia. This is Vice Minister Ganbayar.
자, 이렇게 Global Education Innovation Summit хүрэлцэн ирсэн эрхэм зочид та бүхэнд өдрийн мэндийг хүргье.
네, 글로벌 에듀케이션 이노베이션 서밋에 이렇게 참여하고 있는 각국의
I would like to acknowledge all the guests who have come here despite the busy schedule to attend the 2023 Global Education and Innovation Summit.
боловсрол дижитал боловсролыг хэрхэн нэвтрүүлж байгаа талаар та бүхэнд их товчхон мэдээллийг өгөхийг хичээе.
네, 저는 이 자리를 비롯해서 몽골 정부에서
I would like to take this opportunity to talk about the Mongolian government's plans for digital education and the implementation of this plan very briefly.
Монгол Улсын засгийн газраас хөгжлийн хөтөлбөр болох алсын хараа 2050 гэсэн дунд болон урт хугацааны хөгжлийн хөтөлбөрийг баталсан. За энэ хөтөлбөр дотор боловсролын шин сэргэлт гэсэн ийм бодлогын бичиг баримтыг улсын хурлаар батлуулж хууль болгож баталсан байгаа.
몽골 정부에서 몽골이
The Mongolian government
장기의 개발 계획을 세웠습니다.
has set up plans, both a short-term plan and a mid to long-term plan for national development, and there's also a specific implementation plans for digital education.
хуулийг шинжилэн баталснаар боловсролын орчны эрх зүйн орчин бүрэн шинжлэгдэж шинэ 21-р зууны шинэ ур чадварыг та иргэдэг дэлхийн иргэн бэлтгэх энэ эрх зүйн орчин бол бүгд бүрэн бэлэн болсон.
네, 우리 몽골에서
In Mongolia, in July of 2023, our Congress, our parliament, has approved the passage of a new bill that would enable an environment to roll out digital education in the classrooms.
Дижитал боловсролын асуудлыг тодорхой хуульчилж өгснөөрөө энэ салбарт одоо ажиллах боловсролын салбарынхан болон энэ салбар дээр одоо ажиллах олон улсын байгууллагууд хувийн одоо байгууллагуудын хувьд асуудлууд нэлээд тодорхой болж өгсөн гэж бид нэр үзэж байгаа.
네, 이 새로 지키기 시작한 교육법에
In this new approved education bill, which has become a law,
민간기관에서도 어떻게
it states that that sets forth several rules and provisions for both public education authorities and private education agencies to adhere to when implementing digital education.
Үеэс эхлээд Монгол Улсын засгийн газар Азийн хөгжлийн банк, Дэлхийн банкны санхүүжилтээр энэ цахим боловсролын тогтолцоог Монгол Улс нэвтрүүлэх чиглэлээр суурь судалгаа болоод дэд үтсүүдийг бий болгох асуудал дээр нэлээд анхаарч ажиллаж ирсний үр дүнд сая одоо COVID-19 үед бол бас энэ дижитал боловсролыг нутагшуулах чиглэлээр бас нэлээд дөрвтэй арга хэмжээнийг авчиж чадсан.
자, 몽골 국가에 대한 하나의 특징을 말씀.
Just one characteristic about our country, it is that in Mongolia,
미리 10년 전
we have actually prepared ourselves for digital education about 10 years ago. In fact, the Asian Development Bank and World Bank sponsored initiatives also helped us to set a foundation for digital education. So that when we were working to overcome COVID-19, this was very helpful for us. And in the future, when we go forward for innovative education, this foundation will serve us well.
ухаалаг анги, ухаалаг төхөөрөмжөөр хангах, түүн дээр ажиллах, багш болсон хүчнээ давтан сургах, мөн одоо нэгдсэн мэдээллийн сан, нэгдсэн сургалтын одоо санг бүрдүүлэхийн ажлуудыг одоо бид яг одоо хийж байна.
현재로서
Currently, the Mongolian government
전환을 위해서
is working for digital education transformation, and these are some of the tasks that we are working on. There's smart classrooms, smart schools is one initiative, and
연수하는 교육
we also provide teacher training to help their transition into smart classrooms.
За манай улсын онцлогтой холбоотой бас саад бэрхшээлүүд бид нарт өдөр тутам тулсаар байгаа.
네, 물론 이 혁신 기술
Of course, when we adopt this innovative technologies, there have been many challenges that we have faced. So, for example, there are budgetary restraints and more workload, and we have to try to transition to a new legal and institutional environment.
улсын сургууль, хувийн сургуулийн ялгаатай байдал, тэгш бус байдал, хөдөөгийн сургууль, хотын одоо төв суурин газрын сургуулийн ялгаатай байдал, үүнээс үүдэлтэй хичээлийн хоцрогдол, хүүхдүүдийн харилцан адилгүй сурлагын чанар бол бидний санааг зовоосоор байна.
자, 아직도 우리나라에서
Even now,
디지털 교육을 위한 또 어려움들이 많습니다.
there still exist many challenges for digital education. So, for example, there's a big gap between private education and public education, and
시내에서 진행하는 교육 격차가
there's also a gap between education that is provided outside of the capital city and education in the capital city, in the big cities.
нэгдсэн одоо боловсролын сургалтын хөтөлбөрүүдийг батлаж, нэгдсэн одоо тогтолцоог бий болгосноор бид нар бас энэ тэгш бус байдлыг арилгахаар энэ дижитал боловсролын хамгийн гол одоо ач холбогдлыг бол бид нар хүмүүрт тэгш бололцоог олгох ийм одоо зорилгыг дэвшүүлэн ажиллаж байгаа.
네, 그래서 아까 말씀하신 어려움들을
So I can say that
평등 교육을
in overcoming these challenges, we are looking to education for all
하기 위하여
as a mission that we can provide to all learners, and to that end, we are supporting different policies.
хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй хүүхдч бай, хөдөөрөмтгий хүүхдч бай, хот суурин газарт амьдарч байгаа хүүхдүүд ч бай, хувийн сургууль, улсын сургууль гэж ялахгүй тэр хүүхдүүдэд тэгш боломж, тэгш гараанаас зэрэг ижил төвшөнд хөгжих тэр боломж олцоог бид нар энэ дижитал боловсролоор дамжуулан олгоно гэдэг ийм зорилгыг тавин ажиллаж байна.
네, 우리 정부에서 지금은 디지털
The Mongolian government
불평등한
is trying to look to digital education as a means to bridge inequality, and particularly the learning gap. To that end, we are promoting various different relevant tasks.
Хүүхдүүдтэй бид нар яг тэгш боломж олох үүднээс хичээлийн хөтөлбөрийн шинжилтийн хүрээнд бид нар 1-р ангиас 3-р ангиас кодингийн хичээл, технологийн хичээлүүдийг их бага ангиас нь оруулахар зорж ажиллаж байгаа. Одоо бол 6-р ангиас нь ордог.
네, 모든 학생들을 위하여
For all students, we are hoping to provide digital education in an equitable basis. And this is the first plan that we are implementing in our country. In Mongolia, we have provided coding classes from middle school. However, going forward, we're also going to provide computer training and coding lessons to all students from the first grade in elementary school.
Багаас нь энэ цахим орчинд зөв хэрэглээ, зөв ур чадвартай болгож төлөвшүүлэхэд бид нар илүү анхаарч ажиллаж байна.
왜 이렇게 초등학교부터
You might wonder why we would like to try to provide computer lessons and coding lessons to children even in elementary school. This is because
윤리적으로
in the digital environment, we want children to be exposed to the environment so that they can be exposed to digital education and particularly ethical use of digital environment from a young age.
Дижитал хувьсан өөрчлөлт, дижитал технологийн ололт дэвшилт бол маш хүчтэй нөлөөлнө гэж бид нар үзэж байгаа учраас бүх хүүхдийг, бүх суралцагч нарыг энэ дижитал ур чадварт маш сайн сурах нь бол боловсролын салбарын нэг том зорилт болж өөрчлөгдөж байна.
교육 분야에
In the education sector, I feel that this is a challenge facing all of us worldwide. So,
교육 시스템을 도입하기 위해서
in adopting a future education innovation foundation and ecosystem, I feel that we are thinking the same things. You would see here images of how we are trying to prepare young learners from a young age to prepare for the digital environment.
또 앞으로는 몽골
And going forward, the Mongolian government is going to also support further lifelong learning programs.
За дараагийн гол асуудал бол энэ дижитал цахим боловсролын тогтолцоон дээр ажиллах боловсон хүчин буюу багшийн хөгжлийн асуудал байгаа. Багш нар маань өнөөдөр бас харилцсан адилгүй энэ цахим боловсрол дээр ажиллах ур чадвар бол харилцан адилгүй байна.
네, 또 하나의 문제가 되고 있는
Another challenge is in Mongolia,
교육을 잘 가르칠 수 있는 교사를
we are trying to build the capacity of teachers who can provide this digital education to students.
нэг байна.
네, 디지털 교육을 진행하고 있는 교사분들이 역량
The teachers who are providing digital education, the capacities are different in varying degrees among and across the teachers. So it is important for the government to try to prioritize a teacher capacity building.
Пандемикийн үед Монголын боловсролын салбарын нэг том одоо өөрсөндөө ашиг болгож авч үлдсэн асуудал бол бидний мэдлээ цэгмэн гэсэн цахим сургуулийг бид нар бас бий болгож чадсан. Хөл хорионы үед бүх хүүхдүүдийг сурах эрхийг хангах үүднээс бид нар энэ цахим сургуулийг ажилуулсан байгаа. Өнөөдөр энэ сургууль бол одоогийн байдлаар 12,000 суралцагчтай Монголын хамгийн шилдэг хөтөлбөрөөр хамгийн шилдэг багшийн заах аргаар дамжуулан энэ хүүхдүүд бол өөрийнхөө сонирхож байгаа хичээлийг хамгийн шилдэг хөтөлбөрүүдийг сонгон суралцах төр боломж олцоог бид нар нээж өгсөн.
디지털 교육 전환 시대를 위하여
For the era of digital education transformation,
얻을 수 있었던 장점을 말씀드리겠습니다.
we would like to share some of the programs that we have done. So first is the Middle E-School program, and this is an initiative
학생들을
whereby we can provide excellent education resources to children.
Мэдлээ цэгмэн цахим сургууль дээр дэлхийн шилдэг хөтөлбөрүүдийг дэлхийн шилдэг багш нарын одоо заасан байдлаар бас байршуулж хамтран ажиллах ийм хүсэл сонирхолтой байгаа гэдгийг та бүхэнд илэрхийлье.
네, 앞으로는 Middle East School
This Middle E-School program hopefully can be used to
영상을 도입할 수 있도록 노력하고 있고
onboard different video content for teachers to build their capacity.
Контентийг улам боловсронгуй болгох бүх шатны сургалтын үйл ажиллагаанд их хөгжил, хиймэл оюун ухаан, үүлэн технологи, AR, VR, MR зэрэг шин дэвшилтэт технологиудыг бид нэвтрүүлэх тэр дундаа бид нар байгалийн шинжилгээ ухааны, суурь шинжилгээ ухаануудын хөтөлбөрүүдийг төлхөө нэвтрүүлэх чиглэлээр та бүхэнтэй хамтран ажиллахад Монгол Улсын засгийн газар бэлэн байна.
네, 앞으로도 Middle East School을 더 발전하고
Going forward, we're going to develop the Middle East School program, and we would like to hear your advice and also work together with you closely in cooperation. And to try to build more diverse content, we would make use of AR, VR, and cloud services and technologies as well.
Энэ дижитал боловсролоор суурилсан харилцан туршлага судлах, хүүхэд залуучуудыг хооронд нь бие биенээсээ суралцах бололцоог олгох, боловсролын салбарын хоорондоо мөн манай багш нар маань хоорондоо мэдлэг мэдээлэлээ солилцох, ур чадруудаа солилцох тэр боломж олцоог бид нар бол түлхүү одоо нээлттэй ашиглах ийм одоо зорилготой ажиллаж байна.
앞으로는 우리가
In the future,
목표는 뭐냐면 학생들끼리
we are
국제적으로 학생들끼리 서로의 지식을
striving to have an environment where teachers can share their international knowledge and where teachers can also share their knowledge with one another. And we are going to develop more platforms that can facilitate such exchange.
Солонгосын боловсролын яам, тодорхой одоо муж аймагуд, мөн солонгосын тодорхой IT чиглэлийн компаниуд, за мөн одоо Microsoft, Google зэрэг энэ дэлхийн томоохон технологийн компаниудаа бид нэр аль хэдийн хамтран ажиллаад ухаалаг анги, ухаалаг сургуулиудыг байгуулад эхэлсэн байгаа.
디지털 교육 전환을 위해서
For digital education transformation, the Mongolian government is engaging in much international exchange. In fact, we are also cooperating with Korea to operate smart schools and smart classrooms. We're also partnering with leading tech giants such as Google and Microsoft, and also launching many different educational programs.
Бичиг баримтыг олон улсын түвшинд дижитал ертөнцид хүлээн зөвшөөрөх, биткойн зөвлөсөн боловсролын бичиг баримтыг олон улсын түвшинд нэвтрүүлэхээр мөн зорин ажиллаж байгаа. Энэ тал дээр бас та бүхэндээ бид нар нээлттэй хамтран ажиллахад Монгол улсын засгийн газар бэлэн байна.
앞으로도 우리가 디지털 교육 전환을
In the future, for digital education transformation, we're also digitizing much educational resources and content, and we are working to make this project successful. To that end, we hope to cooperate closely with you.
Эцэст нь хэлэхэд бол бид нар тэгш бус байдлыг арилгая. За бидний бас энэ дижитал боловсрол дээр бас анхаарах зайлшгүй шаардлагатай зүйл бол digital bullying байгаа. Энэ social одоо ертөнцид байгаа бие биенийгээ дээрлэх асуудлыг бид нар бас төвчиж одоо ёстой. Энэ дээр одоо бид тодорхой хязгаарлалт зохицуултуудыг хийхгүй бол энэ одоо асуудлаас нөгөө талдаа бас сөрөг талдаа их аюултай гэж бид нар үзэж байгаа учраас энэ талын хамт ажиллагааг бид нараас хамтран ажиллахад бэлэн байна.
마지막으로도 디지털 교육 전환을 위하여
Lastly, also for digital education transformation, the Mongolian government would hope to have more international cooperation, particularly in digital education. We have to work together to crack down on hate speech or other such violent expressions online, and this is where the world has to come together.
Okay, welcome to Mongolia. Thank you all of us.
몽골의 모든 분들을
Welcome to Mongolia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister Ganbayar. Now, I wanted to leave a little bit of time for discussion. So may I ask Director Yebukov to actually keep it shorter than the other speeches, because otherwise we will only have a series of speeches rather than a conversation. So may I just ask you to limit it to 5 minutes, all right? Thank you.
Okay. Уважаемые дамы и господа, позвольте выразить глубокую признательность правительству Республики Корея за столь теплый прием. Для нас большая честь присутствовать сегодня на саммите глобальное образование и инновации. Мы благодарны организаторам за внимание и доброжелательность, которые были оказаны нам.
존경하는 서밋 참석자 여러분, 먼저 저희를 이렇게
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me express my deep gratitude to the government of Republic of Korea for such a warm welcome. We are honored to attend the Global Education and Innovation Summit today, and we are grateful to the organizers for the attention and kindness that was shown to us.
Дружественная обстановка и дух сотрудничества, который царят на данном саммите, вселяют надежду, что мы сможем обсудить актуальные вопросы, обменяться идеями и принимать их на практике.
The friendly atmosphere and spirit of cooperation that prevail at the summit give us hope that we will be able to discuss current issues, exchange ideas, and put them into practice.
Прогресс и развитие любого общества. Оно вооружает людей знаниями, навыками и ценностями. Знания помогают в навигации в постоянно меняющемся мире.
교육은 모든 사회에
Education is the cornerstone of progress and development in any society. It equips people with knowledge, skills, and values. Knowledge helps in navigating an ever-changing world.
방향성을 가늠하는 길잡이 역할을 합니다.
Узбекистан признал важность образования как катализатора социального и экономического роста. За последние десятилетия были предприняты значительные усилия по улучшению доступа к качественному образованию на всех уровнях.
우즈베키스탄은 사회 및 경제 성장의 촉매제로
Uzbekistan has recognized the importance of education as a catalyst for social and economic growth. Over the past decade, significant efforts have been made to improve access to quality education at all levels.
Именно благодаря инновациям мы можем найти новые решения имеющихся проблем, создать новые отрасли, стимулируют экономический рост. Инновация не ограничивается технологиями. Они включают в себя новые идеи, процессы, продукты и позитивные изменения.
혁신은 교육과 함께 옵니다.
Innovation comes with education. We find new solutions to existing problems through innovation, create new industries, and stimulate economic growth. Innovation isn't limited to technology. They include new ideas, processes, products, and services that lead to positive change.
Для развития системы высшего образования предпринимаются усилия по созданию современной системы, отвечающих приоритетным направлениям социально-экономического развития и требованиям международных стандартов.
오늘날 우즈베키스탄은 고등교육 시스템 개발을 하기 위해
Uzbekistan today is working to develop the higher education system. And to this end, efforts are being made to create a modern system that meets the priority areas of socio-economic development and the requirements of international standards.
Учебных заведений увеличились с 77 в 2016 году до 210 по состоянию на сегодняшний день.
특히 고등교육에 대한 접근성이
In particular, the level of accessibility of higher education is increasing. Thus, the number of higher education institutions has increased from 77 in 2016 to 210 as of today.
С 9% в 2016 году до 42 в 2023 году.
우즈베키스탄의 고등교육 이수율은 2016년 9%.
Enrollment in higher education increased from 9% in 2016 to 42% in 2023.
Стоит ряд актуальных задач. Во-первых, улучшить качество образования. В этом направлении необходима адаптация образовательных стандартов, образовательных программ к международным стандартам, международная аккредитация, переход от количественных изменений к качественным.
이 같은 성과를 이룬과 동시에
Along with our achievements, we face a number of pressing challenges. First of all, improvement in the quality of education. In this direction, it is necessary to adopt educational standards, educational programs to international standards, international accreditation, and transition from quantitative change to qualitative ones.
Интернационализировать образование, развивать академическую мобильность. В этом направлении рассматривается вопрос создания возможностей для получения студентами более качественного образования посредством программы «Академическая мобильность», а также открытого широкого пути проклинивания современных знаний нашей страны.
두 번째로
Secondly, strengthening of the scientific research.
필요합니다. 학업 이동
In this direction, bringing the research conducted by university professors and teachers to world level. It is necessary to increase attention to the issues of commercialization of science and research results based on the criteria of prestigious international rating organizations.
Интеграция технологий в образовании произвела революцию в методологиях преподавания и обучения. Цифровые инструменты, как искусственный интеллект, могут улучшить доступ к качественному образованию для всех участников, независимо от их географического положения и социально-экономического происхождения.
세 번째로 교육 분야의
Thirdly, it is necessary to have digital transformation in the field of education. The integration of technology in education has revolutionized teaching and learning methodologies. Digital tools like AI can improve access to quality education for all students, regardless of their geographical location or socioeconomic background.
Хотелось бы отметить, что саммит «Глобальное образование и инновации» представляет нам платформу для коллективного представления о будущем, в котором образование доступно для всех, инновации широко внедряются на практике, и наш мир процветает. Благодарю за внимание.
끝으로 글로벌 교육 혁신 서밋
In conclusion, the Global Education and Innovation Summit provides a platform for us to collectively envision a future in which education is accessible to all, innovation is widely practiced, and our world thrives.
이것으로 제 발언을
This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Director Yakubov. Ladies and gentlemen, our four speakers talked about their own vision of what the role would be of, what is the role of digital technology in the schools, also in the university, in terms of how to improve the outcome, the output of all of these educational institutions. What I'd like to turn to is not so much the dreams of the ministers. It's very seldom that we get them, several of them, on the stage. What I'd like to ask of them is to tell us a little bit about what keeps them awake at night in terms of the kinds of reforms that they are doing in their countries. Reform, you see, will always destabilizes a system. The promise is to improve the education ecosystem, but when you change things in the ecosystem, you're going to create, there'll be winners and losers. And I'd like to just ask the ministers to reflect a little bit on some of the things, the hardest thing, the hardest part of making the reform, the switch to not just putting computers in school or laptops to students, but actually changing the way smart technology is used more effectively to improve learning. So I will turn first to Minister Lee to tell us what is keeping him awake at night about these big transformations that are happening in Korea and that will happen in other education ecosystems.
굉장히 좋은 점을 지적해 주셨다.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent question.
제가 이제
I did talk about high touch, high tech, and
이제 그 교육에서 디지털 대전환을
we are looking to digital transformation in education, and as we just heard, this is a huge priority for other nations as well, not just for the Republic of Korea. And Korea has really a firm belief that this is a key priority for us. Digital transformation in education is, for it to be successful, some of the low-hanging fruit would be the technology side, such as AI-based textbooks. This is not necessarily that hard for a country like Korea, where digital technology is so advanced. The technology side is something that we can move very fast on, and it's not necessarily going to be that challenging. However, the biggest challenge really is the change that we have to foster from within with the teachers, and how can the government cooperate closely with the teachers to try to bring about that change from within? Because right now, in trying to work with these initiatives, the government has faced many challenges. The primary one is that the Ministry of Education, we cannot keep to the status quo in terms of communicating with the teachers, because in the past our communication was very top-down in nature. We would provide the instructions and the guidelines, and the schools and the teachers would have to follow suit. But really, that's never been the case. It's not that easy. The teachers, each of them, are professionals in their own right, and we are asking them to change their roles very fundamentally. So this is not something where the government can just provide top-down instructions and expect them to change. This is where something we have to work very closely with the teachers, with the instructors, and they have to be at the heart in trying to identify the solutions. And this is a constant challenge, and to do that, the government also has to be of that change mindset. We have to change the way that we work, we have to change our role, and this is really the big challenge. But we have to do it. We have to overcome this challenge so that we can have digital transformation in the education sector. So recently, our Ministry of Education, I have asked our staff at the ministry, we have to transform ourselves first to facilitate digital transformation in education. And in fact, for the Ministry of Education's transformation, the biggest priority for us is to work with the teachers to co-design solutions together. And this is what the Ministry of Education has to focus on. We shouldn't be the ones to design the solution and then just toss it over to the teachers and expect them to work with it. From the very beginning stages, we have to design the solutions together with the teachers. And in that process, we would like the involvement of tech startups and tech companies. So this is what we keep talking about, an ecosystem. We're trying to establish this ecosystem.
Thank you, Minister. Just a short follow-up question. So Andreas Schleicher talked about the role of the public and the private, yes, and how the two, we should stop talking in a way about two very different groups, but rather the importance of actually having the private sector and the public sector working together.
한국도 그렇고 아마 지금 뭐
Yes, that's correct. I think this is similar for not just Korea, but for other countries in Asia particularly, that in Korea, the private sector, especially in the education sector, there was very little, if any, public-private participation. So there was private tutoring or private education that was being offered at the private sector. And in fact, the government would shun the participation of the private education players. We thought that public education and private education were completely separate. But when it comes to digital transformation of education, we all have to work together. Thus far, the private education sector would not necessarily cooperate with schools. They would just communicate with the buyers, with the consumers, sell them solutions, sell them coursework and books. But now, the private education players have to come into the classrooms to try to enhance the quality of public education. So the private and public players have to cooperate together in that regard. So this is also kind of a public and private partnership. It's a new kind of completely new partnership that is being required in Korea. So in the past, the public education sector has thought, oh, the private education, they need to disappear or they have to downsize. But now we're seeing each other as partners to try to enhance the quality of education overall.
Thank you very much on those thoughts. Minister Bae-yong, the presidential address to the National Assembly of Kazakhstan talked about a new Kazakhstan. And you, as the Minister of Education, has a big role to play in realizing this new Kazakhstan. What is your biggest worry about trying to achieve this within the time for that plan to be achieved?
Благодарю за вопрос.
Thank you very much for that question.
Абсолютно согласен с коллегой, вице-премьер-министром Кореи.
I
do fully agree with what Deputy Prime Minister Lee Joo-ho has mentioned.
Схожесть проблем и задач разных государств, она, наверное, закономерна.
When we say global, it means different countries faced with very similar problems or issues. So we are all pondering over how to resolve similar problems at the moment.
Или же оборудованием другими, также обеспечение существующих в нашей стране тоже проблем обеспечение высокоскоростной интернетом, наверное, дело решаемое, в принципе.
네, 부총리님께서도 말씀을 하신
As the Deputy Prime Minister has mentioned, providing device and the equipments and the computers, and in the case of Kazakhstan, high-speed internet connection, I think that's rather an easier issue that we can handle.
О том, что на самом деле первое, то, что необходимо осуществление цифровых трансформаций в системе образования, это не только подготовка действующих педагогов, но и трансформация подготовки целым педагогов в высших учебных заведениях.
And so, yes, we are introducing new technologies and we are preparing for digital transformation. And the teachers, they need to be provided with more training on the ground, but also those who are training to become teachers, studying in higher education institutions, they also have to be provided with the necessary tools and capacities to prepare for the future.
Вызовы, которые сейчас существуют в 21 веке.
Teachers in the 21st century will be faced with more challenges, will have to deal with more tasks.
Кроме тех, что надо готовить новых формат педагогов, но еще и менеджеров образования, которые будут двигать новшества, инновацию в системе образования, в частности, в своих организациях образования.
네, 그리고 저는 교사 이외에
И это очень важно.
네, 맞아요.
Aside from the teachers, I do want to talk about human capital as well. Aside from the teachers in education, the administrators, I mean, many other stakeholders will have to secure the capacity needed to deal with these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Bae-yong. Vice Minister Ganbayar, you talked about many challenges, actually, about implementing your digital strategy, one of which is inequalities. And you worry that there are some schools, some parts of the population that will be left behind. What is the one thing that you're doing to make sure that that doesn't happen or that that's minimized?
За ялгаатай байдлыг гинт бас үүсчээгүй асуудал биш. Нэлээд урт хугацаанд бас байсан. Өнгөрсөн тогтолцооны алдаа бас юу гэх юм, онц сурлагтан, муу сурлагтан, дунд сурлагтан ингэж ялгаатай байдлыг өөрөө үүсгэдэг байсан. Энэ бидний өөрийн тогтолцооны их том алдаа юу гэж хэлсэн.
хэдэн жилийн өмнө үүсгэж байгаа. 자, 이런 격차가 원래
Yes, I did discuss these gaps. However, unfortunately, these gaps these inequalities have existed for a very long time. Even when I was a young child, when I was attending schools, these inequalities were present in our society. So these are gaps and inequalities that have accumulated persistently over the years. And each time there was a new regime, a new president, the government would try to come up with ways to try to reduce these inequalities.
Ахиц дэвшилтэй тэр чадварыг эзэмшүүлэхдээ л бид нар чухалж ялж байгаа.
그전에는 교육 과정이 주로 어땠었냐면
So in the past, if we look at our curriculum, it was really about scoring. So it was very quantitative in nature. If you get an A+, if you get a 100, you're seen as a good student. You're an A student. But we have tried to change that perspective. So it's not necessarily about scores. So we are trying to focus on the fact that education is about access, that education should be provided to all our students.
Дижитал боловсрол тэр хүүхдүүдэд бололцоог олгоно, тэгш бололцоог олгоно, тэр хүүхдүүд хэрэгцээтэй байгаа тэр хөтөлбөрүүдийг цахимаар хүлээж авах боломжийг бид нар бүрдүүлэхээр зорж ажиллаж байгаа.
네, 이런 격차를 해소하기
To bridge these gaps, these inequalities, we feel that digital education can play a big role. In fact, it has played a big role and it will continue to do so in the future.
Хүүхд болгон эмч болохгүй учраас тэр хүүхдийн өөрийнх нь онцлог тохирсон тэр хүүхдийн өөрийнх нь хүсэл мөрөөдлийг дэмжсэн, тэр хүүхд болгоны өөрийнх нь амьдрах чадвар, ур чадварыг нэмэгдүүлсэн тэр тогтолцоог бид нар энэ цахим боловсралтай уялдуулж хөгжүүлэхийг зорж байгаа. Энэ бол манай боловсролын шин сэргэлтийн бодлого байх болно.
우리 몽골 교육 시스템의 혁신적 방법은
If we want to innovate the Mongolian education system, we have to make sure that the students can have access to personalized education in the future so that they can grow. And we want to empower the students with digital education.
боловсрол дээр одоо Казахстан, Солонгос улсуудын одоо бэрхшээлүүд бидэнтэй яг л ижилхэн нүүр тулцсан байгаа. Гол асуудал бол энэ багш нарын чадварыг бид нар яаж ижилхэн түвшинд хурдхан аваачих вэ гэдэг асуудал. Цахим боловсрол дээр яаж багш нарыг ижилхэн түвшинд заадаг болох вэ гэдэг асуудал бас л бидний хувьд бол толгойн өвчин болж байна.
아까도 두 분의 장관님
The other two ministers have already spoken before me. I feel that the problems that we are facing are really the same in terms of digital education.
교사를
And
잘 가르쳐
we have to make sure that the teachers' capacity building, teacher training would be very important, and this is really one of the key challenges that we are facing as well.
하나의 케이스를 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
Just one case that I would like to share with you.
Сумын сургуулийн багш 25 жил ангид ингээд 30 40 хүүхдтэйгээ ангид амьд харилцаагаар хичээлээ заадаг, физик хичээлийг маш сайн заадаг багш байсан. Тэгээд тэр багш одоо би яаж энэ хоосон ангид дэлэг зараад хичээлээ заах юм бэ гэж надаас сууж байсан. Энэ надад айгүй хэцүү байна. Би чадахгүй байна гэж надад хэлж байсан. Тэгэхээр өнөөдөр энэ хандлагын өөрчлөлтийг энэ одоо өөрчлөлтийг бид нар хийж чадах юм бол хурдан богино хугацаанд чанартай хийж чадах юм бол цахим боловсролоос үр дүнтэй болох байхаа гэж бодож байна.
네, 하나의 사례를 말씀드리자면
If I could share one case with you, for close to 30 years,
엄청 성공적으로 잘 가르치고
we had a teacher who had been an excellent physics teacher for over close to 30 years. And during COVID, this teacher was forced to go online. But when he went to the classroom, he saw that the classroom was empty.
학생들을 대하면서
This was a teacher who was used to providing one-on-one personalized education. And when he was forced to go online during COVID, he saw that the classroom was empty, and he thought, what am I supposed to do when there are no students here? And he had this change in mindset. So we have to see this change in mindset for personalized education to be successful.
Энэ технологийн хувьсан өөрчлөлтөд зэрэгцэж удирдлага өөрөө маш хурдтай өөрчлөгдөж чадварж явах хэрэгтэй гэдэгт бол санал нэг байна.
네, 마지막으로 드리고 싶은 말씀.
Just a last comment is that in terms of
전직하는 분들은 그 디지털 교육
policymakers,
변경을 해야
we would also have to change our mindset when it comes to digital education so that digital education can be successful.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister. Our time is almost up, but I want to be fair, and I would like to give Director Yakubov a last say. Thank you so much, by the way, Director, for keeping your presentation earlier short, so to give us this time to talk. Now, especially the minister from Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, we're really talking about, in a way, more basic up to secondary education, and you are the director for higher education and science. What is the difference, do you think, and especially looking at how fast the number of higher education institutions has risen in Uzbekistan? How is your implementation of the digital technology going to be helping you with that incredible rise between 2016 and this year in terms of those number of education institutions at the higher level?
Спасибо за вопрос. Bizda haqiqatan oxirgi yillarda juda katta oliy ta'lim tizimida o'zgarishlar bo'ldi. Bundan bir 7 yil avval bizda maktabni bitirganlar, abituriyentlar atigi 9% oliy ta'limga kirar edi.
Thank you for your question. we had many changes in the last 6 years in the higher education system. 5 years ago, only 9% of the graduates of the secondary school entered to the university. Now, the percentage of the covering the students to higher education is increased.
Oxirgi yillarda universitetlar soni keskin oshdi. Hozirgi kunda mana 77 tadan 210 tagacha oshdi. Bu nimani hisobiga? Bu oliy ta'limga erkinlik berilishini hisobiga, davlat tomonidan olib borilayotgan to'g'ri va samarali islohotlar hisobiga.
Last 2 years, accounts of the universities moved from 70 universities up to 200 universities, and it belongs to the right policy of government and giving the independence for the system of education.
Lekin bu hozircha ham bizda yetarli emas. Bu islohotlar yana davom etadi. Hozir bizda umumiy qamrov demak 40% ga yaqinlashdi. Kelgusi 5 yillikda 50% ga yaqinlashtirishni reja qilganmiz.
It's not just all of what we planning. We have big reforms on the system of higher education. In the next 5 years, we are planning to increase our covering the students to higher education until from 20 until the 40%.
Thank you.
Specific.
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the ministers, their education leaders for their contributions. And let us also wish them a lot of luck in implementing their ambitious plans and strategies for implementing their strategy for digital technology in the schools. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 교육 혁신 그리고
We have discussed education, innovation, and ecosystem. So with that, we would like to conclude Summit Talk 1. We would move straight into the second Summit Talk. For the second Summit Talk, we'll be discussing innovation and higher education.
두 번째 시작하기 전에
Before we begin the second Summit Talk, I'd just like to provide a brief housekeeping announcement for the purposes of today's session. I'd like to ask you to kindly switch off your phones or mute your phones.
서밋 토크에
Now we would like to begin the second Summit Talk. I'd like to invite the moderator and the discussants up to the stage. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Paul Lard, of the UN Research Institute for Social Development.
토론해 주실 분들께서는요.
And also, we do have panelists. Please invite Kim Woo-seung of the Accreditation Board for Engineering Education, Ken Ross of Minerva University, Dale Johnson, a director of the Digital Innovation at the University Design Institute at Arizona State, Ben Sauter of Kwak Simmons, Boren Chakran, the Director of Policies and Lifelong Learning at the UNESCO HQ. We have 5 panelists, and we will invite them up to the stage. I feel that the stage is all ready. Please, let's invite the moderator and the panelists with a big round of applause.
So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for staying with us. This is the last session before lunch, so we will try to keep it zipping along quite quickly so that you can get some nutrition in a moment. My name is Paul Ladd. I'm the director of one of the UN's research institutes that focuses on social policy. And I'm very pleased to be happy, and I'm always happy to come back to Seoul. UNRUST has been doing research on social policy for about 60 years and was deliberately set up to counterbalance the narrative on economic modernization and to put a stronger emphasis on all of the things that make people's lives worthwhile: health, education, decent employment. And of course, education is critical and it's changing very, very quickly. I'm not going to repeat what we've heard already, but we have a rapidly changing technology frontier, and we've had the pandemic, which has forced us to look at how we support students and learners, not just for the world of work and the life skills that they'll need, but also what Andreas pointed out in his presentation, how young people can help sort out some of the problems that the generations before them have left. Climate change, political polarization, a focus on economic speed but not strength, so growth but not resilience, and many other challenges. And in a way, this panel is an opportunity to hear from people really working at the front face of where these changes are happening, in organizations, in institutions that are working to change the face of education and take advantage of technology. And I would like to introduce the panelists very quickly in turn, because we've got 3 questions. I'm then going to pose them after that. So the panelists we've got, starting from my left, Kim Woo-seong, former president of Hanyang University. Thank you very much for joining us. Ken Ross, vice president of Minerva University. Let's see which order we're in. Yes, Dale Johnson, Director of Digital Innovation at Arizona State University. Ben Sauter, who's the Senior Vice President of QS. And Bohin Chakrun, a UN colleague of mine from UNESCO, Director of Policies and Lifelong Learning Systems. Thank you very, very much for joining us. And the first question to all of you is really, in 2 to 3 minutes, what are the main challenges and opportunities facing your institutions as you navigate this digital transformation? And specifically, what are the examples of where you have adapted or innovated? Please.
Okay. 네, 저 공인원의 김우승이라고 그러고.
Yes, hello. My name is Kim Woo-seung. I think that globally, traditional universities and institutions of higher education are faced with a threat. We are faced with an existential threat, in fact, really. And there are 2 things that I would like to discuss. The first is online education and what we call alternative higher education. So I think that such as Future One or many of these different kinds of models of alternative educational methods. So there are people raising concerns and maybe even doubts, asking, are traditional universities and colleges even necessary at this point? And in fact, in Korea, we are asking this question to try to ask whether this is really because of school-age kids, the population is going down. With online education, in the 1960s, in Urbana-Champaign, they have had the experience of providing master's degrees after online education courses. So there's been a 30-year history in the US, but with COVID, we've seen this explosion of online learning and online education. This is not something that we can ignore. With traditional colleges and universities, they have to find a niche that they can provide customized and differentiated services where online education and alternative education cannot offer. Because this is knowledge, and I think that for team-based learning, this is going to be very important. At Hanyang University, from 2017, we have done ICPBA, so industry carpool project-based learning. Well, here the industry will stand for all different kinds of departments. And it's not just focusing on engineer departments. It's focusing on all different departments, majors. So we talk about arts industry and culture industry. So regardless of the major, regardless of the departments, you will be having a connection with the industry. So we call this class to society. Regardless of the major or the department, it's very important to reinforce that connection that you have with the outside world, with the industry. We often talk about education innovation. In fact, all countries talk about education innovation. We've heard the same from the director at UNESCO. But to do that, we need three things. The first is the education content has to change. Secondly, the education delivery method has to change. And thirdly, the education environment has to change. However, when we talk about education environment, this is something that we can do if we just pour in the budget. But the content and the methodology is something that the teachers have to take a hands-on effort on, which is why this is such a big challenge. When we talk about education innovation, this sounds like such a faraway goal. I often say that we need to innovate our lectures, innovate the classroom lectures so that we can innovate education. So the universities and colleges coming up with education platform where all the professors and the teachers are on board with lecture innovation would be helpful. That is all.
Thank you very much. Then, Ken, at Minerva, what are you facing?
Certainly, we'd certainly like to view these mainly as opportunities rather than challenges. I mean, Minerva University was born during, in, and for the digital age. So let me just give a couple examples of some innovations that, some of which are not directly technologically related, but are very much underpinned or augmented or supported by technology. These are perhaps the sort of main, almost differentiators of our institution. First would be global immersion. Many people know that Minerva University Experience is a very globally diverse one, where students live in many different cities and countries during their 4 years of education. That very much, right out of the bat, has been made possible by digital technology. There was really no way that we could deliver and provide at least the quality of an educational experience, curriculum, fully active learning, without actually being very digital from the beginning. We've continued to, this is certainly a discussion, we can take for a long time. We don't have the time today, but talk about how we've continued to iterate on that model. I think the second element, or second big element of innovation, it relates to how we've structured a very evidence-based, science of learning-based curriculum, and then also couple that with also a very evidence-based, science of learning-based pedagogical approach. We use the fully active learning. And, for example, our classrooms, aside from some experiential learning, which I'll talk about in a second, which happens to be a third innovation, at Minerva, all of classes are delivered, 100% of courses are delivered through this live online platform. And really, the way we've been able to create a very intimate and engaging learning experience in the classroom, one that we believe is more intimate and engaging that you can find in a traditional bricks and mortar classroom, is something that, again, would just not be possible without the application of particular platform that we developed called Forum, but there could be other platforms, and increasingly I think there are other platforms out there nowadays that are seeking to do the same thing. So again, education first principles innovation in both curriculum and pedagogy, but underpinned by technology. The third innovation I'll mention would be in terms of what we do in terms of our experiential learning. And again, this is a little bit tied to sort of the global immersion element, because as Minerva students live in these cities and countries, Seoul, Korea is one of those cities. I live in Taipei, Taiwan. That's another city. We have San Francisco, Berlin. They engage with communities and various stakeholders in those cities to apply their learnings in actually real-world settings for projects, experiential learning activities. And again, that's something that without the ability for students to actually travel, without the ability to be supported by that technology, really wouldn't even be possible. So those are some specific examples.
Great, thank you. So Daryl, I guess Arizona State is not going to go completely online. You're going to be augmenting your traditional model. But so how are you blending new technologies with what you have already, which is a great reputation?
Yeah, we're working on digital enhancement. Our biggest challenges as a public university are access and inclusion. We are the largest single university in the United States with 150,000 students. This year, for the first time, more than half of them are fully online. So we have had to innovate in order to meet our mission of access and inclusion. And as I heard the ministers talk about the challenges in Central Asia, I think back to the same challenges that we face. So innovation comes in many formats. In the classroom, we're introducing problem-based learning and other digital enhancements. Online, we're reaching students that are older and working. Our median age for online students is almost 30 years old. On campus, it's 20 years old. Different needs, different solutions. So as you innovate, you have to respond to the market of student needs. And that extends to our final innovation, which is lifelong learning. We are expanding our access to continue all the way through the retirement phase of life. So we're building an entirely new unit called Learning Enterprise that will focus on lifelong learning.
Great, got it. So, Ben, same question, please. Yeah, as innovations, opportunities, I guess more on the positive side.
Yeah, I mean, QS comes at this from a slightly different perspective. Over the years, working on the rankings, the various metrics, the evaluation tools that QS presents and aims to have universities use to better understand their performance, I've had the privilege of meeting hundreds of university leaders. And for me, that's where both the challenge and the opportunity lies. It's what evolution do university leaders go through now? Before the pandemic, there's a quote from 1976 from the computer science pioneer Grace Hopper. The most dangerous phrase in the English language is, "We've always done it that way." Well, before the pandemic, that seemed to be talking about your typical university leader. It was easier, steady as she goes was the watchword. I'm leading a great institution. I just need to do more of the same in a similar kind of way. There were obviously exceptions to that. We have a couple on the stage here, perhaps. But COVID-19 and the pandemic has asked some irresistible questions of universities. Today, the risk of staying the same is greater than the risk of change. And it's time for us to empower university leaders worldwide, I think, to give them maybe some of the exposure to leadership development and training that academic paths to university leadership haven't always provided, and to challenge them to take the digitalization of higher education from a pre-pandemic scenario of being, that maverick professor in the economics department who is trying something a little bit modern, to being a realistic artifact of the mainstream. Remember, we have a generation of university teachers around the world that not only are suddenly conversant with Teams and Zoom and other digital tools, but have just gone through a voyage of discovery to accept that they're even capable of learning a new toolkit. And it's vital at this particular moment that we take advantage of this opportunity, bed that in, and give university teachers the permission to be different, to remain different, and take advantage of this great potential inflection point, and not allow that sort of elastic effect where universities begin to snap back to what they were like prior to the pandemic. It's been worrisome that I've had a number of conversations with people at universities who've said that faculty members seem to be keen to flip back to a scenario where they're bickering about car parking and such things as this. I visited a university here in Korea in May who've just banned cars from the campus altogether. Perhaps another indicator that Korea is a place that's ready to really demonstrate some of these changes in mindset for universities.
So Borhain, we've heard already a couple of panelists talk about the median age of students who are accessing training online. The world of work has changed clearly in the last 4 decades, with people moving jobs and careers and types of jobs more frequently. Life expectancy up until recently on a positive trend. But where, from UNESCO's point of view, where do you see the opportunities for a stronger agenda on lifelong learning to support people through employment and the skills that they'll need in the future?
Oh, thank you, Paul. And first, I would like to congratulate the government of Korea and the Minister of Education for such a very important event on Global Education and Innovation Summit. I think it's a very important moment as well as we discuss about the progress on Sustainable Development Goals, Sustainable Development Goal 4, and we are off track. So I think we have to take this into consideration. Before I come to the point you're mentioning, I would like to contextualize further the discussion today. Beth was asking earlier, what is the headache of the ministers of education? We, as UNESCO, as UN, we have also headache. That's the global divide and asymmetries across countries. Let me give some examples. For example, when we are speaking about access to higher education, yesterday we published new data on higher education enrollment, and we have around 252 million students all over the world. It was around 110 million in 2000, so we have increased dramatically the number of students. But when we look at the gross enrollment in tertiary education, we see that in Europe and North America, it's around 80%, while it is 9% in Africa. So the access is hugely different across different continents and contexts. So it's very important as a first asymmetry that we see, and that is the challenge for us. The second asymmetry is about digital divides. We are speaking about digital technology, and it's very important to advance this agenda. Some of the ministers showed that there are differences within the countries, and we see that. But also there is a global digital divide. Today, 2.7 billion are not connected to internet. What was more critical for us during the COVID, we had 500 million students who didn't have access to computers. And this is the situation where in many countries, even access to electricity is a challenge. So this divide is an important additional divide. A third asymmetry that is very important is access to higher education, particularly from a gender perspective. While the gross enrollment of girls and women is even higher than boys, but in STEM education, which is very important for technology, we have only 30% of researchers which are women. So that's a major asymmetry. But when it comes to the labor market, and your question, Paul, was very important, when we look at the data across the economies, in low and mid and low income countries, 60% of employment is in formal economy. So when we speak about higher education and graduate, the labor market where they will access is a low skills equilibrium where you need low skilled for low paid jobs. So this is a headache that we are dealing with. And the question, of course, is what are we doing in this context? First of all, data matters. It's important that we have data that is shared and comparable data to show where we are heading and monitor the Sustainable Development Goal 4, and that's what we are doing. The second is we need to facilitate, and Dale was mentioning that, we need to facilitate learning in different contexts, particularly the certification and recognition of certification. And we have adopted the Global Convention on the recognition of qualification of higher education students, which will allow students to move from different countries and different contexts, and allowing more transparent, more fair, including for refugees and migrants, recognition of skills and qualification. And the third initiative that I wanted to mention that is very important when it comes to higher education is looking at the role of higher education institution in lifelong learning. And it's very important when we looked at the situation across the globe, we have very few universities that have established appropriate, flexible learning pathways for in a perspective of lifelong learning, meaning offering alternative pathways, recognizing validation and validating prior learning, offering bridges program. So this is a situation where universities will have to evolve and move from classical way of offering higher education to much more lifelong learning oriented lifelong learning. Thank you.
Yep. I mean, it's an incredibly important and sobering reminder of the digital divide on broadband that exists. And I think the work that ITU and UNESCO and the Broadband Commission do together to plug that divide as quickly as possible is going to make the benefits of these potential innovations real. But without that, there will continue to be a very, very big divide in the potential of new technology for education. So, but thank you, Bae-yong. So I want to turn now to partnerships, because in some way the ecosystem around educational institutions spans standard setters and regional bodies and governments and private companies, obviously very active in education, public bodies, and in some way there's competition, of course, but nobody can do this alone. And in the spirit of this conference, which I think is learning where you are winning and making great gains and sharing those with others, how are you approaching others? How are you sharing information? How are you collaborating? Where is that working for you?
Okay. 예, 그 파트너십은 아마 전 세계에서
I think when it comes to partnerships, if we look at different international clusters, as you've mentioned, there are university clusters, and there are also some collaboration with the industry and also with the community. So we talk about 3 C's: campus, company, and community, the 3 C's that come together in partnership. Fundamentally, the goal for us to innovate is to try to create universities that have social impact. I think that is the focus of these clusters. Minister Lee Ju-ho mentioned that in the past, the Ministry of Education would work in this way. Let's say the government would come up with some kind of education initiative, and the Ministry of Education will follow the manual and just provide the instructions. But then people in the local regions would say, oh, this is not customized, this is not tailored to our needs, this is not designed for our needs. So that is why this year, the education sector, the education ministry, is coming up with a regional innovation and education sector called RISE. And with this RISE initiative, it's a kind of governance system that would allow local governments to take the lead in autonomously designing what they need for themselves. Through deregulation, we are trying to allow local colleges to team up with the local companies and with the local communities to try to fix local problems. So, this is about 50% of higher education budget. That's about 2 trillion won, Korean won. This budget has been completely given to the local provinces, to the local government, so they can put that to use in their local education needs. And this is all something that falls under the RISE initiative. And just another thing further to that, we have a Global 30 project. So global is an amalgam of global and local. So we call it GLOCAL. 30 universities have been selected as local universities, but these universities have to be not in the capital city. So right now, a lot of the resources are focused in Seoul and the metropolitan region. But the Global 30 universities are outside of the capital city, and if you want to be selected as one of the Global 30, you need to be a leading college in the region. And the budget is somewhere around until 2026. 4 universities by about 2030, the 10 and 5 by 2025, and so on. It's a kind of a phased approach, as you can see. I hope you can add up the numbers. So we are trying to select about 30 or so universities and invest about 30 trillion Korean won. So this is about 100 billion Korean won for one single university for 5 years. And this is something that the colleges can use as seed money and work with the local companies, with the local communities, and also provide local lifelong education in their local municipalities. So these 2 are the different kind of projects that we are doing in Korea to try to foster partnership. And I think I could talk about this for an hour if we have the time, but unfortunately we don't. So it was a brief intervention.
Ken, partnerships and collaborations.
Collaborations, engagement, I think, is not only has always been important for us at Minerva University. I'd actually dare say it's critical or even existential for our model. Many of you know that even though we are very global and operate in a number of different areas, for example, including a city like Seoul, we haven't built traditional college campuses in these places, even in our home base in San Francisco. And so therefore, the need to work with others has always been an imperative with us. And we've continued to evolve and iterate on that model. I think if you look at what we're doing in terms of these engagements within the context of some of the innovations that I mentioned just now, certainly on the global immersion front, we continue to deepen and broaden the relationships in the cities where our students actually live and learn. We have what we call civic partners, organizations of the .com, .org, .edu, .org kinds with whom our students engage. And that's basically in those experiential learning and those project-based programs that I talked about before. And this is something that's very, very, this is just sort of, I guess, built into our DNA and built into our model from day one. Certainly on the programmatic front, I think there's, and as we continue to grow, because what a lot of people don't necessarily realize that Minerva University does have very ambitious plans for growth, to perhaps grow by 8 or 10 times the size of our current scale, which is certainly very small, not 150,000 students, more like just several hundred, but we will be at several thousand students in a matter of years. But adding additional programmatic collaborations and partnerships along those lines. This summer, I think some of you may have seen, that a partnership with on sustainability with our sustainability lab with Earth University in Costa Rica, partnerships in Japan with SFC and others, and I think you're going to see more and more of this as time goes on, particularly in the focused areas or in the areas that are focused on what we at Minerva are concentrated on, what we actually believe we do best. So.
Dale.
Partnerships are crucial to the success of Arizona State University. We learned this lesson in 2008 during the financial crisis. Our state government cut our budget by 50%, which was $400 million at the time. So we had to innovate in order to survive. And we found partnerships were critical to that survival. So we have partnered with thousands of organizations, and I would classify them into different groups of stakeholders. We have government partners, local government, national government. We have economic partners. We have businesses and nonprofit organizations. And we have families, partners with parents and students. Those are different types of partnerships that we make in order to help our students succeed. What we found was that that required a profound cultural change. Instead of thinking of ourselves as an island of intelligent professors and students, we had to realize that we needed to build bridges to all of these partners. So we began a process over the last 14 years of building bridges. And today, partnerships with Intel have led to a $30 billion investment by Taiwan Semiconductor in our city of Phoenix, Arizona. Long-term partnerships generate economic benefit.
Ben.
Universities have incredible untapped potential to help change the world. But they've often been compared to oil tankers, sluggish, large, difficult to change direction. But I prefer to think of universities as superheroes. They've almost invariably got an inspiring origin story. They're deeply misunderstood, and they perform miracles, seriously. Universities have been in the backdrop of every major leap forward for humankind for the past 150 years. When we took to the skies, universities were at the heart of developing that technology and educating a new generation of aeronautical engineers. When we took to the stars, universities were behind the Apollo mission. The average age of people in flight control when Apollo 11 landed on the moon, 27. Now, those kids had just passed out of graduate schools around the world. But today, somehow, that's often overlooked, and the potential of universities to work together has been underexplored. What's better than a superhero? A team of superheroes, right? So this is one of the reasons why QS introduced an international collaboration metric in its rankings for the first time this year, and are trying to encourage universities not only to build more partnerships, but to diversify those partners. If they've had partners in the US, let's look at Germany, let's look at Africa, let's look at Southeast Asia, let's look at what happens when we can bring more of those heroes together. We've also been working in partnership with AWS in India, where we've built a digital maturity framework to help emerging institutions understand the early steps of that hero's journey. And since 2014, we've had a partnership in place with the Wharton School in Philadelphia around a Reimagine Education competition and conference to showcase some of these spectacular innovations. And we're really excited to see how that explodes post-pandemic, and we see greater scale and adoption worldwide.
Bohin, again, with the global mandate of UNESCO, with the global mandate of the UN, is the potential and energy also there in different regions for these partnerships? Are they being resourced? Are they being supported?
Indeed, Paul. I think, first of all, we need to be clear about the partnership. In which term is the partnership? And we have a very clear message here. The partnership should be in our terms. And when we say in our term, that means the terms of the education community. That means what the minister was mentioning in terms of the teachers, the learner-centered term. So it's very important when we speak about the partnership that we have to be clear what are we speaking about and who is the decision maker here. So I think it's very important that the collaboration and partnership doesn't turn teachers and learners and schools into consumers of the EdTech product. Having said that, I think it's very important the partnership and building that local ecosystem that can thrive. And one of the initiatives that we have launched, we call it Digital Transformation Collaborative, which is a collaborative that tries to bring together different stakeholders from the public sector, but across the government, because we are speaking not only about ministries of education here, we speak about ministries of telecom or the digital transition, which has to invest in the infrastructure. We speak about ministries of finance. We speak about regulatory authorities that are regulating the privacy and security, for example. So we have built a digital transformation collaborative around 5 C's, using the C's that colleagues was mentioning. The first C is about the collaboration and governance. And to be clear, who is engaged in the governance of the development of technology and the digital transformation of education as part of the transformation of education as a whole. The second is about the costs and resources. We need to invest in sustainable manner in technology transformation. We see today many of the learning platforms that have been created during the COVID abandoned by governments because the resources that were allocated to them disappeared. And that means we need to invest sustainably in the digital transformation. The third is about the connectivity and infrastructure. It's very important that we speak about connectivity today. According to our data, half of the schools globally are not connected to internet. The situation is different depending on the economies and the level of schooling. But connectivity and infrastructure is important. The fourth C is about the culture of transformation and the capacities of teachers, school leaders, and decision makers in terms of understanding what is the transformation entail, the data literacy that they should have, the digital literacy that they should have. It's about culture because it's about change management. It's not only about investing in tubes. It's how you change the organization of the schools, how you change the organization of the education system. And the last C, which is very important, is about the content and the curriculum. How we develop quality education resources, open education resources that are important to share. And this is a situation where we see in many countries transforming a text into a PDF and considering that as a quality education resources is not acceptable. We need to have standards. And that's a third initiative that we are developing. We call it a global gateway, global digital gateway, which is about setting standards on education transformation. And the minister was mentioning an index on the transformation, which we will be developing. Also sharing education resources, common and open education resources. So these are some of the initiatives that we have launched. But let me finish with we are speaking about partnership, and it's very important. I think the Prime Minister, when he spoke in his words, he mentioned also international cooperation. And it's very important, and this is an example of international cooperation, but we need also international solidarity. And cooperation is different from solidarity. Solidarity is about the capacity to share. It's about sharing resources. It's about allowing other countries who are developing to leverage the potential. And that's something that Korea is giving an example in it. But we would like to see much more countries engaging in solidarity. Thank you.
So last question now before lunch. I have to say, my own university education was pre-internet, pre-computer. I hand wrote my essays and handed them in to my economics professors. A lot has changed since then. We've heard inspiring stories already this morning about the potential for technology in education. And in a way, what I'd like you to do in a couple of minutes is just look forward and wind the clock even beyond the SDGs and the 2030 targets we've got. What will education look like with AI, with rapidly changing technology in 10, 15, 20 years' time? And where do you see the potential for shaping that so it reduces inequalities, so it improves digital access, so it improves affordability for all parts of the world, not just perhaps students and learners and even lifelong learners in the West and Europe?
네. 지금 디지털 테크놀로지에 대한
When we talk about the spread of digital technology, it is really amazing the speed at which this is taking place. I think that at the university level, this is the same for all countries. I think that you need to have that capability to transition into the job market. You need to have those job skills. And there needs to be learning transformation at the colleges and universities level to provide those job skills. And this is something that education should provide. We often talk about AI, and it's not just impactful in the software industry, but going forward, human specialists are going to be replaced. These human specialists who are making AI or using AI tools would replace other human specialists. In fact, Akita, who is the vice governor of the World Bank, has often said this, that AI could be disruptive almost as much as the Industrial Revolutions. And how should colleges and universities incorporate this? In the daily task, those people who can make use of AI in the daily task, that's called an AI premium. And many students, when it comes to digital education, they should learn how to incorporate AI into their daily skills, and this could allow them to have a leg up in the job market. From the point of view of the employers, when they look at the students that they're going to hire, in the past they would just look at the certificate, the diploma, and that would be a guarantee. But now, if you look at companies like Google, Netflix, and Amazon, they would say, okay, a 4-year degree, you don't even need it. Toss it out. I want to look at the kind of skill set and the experience that the student has. That's what they're looking at. So if we look at the skills and experience, where are the students going to accumulate that? In traditional universities, I know that Minerva has talked about team-based learning and online education. So all of these different institutions, if we want to work together, what are we going to do? The traditional colleges have to try to provide differentiated service, differentiated kind of experience that online courses and alternative courses cannot provide. So these traditional universities have to early adopt these new skills like AI, roll them out in the coursework so that the students can come out equipped with this AI premium and be attractive in the eyes of employers. So in this DT, digital transformation era, learning transformation is what must be had so that the students can have these weapons at their disposal when they graduate. And we can tell the world why traditional universities are still necessary. So maybe we can compete with Minerva then on an equal footing.
Very much agree, President Kim. You know, I considered this question the other day, specifically more in the context of AI, how AI might change the future of education. So I thought it might be good to ask an authoritative source, so I asked ChatGPT. I was going to read to you what they actually, what it actually came up with, if I have that. And asked, you know, what are your thoughts on AI, and in particular ChatGPT, and how is it changing education? That's the question I asked. And here's the answer. ChatGPT and AI systems like it have the potential to significantly transform education in a variety of ways, no surprise, including personalized learning, access to knowledge, and real-time feedback, amongst other things. And then here's a more detailed look at some possibilities, and they go on to list, let's see, 8 or 9 different ones. Personalized learning, 24/7 tutoring, enhancing teacher capabilities, international education, real-time feedback, access to information, and a few more, many of which, if not all of which, we've actually touched upon today. I thought I'd actually share that with you, Not that I was lazy and didn't want to come up with my own answer, but I was actually very curious as to what ChatGPT would say. And it's interesting, final thing I'll mention is that if you look into these answers a little bit more, regardless of how authoritative the AI actually appears and sounds and writes, I believe everyone in this room would probably take some issue with some of the answers that it actually has come up with, which I think in and of itself begs the question of, how authoritative or knowledgeable or right or necessarily correct something like this actually is. So thought I'd share that.
Dale.
The vision for the future of education has already been presented here in the form of high-touch, high-tech. By 2030, every university in the world should have that model as a primary educational model because it incorporates the best of the learning science. It incorporates the Minerva model, which is entirely based on learning science. It incorporates the technology of artificial intelligence. It incorporates all of the best practices in the pedagogy. So what we will see is we will see this transformation define the 21st century model. We are using a 19th century educational model. It does not meet the needs of our students, of our communities, of our corporations. And we have to change in order to embrace that reality. We can no longer live on an island. We have to build that bridge. And the bridge to the future is HT.
Okay, so I'm going to abuse my position now and ask, but will you help and support universities in the Global South get to that state by 2030 when they may not otherwise be able to do that?
Yeah, once the model is understood, the implementation process is actually quite well mapped also. The work that we've seen in Yong-Jung and Minerva at Arizona State has all demonstrated that you can transform the culture of teaching and learning. The primary rule that I use is focus on the faculty first. Faculty have the primary responsibility for education, and we have to respect that, and we have to support them. So this roadmap is already built in many institutions. We need to just promulgate it across the world.
Thank you. Ben.
Well, I think there's a serious possibility that in the next 20 years or so, we're going to see a complete change in the traditional world order in higher education. The world outside is moving faster and faster, and it will be the universities that have the fearlessness to adapt to that, which will be the ones that are thriving in 20 years' time. And ironically, it's the ones that are often at the top of the rankings table presently that are having the most difficulty making some of those changes. Universities in many parts of the world, here in Korea, in the US, in Japan, they're facing an existential threat. There are more universities than are needed for the throughput of students in the next generation. Students are going to become increasingly demanding on the experience that they receive. Their parents are going to be increasingly expectant of the safety and the provision and the environment that universities are providing to their students. And for the most part, when I meet with traditional leading universities, top 10s, top 5s in their individual countries, they're the most complacent, the most resistant to change, the ones that don't see any threat in their funding model, like the one that ASU had, are the ones that are least likely to feel like they need to adapt. The ones that have run education the same way for 150 years and continue to attract the best and the brightest students are the ones that feel less under pressure to adapt to the needs of the market and individual students. There's been a meme going around for some time that you're not going to be replaced by AI. You're going to be replaced by a person using AI. And that works across in this kind of context. You're not going to be replaced by another institution, but your institution is not going to be replaced by technology. It's going to be replaced by another institution, utilizing, harnessing, and empowering itself through technology. So I think, seriously, it's a really exciting time. We're going to see things turn upside down. And if some of those universities that have enjoyed the privilege of being amongst the leaders in the world don't wake up and start smelling the coffee, then we're going to see some radical changes in the order of things over the course of the next generation.
Last word, Bohin. Thank you.
No, thank you, Paul. I think, first of all, I think we all agree, and I hope so, that AI is a double-edged sword where we can have a benefit and we can leverage the benefit, but it has also risks and implications for us. I think that balance between maximizing the benefit and regulating it, but regulating it at an international level, because this cannot be regulated at a national level, and that's the role of UN and UNESCO specifically, and we are publishing an AI in education guide that we hope can help member states in addressing this challenge. So being aware that in the future AI will continue to be that double-edged sword seems to me an important aspect. The second aspect that I believe is important to consider is that the futures of education has to be part of a new social contract that will take into account the importance of social justice, of repairing the prejudices, but also of addressing the future challenges. And you just mentioned, I think, a very important aspect that we see it from a global perspective. Demography is very clear. We have a shrinking population in some parts of the world, and we have a growth in other parts of the world. But we have very high quality capacity in one part of the world and still very low capacities and low access in other parts of the world. If we are about an international cooperation, we will need to see how we leverage this, how we leverage that potential. And technology and AI can be an important support for doing that, because we can leverage the resources that are developed, we can leverage the capacity that exists in different parts. So I think that aspect of taking into account the asymmetries that I mentioned earlier is very important. The third aspect is that AI will displace jobs, but will create new jobs. And universities in particular have an important role in engaging in a lifelong learning perspective, in upskilling and reskilling workers, in upskilling and reskilling people who may lose in this context. But universities are still far from playing that role, and I think what we just discussed is very important. But that will require different models of certification, and we are speaking about micro-credentials, for example, different models of access to higher education, but that's still to be done. And maybe something that we didn't speak about that seems to me very important is how we can construct the learning pathways with youth, with individuals. Today, we are still in a situation where the curriculum is designed somewhere else, not co-constructed with individuals, with youth, with civil society, with the private sector. So that engagement would require change in the governance of universities. It's not only sufficient to elect a rector, which is very important, it's a democratic process, but it should be different governance, a geometry of governance that includes the community, the society, youth organization, private sector. And this is something that will change dramatically the way universities are governed, are funded, and are organized. Thank you.
Very good. And with the vibrant tech communities in so many African countries that I get to visit every now and again, there's actually the potential for leapfrogging in the same way that we've applied leapfrogging to other technologies, particularly ICTs. We have run out of time. It is lunchtime, so we're going to go and eat now. But please join with me in congratulating and thanking the members of the panel who not only brought lots of really interesting insights, but did it also in as few words as possible, which is always the best way to do it. So thank you very much.
네, 지금까지 혁신과 고등
Thank you very much. This was the summit talk on innovation and higher education. Thank you for your participation. It is now lunchtime, and for your information, the formal luncheon
안내가 나갈 예정이니
will be held at a different venue, so please follow our staff. And after the luncheon, there will be opening ceremony of the EduTech Korea Fair here in the arena. For those of you who are participating in the EduTech Korea Fair opening, please be back here in the arena by 2:25. And there will be some seating changes for the afternoon sessions. So again, you have to take all your belongings with you. And again, after the fair opening, there will be 2 more sessions, and we look forward to your participation in these sessions as well. I will see you back in the afternoon. Thank you.
revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
Three revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
반갑습니다. 국회 교육위원회 위원장 김철민 의원입니다. 2023년 에듀테크 코리아 페어의 개막을 진심으로 축하드립니다. 행사를 준비해 주신 매우 중요합니다. 그 핵심 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 콜린 크룩스 주한 영국 대사입니다. 먼저 2023년 에듀테크 코리아 페어에 초대해 주신 이외에도 기회를 찾아내고
안녕하십니까. 더불어민주당 국회의원 김한정입니다. 2023 에듀테크 코리아 페어 개막을 진심으로 축하드립니다. 이 행사를 위해 애써주신 에듀테크 산업협회 이기로 회장님과 관계자 여러분께 감사드립니다. 산업통상자원부와 교육부에게도 감사드립니다. 에듀테크는 교육 효과를 높이기 위해 디지털 기술을 적극 활용한 서비스를 의미합니다. 생성형 AI, 메타버스 등 최신 ICT 기술을 활용하고 융합을 통해서 미래 유망 산업으로서 발전하고 있습니다. 우리 미래 교육의 혁신적 인프라로 자리 잡기 바랍니다. 특히 에듀테크 산업은 다른 분야에 미치는 영향이 크기 때문에 선행하는 기술과 또 교육 관련 산업으로서 역할을 다하도록 산업진흥의 측면에서도 적극 지원하겠습니다. 오늘 에듀테크 코리아 페어가 국내 에듀테크 산업의 성장과 발전을 위한 큰 밑거름이 되기를 기원합니다. 큰 성공을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Three revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
3 revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
Revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
3 revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
Three revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
Three revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
Three revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
3 revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
Three revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having the opening ceremony of 2023 EdTech Korea Fair shortly. So please come inside and take your seats.
참석자 여러분들께서는
Please make sure that your phones are on manner mode to avoid interruptions during our program. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having the opening ceremony of 2023 EdTech Korea Fair shortly. So please come inside and take seat on your designated seats, and please check your phones to ensure that they are on silent mode to avoid interruptions. Thank you.
Three revolutionary products of this class.
디지털 대전환 시대의 교육 비전으로 모두를 위한 맞춤 교육을 선포하고 AI 디지털 교과서 도입을 핵심 과제로 제시하였습니다.
Three revolutionary products of this class.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am the MC of the opening ceremony 2023 EdTech Korea Fair. My name is Young. It's nice to meet all of you today.
네, 바쁘신 일정에도 불구하고
Thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come to the 2023 EdTech Korea Fair.
지금부터 교육부와 산업통상자원
The Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy are co-hosting the 2023 EdTech Korea Fair. So let us begin the opening ceremony with a warm hand.
네, 개막식은 내부 소개와 함께
We'll have introduction of the VIPs, an opening address and congratulatory remarks, and the ceremony as well as photo session. So when your names are called, I ask the VIPs to stand and greet the audience, and we ask the audience to give them a warm hand. First of all, Lee Ju-ho, Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Education of Korea, is with us today.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
박동일,
Park Dong-il, who is the Director General at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, is with us. Seol Se-hun from the Office of Education of Seoul. Jong-seung from the National IT Industry Promotion Agency. He is the Vice President of the agency. Thank you very much. Kang Tae-jung who is the President of the National Lifelong Learning Promotion Center. Jung Wei-young, who is an officer of KOTRA, is with us. Kim Yeon-seok, who is in charge of education policy at the Ministry of Education. I don't think he has arrived yet. Let us go on. Kang Byung-jun, who is the president of Electronic Newspaper.
네, 아마 여기까지 오시는데
And thank you very much to all our VIPs once again for your participation. Lee Hyung-se, who is the president of Korea Digital Education Association, is with us. Lee Gil-ho from the Korea EdTech Industry Association. He's the president of the association. Last but not least, Kishita Tohuru, who is the president of Japanese Lang Institute.
네, 한 분 더 계시네요.
One more.
기획관
Yong-Jung, who is an officer for electronic education at the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much.
자, 그리고 오늘 이 자리에는
And here with us, we have education experts from all over the world who are participating in the Global Education and Innovation Summit. And also, we have the EdTech Korea Forum participants, which we are co-hosting with UNESCO. And please give our guests from overseas a warm applause as well. Thank you so much. So we are again having the 2023 EdTech Korea Fair. The 2023 EdTech Korea Fair is celebrating its 18th anniversary this year. We look at the EdTech industry trends, and also we have a lot of exchange of ideas. EdTech, digital transformation, and its beginning is this year's theme. There is the EdTech Fair as well as many business meetings to promote the industry. So we look forward to your participation until the end. And we will have a 3-day event, and EdTech technologies and contents will be featured, as well as EdTech industry future will be projected as well. So again, we look forward to your participation. Next,
에듀테크 코리아 페어 행사를 준비해 주시기 위해 정말 많은 분들이
many people have really worked hard to make this EdTech Korea Fair possible. And in particular, we have Minister of Education Lee Ju-ho, who is also hosting this event. So please welcome him with a warm hand for his opening remarks.
여러분 부총님께 다시 한번 박수.
Please give our Deputy Prime Minister a warm applause once again.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. It's wonderful to meet all of you today. I am Lee Ju-ho, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education. We're very happy to be hosting this opening ceremony of the 2023 EdTech Korea Fair with all of you. We have EdTech industry people as well as teachers, students, parents here with us, as well as participants to the GEIS, which we have in the morning, and many participants from overseas who are here with us. So thank you so much for your presence. And also, this event has been made possible by the cooperation of many partners: the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, Korea Digital Education Association, Korea EdTech Industry Association, National IT Industry Promotion Agency, as well as KOTRA. So thank you very much for your support. The Ministry of Education has designated 2023 as the first year of digital education transformation, and we have selected digital education innovation as one of the core tasks for educational reform, and we are pursuing this as a national agenda. In the era of digital transformation, technology doesn't simply assist education, but it is a core tool that allows us to provide personalized education and to resolve many challenges. Advanced technologies can be utilized to provide customized education suited to the learning pace of individual students. And the teacher's role goes beyond knowledge imparting, and their role will change, which focuses on connecting the human connection with the students. This is the digital education innovation, high-touch, high-tech education which the government is envisioning. Korea is a world-renowned education and IT powerhouse, and we are laying the foundation of EdTech ecosystem for our digital education transformation. Korea's teachers have world-best capabilities, and Korea's EdTech companies have global competitiveness. They are the two core drivers of educational reform in our country. Through their partnership, we will be able to find solutions to enhance the quality of public education and seek technology change to lead educational reform. And we will be able to form a virtuous cycle ecosystem where public education and EdTech industry can grow together. At the EdTech Korea Fair, the digital education innovation which Korea is envisioning and the EdTech ecosystem of Korea can be seen with your very own eyes. We have 230 companies featuring AI, virtual reality, robot coding, and other EdTech experiences. And this EdTech is being utilized by the digital leading teachers to provide customized education and innovation in classrooms. You will be able to see all of these at the fair. This year's slogan is Innovate Education with EdTech. Taking this as an opportunity, Korea's digital education as global first mover and the foundation, which is K-EdTech. We look forward to your continued participation and interest in Korea. Thank you once again to all who are participating in the opening ceremony of the EdTech Korea Fair 2023. Thank you so much. Yes, that was the opening address of Deputy Prime Minister. Korea is an education and technology powerhouse, so thank you very much for the remarks.
This is the 2023 EduTech Korea Fair. We also have video messages from three speakers: Kim Cheol-min of the National Education Commission, Kim Hyun-jung of the Committee for Trade and Education, and Ambassador. We would like to hear the first video message. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the chair of the National Assembly Committee for Education. I'd like to extend my congratulations to all of you on the opening of the 2023 EduTech Fair. I would like to thank Ministry of Education, MOTI, and all of the organizers of this event. We are facing the era of digital transformation. Education is also facing much change. Many advanced technologies are changing the method and the content of education. We see advanced technologies such as ChatGPT. If we make use of advanced technologies, This means that we can and we must rethink the future. If the teachers and instructors work together, and the administrators also work together, then we can try to create a method where the teachers can focus on teaching, the learners can focus on their education, and we can all realize a future vision. To support this, EduTech must continue to develop and grow, and we also have to come up with government-sponsored guidelines and strategies. As the chair of the National Assembly, the Committee for Education, I would also do my best and take an active interest in EduTech going forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
네, 김한정 의원님의 영상 보시죠.
So let us watch the video of lawmaker Kim Han-jung of the Democratic Party. Good afternoon. I am Kim Han-jung, lawmaker for the Democratic Party. First of all, congratulations to the opening of the 2023 EdTech Korea Fair. I'd like to thank the EdTech Industry Association President and to all of the organizers. Thank you very much. And thank you to Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy and Ministry of Education. Digital technology is being utilized in education to provide various services. And the advanced ICT technologies are being utilized and converged in this industry. And so this industry is growing as a promising industry for the future, and it will be the foundation of our continuous economic growth. EdTech industry also has great ripple effects on other industries, prior technologies, and the role it plays as the education field driver will be very important. And the National Assembly will provide its full support to grow this industry as well. I look forward to the fair be laying the foundation for future success. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to hear from the ambassador, Colin James Crooks of the UK.
Colin Crooks.
Hello, my name is Colin Crooks. I'm the UK's ambassador to the ROK. I would like to, first of all, extend my thanks to Deputy Prime Minister Lee Joo, Minister of Education, for inviting me to the EduTech Fair. Korea is an EduTech powerhouse, and I believe that the EduTech Fair can demonstrate Korea's capacity to the world. In March, in fact, the UK hosted Back to Shore, which is the foremost, largest expo in EduTech, and we have met many members of the Korean media. We have seen much growth and development of the EduTech industry in the UK, and we are also playing a heavy, significant role in the global industry. We are hoping that many schools and institutions are making use of digital technology to enhance access to education, to reduce the workload of teachers so that schools and educational institutions can be better and more efficiently run. Schools, universities, and educational institution leaders can hopefully make use of the technological assets at their disposal and also try to make a safe online environment. That is why the UK is currently working on devising the relevant standards. We believe that when technology is used by excellent teachers, it could be a great tool, and only then can it be very effective. And that is why we can also think that digital technology can be leveraged as an effective pedagogical means. Technology is not the only comprehensive solution for all educational needs. We have to make sure that the use cases are evidence-based and best practice-based. Technology is evolving very quickly, and we have to respond to these changes. From 2025, Korea will be rolling out AI-based digital textbooks, as I understand. The UK is also trying to support educational learning through advanced technologies like AI. We are currently thinking of ways to do so. AI has the potential to change society. We have to make use of the educational opportunities of digital technology such as AI while resolving the risks and challenges. In that regard, the UK is looking to ChatGPT and also generative AI and other LLMs from the point of view of the government, and we
올 6월에
are trying to come up with an official stance, position of the UK. In June, we have continued to receive opinions from industry stakeholders, and the opinions would be published sometime in the fall of this year. Through generative AI hackathons, we also hope to find ways to leverage the technology as well. Through this, we hope that the AI can reduce teachers' work burdens and be effectively used in the classrooms. We hope to better understand the opportunities that AI can bring. AI can fundamentally change the educational environment. It is one of many technologies that can do so. There are many other tools as well. I believe that Korea and the UK, as leaders in the edutech field, can share our experiences and lessons to identify new opportunities and reduce risks and closely cooperate going forward. Thank you very much.
대사님의 축사까지 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you. That was the UK Ambassador Colin Crooks. That was excellent Korean. So we had congratulatory remarks from Mr. Kim Chol-min, Kim Han-jung, and Ambassador Colin Crooks. So thank you once again. So now to congratulate the opening of this EdTech affair, there will be a digital ceremony that we hold on the stage. We would like to ask our distinguished guests to follow our staff up on the stage for the ceremony. So after the VIPs come up on the stage, please check your positions and please face forward, face the camera. Please follow our staff up on the stage.
네, 뒤편에 스크린에 보이는 알파벳이 있습니다.
There's an alphabet that you can see on the screen, and this alphabet is EdTech Korea. So please stand in front of each of the alphabet.
네, 사진 촬영 좀 하시고 저희가 세레모니
We'll take a moment for the photo before beginning with the ceremony.
보시면서 환한 미소 보여주세요.
Please smile for the camera.
날씨도 많이 선선해졌죠?
We have very good cool weather outside as well, so please give a big smile for the camera.
주역들이십니다. 여러분 박수 한번 보내주세요.
So they are the leaders of the future. Please give them a warm hand.
자, 이제 여러분들께서는 뒤편에 스크린에 있는 알파벳에
And now,
주시면 되겠습니다.
please place your hand on each of the alphabet behind you on the screen.
겁니다. 그 구호에 맞춰서
So I will be shouting out the slogan, and please.
건 아니고요.
Oh, you don't have to touch the screen right now.
손을 대주시면 되겠습니다.
Please touch the screen at
같이 하나 둘 셋.
when I call out the slogan.
하나 둘 셋 구호를 외치면
Please say 1, 2, 3. So we will say 1, 2, 3, and you will touch the screen. We will begin the ceremony. 2023 EduTech Korea Fair for a successful hosting of Fair 1, 2, 3.
네, 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
아, 감사합니다. 네, 에듀테크 교육 혁신을 이끌다. 예, 정말 수고 많으셨습니다. 자리해 주시면 될 것 같아요.
Education Innovation with EdTech. That was our slogan. Thank you very much. A warm applause for our VIPs once again. Thank you so much. We've had the
가끔 시간차가 좀 생겨서
ceremony for the opening of the EdTech Korea Fair. Thank you very much to our distinguished guests for your participation. So this has been the opening ceremony of the 2023 EdTech Korea Fair. Once again, thank you so much for your participation. And this formally signals the opening of the 2023 EdTech Korea Fair. We will be having a tour throughout the EdTech Korea Fair venue. So we ask the VIPs to gather outside. Our VIPs from home and abroad, from Korea and from overseas. We will be giving you a tour of this site of the fair, so please gather up in front of this room. This has been Ina Young. Thank you very much.
revolutionary products of this class.
People have been longing for the 2030 Busan World Expo that we can win the bid. Now, before we move on with the proceedings, we're also going to show you a short promotional video about the 2030 Busan World Expo, and I will meet you back at 4 o'clock.
Busan, Korea is already reaching the entire world. Like ocean waves that travel far and wide. It's Busan, the perfect World Expo city. Transforming our world, navigating toward a better future. World Expo 2030, Busan, Korea.
모든 사람들은 저마다 다른 속도와 환경을 가지고 있습니다. 어떤 아이들은 빠르고 어떤 아이들은 유유하죠.
디지털 대전환 시대. 우리가
The digital transformation era, we are hoping to try to use education innovation as a way to overcome the challenges. This is the theme of the 2023 Global Education and Innovation Summit. And with that, we'd like to kick off the third session, which is going to be held under the theme Technology and Innovation.
자, 기술과 혁신에 대해서 이야기 나눠주실
To discuss EdTech and innovation, I would like to invite our moderator and our panelists to the stage.
오늘의 좌자 레리 넬슨
Our moderator will be Mr. Larry Nelson, who is the Regional General Manager of Education for Microsoft Asia. For our panelists, please welcome them to the stage as well. Yoon Dong-sik, CEO of KT Cloud. Lee Soo-in, CEO of Enuma. Avi Warshawski, CEO of Mindset. Feng-chun Miao, Chief of Unit for Technology and AI at UNESCO. Please give them all a big round of applause.
Hello, good afternoon. How is everybody doing? Doing good? Thumbs up? Everybody looking forward to a fun and hopefully energetic conversation? Do I hear a yes? All right, good. Well, thank you all very much. Really, to the Ministry of Education, thank you very much for inviting all of us here. I'm Larry Nelson, Microsoft's Education Business Leader for Education. I'm based in Singapore, where I've lived for the last 5.5 years, serving the education industry for all of Asia, which includes India, China, Japan, New Zealand, Australia, and everything in the middle, including Korea, which I've been to in my lifetime probably 20 or 25 times now. So it's great to be here with you, and very honored and pleased to be a part of this Innovation Summit. But today, this afternoon, I'm fortunately joined by 4 esteemed, very intellectual and well-versed and with great depth and subject matter expertise to talk about a few things. It was interesting to hear the minister talk earlier today about high touch, high tech. I think our conversation today is largely about the high tech side of it and how ed tech and how technology can be a part of driving the innovation that we all aspire to. So I'm really excited to have our 4 guests joining me today. And I'll introduce them briefly, but then turn it to you to introduce yourselves. But joining me directly to my left, of course, is Yoon Dong-sik, CEO of KT Cloud. Lee Soo-in, CEO of Enuma. Say again? Enuma? Sorry, you'll forgive me, you'll pronounce it correctly later. Sorry. And then, of course, we have Avi Warshawski, CEO of Mindset. And to the far left, we have my left, your right, Feng-chun Miao, Chief of Unit for Technology and AI at UNESCO, coming to us all the way from Gay Paris. So welcome. What I'd like to do is start by asking each of you to give maybe 2 minutes or so introduction of yourself and what your organizations do. So if I may turn it to you first, Dong-sik.
안녕하십니까. 네.
Good afternoon. I am the CEO of KT Cloud. I am Yoon Dong-sik. As you know, KT is the oldest, one of the oldest companies in Korea. KT Cloud was actually a company that was established in April of last year, so we are a newer company. We had a data center business under KT, and so we've been spun off from KT, and we decided to have this KT Cloud be established for us to focus on the cloud and advanced technologies. So since our spin-off in April of last year, we've had remarkable growth in our company, and KT Cloud, since its inception, our focal area has been education. When we say education, we traditionally think of teachers in a classroom teaching to the students. However, digital technology, of course, has been applied to education for some time. However, it wasn't able to change the educational environment fundamentally. However, cloud, well, it is all based on when there is full digital transformation in education. And what's going to happen in this sector? Well, there are a lot of concerns about the future changes. How are you going to deal with that heavy traffic when that transition happens? There seems to be a lot of those concerns in this area, but cloud will be able to address many of those issues. And so we are collaborating with the education sector to provide a service. And from 2025, we will be providing AI textbook services in Korea. And if we use full cloud services, it will be scalable. Teachers and students will be able to utilize this anytime, anywhere. This is a kind of platform that we are envisioning. And our edtech companies, when they produce technology-based textbooks, we will be able to export them as well, because cloud, there's the same environment for cloud throughout the world. And so we're looking forward to this new environment in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Soo-in.
안녕하세요.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Enuma is an education technology company. We provide basic education in the form of games. So early on, we wanted to problem solve for children and young learners who do not have access to a lot of education. So we have Todo Math, Todo Hangul, many different series that we have launched. And in doing so, we learned that maybe we can help children in Tanzania learn with some devices. So I participated in a relevant project for about 5 years. We were able to see that children who were not literate at all could use tablets and various digital devices and begin to learn, and also learn to count and use math. And that's how we started to launch a global project. 70% of the children in the world do not have basic academic proficiency, even though they have gone to school. And there have not been many cases where technology was applied to this kind of challenge, because typically people use digital skills and technology to try to make smart kids smarter, not necessarily to try to reach out to children who may not have had that opportunity to learn in the first place, even with pen and paper. So we have been established to try to fix that gap, to bridge that gap. Of course, we don't think that this is an area that private education could solve on its own. We feel that public education, using digital-based technology and education, can make this a widespread effort. We have maybe about 6,000 classes in the US, 130 classes in Korea, and about 250 schools in Indonesia. We are trying to roll this out, so a digital learning environment in public schools.
Excellent. I love the aspiration and the work that you do and how you're reaching out to those who often aren't having the benefits of great education, and the work you do is really, really outstanding, so thank you. Avi, if I could turn it to you, let's learn more about it.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me here. I'm Avi Warshawski. I'm running Mindset, which is a spin-off of CET. This is why we spelled Mindset with a C. CET is the most dominant player in Israel in the world of education and technology. And we established Mindset about 10 years ago, mainly to narrow a gap that we see between the way learning is done inside institutions. It could be schools or universities or even in the workforce environment, and the way it's done with each one of us as an individual living in this universe of the internet and learn totally differently. And our core activity is working with startup. We have an accelerator and incubator programs, and also a venture studio in which we are starting company from scratch. I think what's unique about the way we work is, first of all, we work a lot with the users. Like about a third of our team is only people from pedagogical background who try really to validate everything that is developed in Mindset with the users, students, kids, teachers, etc. The other aspect, we are very global in our activity, and in this sense, I think our main platform is the GESA Awards, the Global EdTech Startup Awards, which is today probably the biggest competition globally for EdTech startups, and we run this competition for about 10 years almost, and it's about 1,000 startups a year from more than 130 countries, so we have a very good picture of the landscape. And lately, we are putting together a consortium of organizations across the globe that will establish together an AI lab for EdTech, and I'm happy to elaborate on this later.
And the partner ecosystem, the EdTech ecosystem, is so important to the vision of Korea, clearly, as we learned earlier today. I'm really excited to learn more about your experiences there and what sharings you could provide to the audience, and particularly the EdTech and entrepreneurs who are with us in the audience. But from Paris, Feng-Shun Miao, I'd love to hear more about specifically what you're working on and what keeps you up at night.
Thank you very much. My name is Feng-Shun Miao. I'm the chief of the unit for technology and artificial intelligence in education in UNESCO headquarters. I'm based in Paris. I have been working in the edutech area for exactly 30 years this year now. And I have been working in the UNESCO for 17 years. And from UNESCO, we are cooperating with 194 countries. And we're covering the digital learning policies. So far, we have worked with more than 70 countries in developing national ICT education policy and master plan. And so far, we are moving to the new areas. We are also working with the edutech company. 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, we launched the Mobile Learning Week to convene the edutech community, including policymakers from government, edutech company. We ran the Mobile Learning Week for 10 years. This year, 2 weeks ago, we rebranded the event to Digital Learning Week, and we convened more than 1,000 people in UNESCO headquarters, Paris, from around the world. I think the participants are from 120 more countries. So, and to support the country, we have been developing policy guidance, guidelines. So far, we have developed 5 guidelines covering the digital learning policy, open educational resources policy, AI and education policy, blockchain and education. 2 weeks ago, we launched the latest guidance. It's the guidance on generative AI in education and research. It was covered by, I think, to my calculation, more than 120 countries, major media outlets. So just to give you some figures about my work. Over.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the introductions. Great to understand the context of where you're coming from and what work you're working on. So I was thinking about it, and it was great that we had an opportunity last night to talk about our conversation. And you made the point, Feng-Shun, that you've been in the industry, EdTech, for 30 years. I think combined, this panel has probably 2 centuries or more of EdTech experience. And I know, at least for myself, 34 years or so, I've seen a number of major paradigm shifts that were going to change the way education is taught and the way students learn. Early days in the late 80s, it was about multimedia, Apple's HyperCard, IBM's Linkway. Then there were CD-ROMs. Then, of course, the internet followed shortly thereafter by MOOCs, blockchain. And now here we are in the world of AI. And certainly, a big part of the vision in Korea and what we're thinking about here in high touch, high tech, I think is predicated on what technology and AI, the promise of it, can bring to what we're going to do and how we want to change and improve education. Many of the same themes about personalization, agency in students learning, et cetera, et cetera. I'm very curious, from each of your perspectives, what makes this moment different? Why do we think AI and where we are today in technology is going to actually enable us in Korea and others learning from Korea's experience to really change and have a positive impact in education in ways that maybe technology hasn't done before? Anyone want to jump in first? Avi, you got your mic. Take it away.
Gladly. Well, I think looking on the revolutions you mentioned beforehand, most of them were using technology as amplifier of the existing world. Like we had a blackboard and now we have interactive board. We had textbook, now we have an online textbook, but we kept the same structure that we used to have in schools. Teacher, textbooks, classroom, seats in a row, etc. And I think this revolution is different, first of all, because it really changes the human being as human being. I think the same way that human beings are different creatures after 2007, after the year of the smartphone, I think we're going to be at least in the same magnitude of change. And more specifically for education, this revolution redefines skills. There are skills that we used to appreciate very much until last year, and now became to be skills that are probably we won't have to teach anymore, whether we like it or not. And even values, like we appreciate originality, and this revolution challenges this value. We appreciate face-to-face interactions, and this revolution, in a way, challenges very valuable interactions, et cetera, and all those changes in values and in skills must require from the world of education to be changed itself, not just using technology as a tool.
So fundamental changes in what it actually means in terms of the experience. Feng Shen, actually, you raised your hand first. Forgive me. Feng Shen, go ahead.
Yeah, in the guidance on generative AI in education and research we launched 2 weeks ago, we tried to give a definition on generative AI because we are talking about ChatGPT, generative AI so much, but we did not find a good definition. We defined the generative AI from the perspective of how AI could process the symbolic representations of human thinking. It's the first time in our history computer AI started to push the boundary of humans thinking, especially the symbolic representations we are using, we invented, and we are using for our thinking. That includes natural language, including writing and spoken language, but also picture, sound, including video. Most importantly, also the software coding. All these symbolic representations, now AI can recognize the pattern and can create content based on these symbolic representations. And they can even create content across the symbolic representation, which means AI, generative AI, can create content, text based on picture, and can create image based on text. So it's the first time. It's touched our very, very basic, AI machine is now thinking more like a human. And with this, what human should do? Because the computer can provide, can help us in doing the low order thinking. How should we do for the high order thinking? Shall we still memorize these facts, or we cede the memorization of this factual knowledge to the machine? We only do the high order thinking. And the more fundamental, the last is that, more fundamentally, can we do the high order thinking without memorization of factual knowledge? Without the basic physical knowledge, can we do the high order thinking in physics? So this fundamental questions is now pushed, provoked by the introduction of generative AI. I think it's the first time we really needed to have a very fundamental thinking about this, not only the devices in front of us, what kind of platform invite us, it's touching the boundary of humans thinking.
Fascinating. Dong-sik?
네, 산업계에서는 그동안
In the industry,
2015년에 인터넷,
in 1995 we had the internet
그다음에 2015년에
come out, and in 2010 the smartphone iPhone was first launched, and they brought about major changes throughout our society. But for schools, since the internet, we thought that there was going to be major changes in education, but nothing much has changed in fact. Because of smartphone right now, the MZ generations throughout the world are being synchronized in Africa, in the US, in Europe. All of the MZ generations in these continents are using the same application, and so they are on the same wavelength of thinking. But in schools, even with the smartphone revolution, nothing much had changed. So you still have the same classroom-based learning that's happening. However, for generative AI, I think things will be different this time. So the traditional classrooms will now be going beyond those traditional classrooms. And of course, we've always wanted to provide individualized, personalized education to the students, but there was one teacher with dozens of students in a class. And so that tradition went on for centuries, but now we are at an inflection point because of generative AI, and so education will change as well. And depending on how we utilize AI, the future direction of education will be very different. So generative AI is very impactful, but it's very complex to deal with, and this may lead to side effects as well. So we have to ensure that we can really use generative AI well and apply it properly in schools in the education field. And this has to be based on consensus through discussion among different stakeholders. However, for the students, well, it would be important to provide them with fast ways of the students to come in contact with generative AI because they have to experience it directly. And so we need to begin with the discussions to establish that system.
네, 저는 사실 우리가
I think that
AI란 무엇을 할 수 있는가라는 부분에 있던 정의를 완전히 뒤집을 수
can use AI to completely overhaul our way of thinking, completely overhaul our definition of, let's say, we thought that maybe fourth graders can write only in a certain way, or maybe a college student can only do this amount of paperwork a day. So we were very standardized in our thinking of what people can do at a certain age level, what their output is going to be, and it's set in a certain way. But I think that AI can really have that potential to unleash our creativity in a way that we haven't seen before. But this is very exciting to me, but when you ask me if this is exciting also for education, I'm not exactly sure, because in education, we have only, as I mentioned before, thought about maybe only the smartest kids, or maybe the richest kids, or maybe the not so privileged kids. So there's this big gap between the two. We also want to make sure that the children today, the students, can come out with appropriate job skills. But I feel that AI is also collapsing all of this thinking of what we had in the past. So maybe the skills that we teach in the classrooms might go obsolete 10 years later. And if you're in a rich country, you have internet connection, you have access to great resources, you might have better human capital compared to your less privileged peers. I think that the gap can become even wider if AI is not applied properly. So for those risks, I have to say they're not exciting to me at all.
Yes, definitely I think there's a level of fear and concern. But I think also as we start to see people iterating and testing with it, that they see ways in which it can be used to have positive impact. I was struck, Avi, about your comments about just kind of changing the model, what we actually use. And Fengxian, I think you were responding in terms of just breaking the mold of the ways in which we can learn. You know, I think back to Pat Suppi's and some of the early work he did at Stanford's Education Program for Gifted Youth, which led to Computer Science Corporation, and you know, other kind of adaptive learning models. Do you think that, notwithstanding the challenges, that you've recognized, I think, and they're real, you know, at what point do we begin to see this promise come to life? Is there a time where you kind of foresee the way in which students are learning in the classroom and the way in which schools are managing their systems, that this technology is going to help make real this vision that Korea brings to us, high touch, high tech? Avi, representing many entrepreneurs in edtechs, I think you might have some interesting aspects to share.
Well, I think it's a tricky question because, again, going back to the gap between learning and schooling, I think students are already there, and we see the self-learners that are already adapted a lot of those tools, and I can also testify from our experience with startups that we see out there lots of solutions that are active. But systems are very slow to adopt this kind of thing and have the habit to ignore many of the things that are happening inside their classrooms. So going back to the point that was mentioned beforehand, I think we see it already now in a very strong populations, and probably it will take much more time in more struggling areas around the world. And going back to the risk of the gap, I think the risk is about the systems, and the systems that will be slower to adapt, as opposed to what we heard during the last 4 days about the Korean policy that really takes it as a state level.
Soo-in, would you like to add?
So 저는 사실은 시스템이 이것들을
So I think that when a system accepts all of these different elements,
인센티브를 줄지를
I think
결정해야 된다고
we have to be very sure about the incentives that are at play. X Prize, when it was announced in 2015,
정말 고지의 탄자니아의 아이들이
Oh,
디지털로 배울 수
we started that 5-year project to try to see whether digital literacy programs can be developed for children in Tanzania. So this was a competition that Elon Musk has sponsored, and this was the first of its kind. In the past, there were no kinds of benefits, and certainly not benefits that would say, okay, we're going to sponsor digital tablets for kids in Tanzania. And this was also a $15 million incentive. So this meant that a lot of different teams were incentivized to come and compete, and I think that's why it was successful. I think this is similar for AI. The Korean government is planning to develop those AI digital based textbooks so that customized learning can be provided to children who might be disenfranchised. And I think in that regard, if the right incentives are available, then I think whether it be edutech startups or entrepreneurs, they would be very much motivated to come. Designers will be very much motivated to come, and this could lead to positive outcome.
아마 한국이 OECD 이렇게
For Korea, we are probably in the mid-range among OECD countries. In terms of equitability, if Korea does something, we think that it could be applicable for other countries as well. AI-based digital textbooks, that project in Korea to address the equitability issue in education, to encourage self-learning, and also providing personalized or customized learning to students. Well, if we are able to prove that that is possible through our project, then I think Korea could be a model, and that is going to contribute to overcoming the gap among the different countries and also the equitability issues as well. Smartphones, I mean, we have seen penetration of smartphones in all countries in the world. So we can begin with using ChatGPT in the classrooms, and the teachers can be more active in trying to adopt and utilize these technologies in their classes. And generative AI, the students themselves, when they use generative AI, they will realize how much they're being influenced by these latest technologies. And then we can go on to the next step of applying that utilization throughout the entire country.
Feng-Chun, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I think we need to think of the systematic adoption of AI. I think from this perspective, we need to think of some blind spots that usually the commercial providers, the public, are not paying attention. For example, the use of AI for inclusive education for the people with a disability, with the learning difficulty, with autism spectrums. So it's really, really not being highlighted by the public, by the conference like this. We also have a survey from UNESCO circulated to 193 countries. Only 4 countries reported that the government really are promoting, validating, and adopting AI solutions for people with a disability, for students with a disability. It's very disappointed, which means not so many governments are paying attention to that. That's the first thing. Secondly, we need to think how we can adopt AI in the infrastructure of education. We need to think, look at the IT industry. AI, generative AI, has been adopted in the browsers, web browsers, Microsoft, Bing, in the searching engines. It's already reached the infrastructure level. So if we want to adopt AI systematically, AI should be in the learning infrastructure, education infrastructure. What our learning infrastructure? We need to consider that. For example, the curricula. How should we design and curate curricula There's some good example. You ask how we see the good example from UK. There's kind of a national curriculum library. They have been using generative AI to transcribe their curriculum into video through the generative AI. I think we have seen, and I'm now invited by Australia government to participate in a seminar on how to use generative AI in curriculum development. So we can see that there's this kind of trends of development. At the same time, the third one is that I want to echo the previous speaker. We need to revisit, review, and at least adjust the learning assessment. If we don't adjust the learning assessment, we're still focusing on the test or examination about memorization of factual knowledge. There's no way the teacher and the student will use generative AI so much. So if we go on to use the text examination to focus on the high order thinking, problem solving, and the teacher and the student will use AI to search information, expand their idea of their research outline, and to make best use of generative AI. Otherwise, generative AI is automating the curation of knowledge. Why we are still testing human about that? We really need to rethink the learning assessment, and by the end, the learning outcome, what we want the student to learn in the near future and in the long future.
Yes, and by the way, I think we're tracking for the conversation, I think, very nicely to be able to answer any questions that you may have in the audience. So we'll continue having a dialogue, but I would ask you actually to think about some questions you may want to ask the panel, maybe in about 10 minutes time or so. But certainly AI is capturing a lot of the attention. That seems to be where a lot of the focus is today in the media and a lot of what we see happening. I'm curious, beyond AI, what are some examples of technology you've seen implemented effectively in school systems? And what were kind of the core learnings or common elements that you saw in place that enabled that level of success? And I'm asking that question in the context, again, with the goals of GEIS to make major change and share learnings. I think there might be some good experiences to share, not only what happens in the classroom and in the schools, but maybe in the ecosystem of the companies and the ed techs that produce that and how they came together to help schools succeed. Anyone like to jump in? Avi, you're very quick on the mic. I love it. Thank you.
Sorry for taking this role. First of all, a short comment, I think, honest comment. I'm almost 30 years in the ethics field and looking on a technology-based solution that really revolutionized or transformed education dramatically. The biggest and the most successful examples are non-ethic examples. I think YouTube, Wikipedia, WhatsApp, Zoom, and I see lately ChatGPT as well, are not designed to be an educational solutions, but they are extremely effective in education and they change education very dramatically. And I think this is, unfortunately, one of the features of this world. In some cases, we are forced to use those technology and we are not choosing to use them, but they are stronger than us. And so this is one takeaway. The other one, I think there's some smaller examples of companies that moved from the private sector, from the B2C, from serving families to serving systems. And I think this is an interesting model. One of the companies that we were privileged to work with called Code Monkey, a company that teaches kids to code. They started to work about 9 years ago, and back then there were not many solutions, game-based learning for coding, and there was no, in Israel at least, no mandatory learning of coding in schools. And they were extremely successful in the B2C field and in the families field, and the Ministry of Education was pushed by the market to start to adopt it inside schools, and today there are like 2 hours in the curriculum in every week for 4th and 5th grade that I think it's mainly thanks to them. Today they are competing other suppliers that are doing the same thing, but they really moved from B2C to B2B or to B2G, and it's a very impressive way to change really policy bottom up.
Interesting. So not necessarily an education product necessarily itself, but a resource and a tool, a collaboration platform that enabled and changed what resources students were using and schools were using to learn. Suen?
I just want to add to Abby's comment. I came from originally 저 영어로 하고 죄송합니다. 저는 그 게임 인더스트리에서 왔는데.
So I'm originally from the game industry.
되게 오랫동안 얼마나
In the game industry, I think the key point is how long can you engage the gamer and how much can you learn about the human behavior. And we have learned a lot over the past 30 years. So for example, you can look at Pokemon Go, where children would just go around with their phone, walk around, wander the parks nearby. So we've had games like that. And also in Korea, we have World of Warcraft. So you always say that if you're good at World of Warcraft, you are trustworthy and credible as a person. In fact, you can look to World of Warcraft to build character skills, leadership skills. And in fact, games do have that ability. I feel that education, if it's confined to traditional barriers, it can be very limited. Through AI, digital education, digital technology, I think that really education can flourish with its creative potential.
One of the things about gaming that I always loved talking about, and we've had this conversation in the context of education before, in gaming, students aren't afraid to fail, right? In fact, that's part of the learning process. Wouldn't it be great if we could instill that, or a bit of that, into how we learn? Dong-sik, do you want to jump in?
저는 이렇게 교육 전문가는 아니라서요.
I'm not an education expert.
과거 3년간 팬데믹.
The past 3 years during the pandemic, education in Korea actually went through major transformation. Cloud-based video conference systems were introduced in all of the schools. We use a lot of Zoom, and a lot of different this online meeting systems were introduced. And so this was utilized for the past 3 years, which allowed the students to learn even without going to schools physically. So this video conference systems, they were not developed for schools in the beginning, but the pandemic showed us that the schools could be a good utilizer of this technology, and the ability, the skill, the smartphone utilization skills of children, of the young students, are actually much better than that of adults. And I believe that there could be ways that we could utilize these skills to enhance their learning capability.
Excellent. Feng-Chun, did you want to?
Yes.
Your insights.
If we're not talking about AI, I think the most transformative powers of digital technology for me, for UNESCO, is to go back to the basic, to the foundation of education. I think 2 years ago, 3 years ago, our ADG education announced that now the out-of-school children and the youth reached to 6 million, if I'm not wrong, because Mr. Borin Shakron is the expert in this area. And I think we need to, I have witnessed that the digital technology really create a kind of lifeline for the people who are out of schools, who don't have the opportunity to access to learning resources. So technology really offer this channel, the last hope of a channel to access to literacy material, numeracy material. And we also have a project for UNESCO. We have been cooperating with the NORAD, a Norwegian aid agency, for 5 or 6 years. We are doing very basic thing, is that we try to translate the high quality storybooks from English, from the mainstream language into the local language, very minority language, even some ethnic language. For example, in Indonesia, we are translating story into more than 20 local languages to make the high quality, very basic reading material for students. But we are talking about digital technology, and then the platform offer a kind of opportunity for the young kids to access this kind of reading material through the local platform, through the global platform, but also through their mobile phone. So I think we need to think of, not always think of using digital technology for some fancy, modern, high-order thinking and creative things, Because without this kind of entry point, nobody can learn. Nobody can reach the creativity. Nobody can talk about the innovation. So we need to go back to this basic, to this foundational knowledge and foundational learning.
So I'm hearing a lot of really interesting insights here around innovation, creating the right scenario and ecosystem to reward and incentivize the application of that innovation, being realistic but open-minded about what the potentials are. I'm very eager to see if there are any questions from the audience that we'd like to put forth to the panel. I don't know, is there someone that has a microphone that could be shared? Or if not, I could certainly provide one. State who you are and what your question is and to whom.
Yeah, thanks. Great panel. I'm Manny Jimenez. I'm the head of independent evaluation at the Asian Development Bank. And I was just curious from the entrepreneurs, what kind of testing do you do to make sure that the innovations are actually working? We heard this morning, for example, a lot of outcomes from Andreas that people are concerned about, what they learn, even creativity. What is the mechanism for making sure that that happens? After all, in the health world, before a breakthrough drug is rolled out, there's a heck of a lot of testing and government requirements. I was just curious what it's like in the EdTech innovation world.
I'm looking to Sue-Ann because I know she's run a couple of countries. Dong-sik, perhaps you from KT Cloud as well. Avi, I know representing the community that you serve, you could probably have some good insight, but who would like to jump in first?
사실 그 부분이 굉장히 많은
I think that we are really trying to use many different tools to realize that. So when we engage in development cooperation projects in developing countries, like X Prize did, so there are these different kinds of testing tools that have been validated, and we try to compare that with digital tests, digital progress, and come up with a benchmark and build against that benchmark. When we talk about these digital tests, there were very strict standards for digital tests that were required in the past. But after the pandemic, I think it really all came down to whether or not there's access. So for the digital tools. So even if the learning gains might not be that great, at least it's better than zero if there's some access. So, and if there can be a little gain to be made with student engagement, let's say if we use this tool, there's a higher bump in student enrollment, or there's like a little bit of an increase in the way that the community sees the schools. So these are also data that we try to collect. Many edutech companies are not necessarily just measuring learning gains, but also the social impact and the qualitative way that the children come to think. But this is not, strictly speaking, standardized yet. However, in Korea, when we try to do AI literacy education, we're also asking the same question about data collection. This is a very big factor. And I think that compared to the other kinds of educational methods, we have to make sure that these new digital measuring should be at least, if not on par, at least more than what we had in the past.
It's not my personal experience, but recently we invested in a company called Panda. And Kanda, in the initial phase, well, when the students would take photos of math problems up on the platform, then the teachers would solve these math problems and share the answers with the students. So the math teachers, they would be very busy, sometimes staying up all night solving these math problems. But the AI-based learning took place, and so now there is full AI-based problem solving for math problems, and so the students can be provided with answers immediately because AI is being utilized. And so not just for the traditional classrooms, but in various edutech-related applications, AI is indeed contributing very greatly to these areas, and I think that's already been proven through this testing and this development process.
Great. I know we have some runners out there now with some microphones, so keep the questions coming. But would anyone else like to respond? certainly I would say in my experience in developing products in education, we would often, of course, be working very closely with departments of education to ensure that there's alignment to curriculum, learning objectives, things like that. Certainly focus groups, certainly proof of concept deployments, in schools to test as the product is being developed to ensure it can be used effectively and what its impact is. In some cases, we did longitudinal studies as well once we started seeing products being used over periods of time. But if anyone else would like to respond to the question?
Yeah, just adding to my colleagues, I think you can look on the way we evaluate the outcomes of startups in like 3 layers. The first layer is really embedded in the way startups are working, and I think in this sense they are pretty different from more established companies. I think many of the startups are really working in the lean startup method, or even if they are not aware to this method, which means that you are iterating all the time. You are developing the most valuable product, you're taking out to the user, you test it, you test your assumption, you go back and change the model, and in this sense, you are constantly very carefully listening to what the user is saying and how are the outcomes of your product. So this is like on the short term. In the midterm, I think we saw in the last 5 years a trend in funds that are investing in startups that are requiring them to show metrics of efficacy, and then they are using methodologies that were generated in Digital Promise in the US or EAST or other organizations that try to suggest metrics for how effective the startups are, and I think this is much better than we had in the past. And the third layer, which I think is the areas that you, from the little we spoke, is dealing with, is like more rigor research that really can show evidence in a long term. I think we miss this layer, and I think we miss it because of the nature of startups. There's something agile, short term, quick, and we need to move them from being startups in one stage and then say, from now on, it's a project that should be measured, but it's not done usually, as far as I know.
If I may, in terms of the innovation, I think I agree with the previous fellow colleagues that I think we also need to think the starting point, the happiness of teachers and the students. When we are using technology, we have an assumption that technology will release the administrative workload of teachers, but usually it's the opposite, because the teacher need to work on the non-tech solution and the tech solution at the same time. It doubles their workload. So first of all, we need the innovation should evaluate whether the technology solution really release teachers' workload and make the teachers happy, make students happy. I think this is a very important point. We should go to the classroom to really observe what's happening. Not assumption. We give technology, teacher have more time to higher thinking. It's the opposite, because very often it's the teacher collect the data, input into the computer to support the education management information system. So it's not the others. And the second one is the process. We call it how we can achieve the same outcome with a better process. It's the pedagogical innovation, whether they have any pedagogical innovation. The third one is whether we can do the same, achieve the same outcome with more better productivity and better quality. The fourth one is whether, in addition, very like the AI area, whether there's an emergent ability of the new modality, which means whether we can have some emergent new achievement. For example, the use of technology for project-based learning. Very recently, we have a couple of examples. One of the students, they use generative AI to create his own Weber forecast applications based on the generative AI platform. The other one, we invited him from Brazil to Paris to make a presentation. He was using the generative AI to create applications that will test the mosquitoes, identify the mosquitoes that will create or cause the problem of dengue. And he did this. I think if the AI technology can help us, come up with this kind of emergent new outcomes, that's the innovation probably we are dreaming of.
More questions from the audience? I know we have a microphone. Yep, there we go, sir. Who are you and what is your question?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sekou Sharif. I'm with the Global Partnership for Education. My question is, I'm from Liberia. So my question is, how do we put ChatGPT to work in low resource environment, right? So we're still trying to get the basics right in Liberia, for instance, right? We're still doing our best, struggling with that. Here comes ChatGPT and all the other emerging technologies, which is great. But then, how do we leapfrog? I remember Avi spoke about leapfrogging. What conditions need to be present for these low-income countries like myself to be able to leverage these technologies? You can leapfrog, but what are we missing? What elements do we need to put in place to facilitate the leapfrogging? Thank you. It's for anyone.
Anyone like to respond first? Feng-Shin, go ahead.
Since recently I have been working on the generative AI ChatGPT a lot. Allow me to make some suggestions. I think for the least developed country, we need to take several key steps. The first step, we have a very broad idea. The international community need to negotiate with OpenAI and a generative AI provider for a kind of, we call it, mutual beneficial deals, or even to give them a tax, because they are using the data from the least developed country to train their GPT without any pay to the data provider from Liberia, from the country of the least developed country. While when your people try to use GPT, OpenAI charge it. Why? We should negotiate. Once you are using the data from the least developed country, why they should have some subsidies, even have a free offer to the least developed country? Because you can find the pricing of the use of ChatGPT. It's very expensive now, especially for the ChatGPT 4.0. It's very expensive. It is said that now average expenditure is $20 per month. $20 per month here in Korea looks like nothing. But even for Korea, let's calculate. The internet subscription in Asia Pacific on average is 1.5% of the national gross income per capita. In Korea, if the average salary, month salary is 2,000, which means now your internet subscription is almost $20. If you use ChatGPT, which means you are double the cost, even for Korea. Don't forget, in the world, we have 2.6 billion people who are working under $2 per day. $20 per month is 1/3 of their daily substance. It's their daily expense. So we need to really, really negotiate with this. Otherwise, no way for the people from the least developed country can really benefit from ChatGPT. No way, based on the current condition. Secondly, the current GPT is not trained on the data from the least developed country. Just before this panel, I'm still calculating the language distribution used by the ChatGPT. For English, 95%, French, Germany, Italy, all together, it's almost 98%. In the ChatGPT, Korean language ranked out of 2030. China is around 20. Even for Chinese language, it's less than 0.01%. No language are used from your country, so it's not trained for you. And the cultural norms, language norms behind ChatGPT is very, very problematic. If we use it, adopt it without any monitoring, by the end, the norms, cultural norms, language norms behind GPT will dominate your language, your cultural background, which means we call it from UNESCO, it will undermine the linguistic diversity and the cultural diversity. It's very risky. So the second point is that your government needs to regulate ChatGPT. The third step, if I can stop, is that we need to find funds, international funds, to sponsor the least developed country, to develop the local model, to train your local model, especially for education, to use the, not always the persuade the large language model. Small language model sometimes also works. So to use the small language material from your textbook, from your curriculum, to train your local EduGPT, to me, if you ask me, it's the one solution out.
So I know, Suin, you want to talk, but first, if I may, the data strategy is definitely the first thing to consider and to lean into. I don't know if I would be quite so restrictive in my assessment as to how or what it could be used. I know we're doing some interesting work actually in Australia with some customers that are doing a proof of concept that they're now rolling out to more schools. And they're actually finding that ChatGPT 4 versus 3.5 may actually, you know, a lower version may actually meet the needs that they've got. So I'd love to have a conversation with you perhaps later as you like. But Suin, I know you want to tell us or respond, and then Dong-sik, you after Suin.
저희가 만드는 솔루션 중에 오프라인에서만 동작하도록
So we have a solution that is only operational online.
인터넷 서버에서 음성 인식 AI를 받아
And we go to the internet server to get voice recognition, but it also can operate offline, which means that it uses its own engine to do the voice recognition. We look at recent LLMs, and there are also smaller level LLMs that are being tested and validated that are operational, that could be operational on mobile phones. And some of the partners that we are working with are trying to provide these many different kinds of LLM similar services offline, so that this problem and this service can be provided to countries where the internet connection fees could be very expensive. Again, I think that this comes down to incentive and good intentions. When there are more voices that are calling out for this, and many people who are talking about these kinds of tech solutions, when all of these solutions are and these voices and concerns are raised to big tech and entrepreneurs. Right now there is a gap, but in the future there could be many different kinds of solutions that are introduced in the market. And I think that this is where we have to be accountable and we have to be responsible for.
OpenAI, ChatGPT, well, it is actually a massively large LLM. So it would cost about 100 billion won for training it one time. But of course, we do have open source LLMs that have been developed, and they're lighter. So it can be used for lighter learning. But after learning, after training, the inferencing also can happen using a small chip. And so open source LLMs should be utilized more. And nationally, after there is a learning process or training process, you could utilize some smaller scale open source LLMs on a national scales. And if you do that, you will be able to find LLMs that is suited to your specific country, and that can be utilized to use it in the form of ChatGPT in your respective countries. And so there are turnkey clouds that offer this service at once. So if you contact the very famous cloud companies, they will arrange that for you. And within your country, you can use your own language for training these models at much cheaper prices. So it will be as expensive as OpenAI.
Great. I know we have just a couple minutes left to go. If there's a burning question in the audience, I'd love to entertain that. One more question, and then I'm going to have a request for one-sentence summary from each of you. But your last question?
Calais de Lasfour. We heard this morning from the Ministers of Education that they asserted the importance of the partnership between the government and the private sector. To complete the chain, we need to hear from you as entrepreneurs and a representative of the private sector. What makes you partner with the government in terms of the educational sector, and what kind of partnership are you looking for? Thank you.
Anyone like to jump in? Go ahead, Duck-soo first.
저 먼저 얘기 드리겠습니다.
So I will go ahead first. We are a cloud company. We provide cloud services. And if the government, for example, if they're developing these digital textbook platforms and other educational platforms, on our cloud, we have a marketplace comprised of many different enterprises. There are a lot of education applications that can be uploaded on our platform. So I think that is the ultimate goal of our business. So we can build a national education platform, and then the software companies can develop apps that can run on these platforms. And on these apps, depending on the usage rate, the tariff, the use fees could be applied, and this could be a good business profit model in the future. So it also happens in any other clouds as well, particularly for education platforms. If we make education a platform, then the private companies with very bright ideas can participate in helping out the education field.
Good. Any other comments on that? I might just say aligned objectives and clear accountabilities with what we can contribute. Thank you very much. I really appreciated the opportunity to have interactions. If I might ask each of the members of the panel in one sentence, in light of the fact that we're talking about the EdTech ecosystem and driving innovation and having impact in the context of high touch, this strategy, high tech, high touch, what would be your one sentence bit of advice to the ecosystem that's in the room with us today? Duck-soo, go ahead.
Earlier, I did mention this already, but for EdTech companies, particularly Korean EdTech companies, we've seen internet develop and the smartphone develop, and we thought that that would be applied fully in the education sector, but we had to go through a lot of trial and error, and we were quite disappointed that these technologies did not bring about revolutionary change in education. But this time around, it's going to be different. AI, indeed, will be an area where the EdTech companies can contribute greatly. So we have seen that opportunity open up already. And so we look forward to the EdTech companies here. I mean, if you're interested, I would like to say that there's great business potential, and the country is ready to, the government is ready to establish a platform for that. Thank you.
I think that when it comes to education, we have to ask ourselves not necessarily what technology is all about, but what we are aiming to do through technology. So when we try to do something with AI or digital technology and etc., we're trying to look at the end goal. What is the end game we're trying to get to? What are we trying to achieve with digital technology? And I think that if we hope for the right thing, I think ultimately we can get to the right thing. So rather than just looking at technology and being wowed by it, we have to think about what is the right purpose that we want to put it to.
Avi, one sentence.
I think since many of the audience are policymakers and educators, and we are in a conference that we're speaking a lot about technology and about AI, I would like to encourage each one to really have hands-on experience with every technology that is mentioned. I think many of the discourse that we hear out there is based on the fact that we are leaving the technology for the technology experts, and this is a big mistake. I think we should own the technology, we should be active in this field, so we have to play with this. So this is my advice.
Thank you. Yong-Jung, bring it home.
Yeah, I think one sentence, the human agency is the most important priority. For this, the government need to validate any kind of digital solution, including AI solution, to protect human agency.
감사합니다. Thank you all very much for a wonderful panel. Thank you all very much for your time and attention. Have a great day.
네, 감사합니다. 기술과 혁신이라면 어떻게?
Thank you very much. Technology and innovation can be a very complicated issue to tackle, but our speakers and our chair really contributed much to enlightening us on this important topic. Thank you very much. We'll be moving on to our last session of the day. And in this last session, we look forward to your full participation as well. The topic of the fourth summit talk is Professional Summit, Application of Innovative Technology to Educational Field. And in this Summit Talk 4, we have as the chair, Charles North, who is the GPE Deputy CEO. As for our speakers of this session, we'd like to invite them up on the stage. First is Christian Aido, World Bank Practice Manager for the East Asia. Susie Oh, former English Education Superintendent and Public School Principal for the LA Unified School District. Aniceto Orbeta, President of Philippine Institute for Development Studies. And last but not least, Emmanuel Jimenez, Director General for Independent Evaluation at ADB. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is the fourth panel of the day, and I believe this is always the great one to end with as we look at where we bring education and the evidence together in the classroom and how we make learning happen. So let me start with a little bit of context. This week, the UNESCO just issued its latest Global Education Monitoring Report. And they found that the number of out-of-school children has increased from 244 million children to 250 million children in the last year. That's one child out of 6 globally today. So it's a huge number of children who are not even in school. But we also know, particularly through work done by the World Bank, that many of the children in school are actually not learning. 7 out of 10 children at age 10 are unable to comprehend a simple text. So these trends are just very disturbing. They're very bleak for the future. Especially when you consider that education is the foundation for all of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is also the foundation for stability, for prosperity, and resilience of society. So given those challenges, we actually need to take serious action to reverse those trends. And this takes going beyond business as usual. It means we have to transform education systems. And to transform education systems, we must build in technology. So to help me with this discussion, let me introduce our panel. And before I get to the panel, let me just note that we've already heard from ministers, we've heard from the higher education, we've heard from the technology perspective. The challenge is how do we bring it together, bring the technology into the schools, into the classroom, and make them effective. So we're going to be looking at the key factors for success of that integration. So let me begin with the introductions. We have, let's see, Susie O. Let me just start with you. Susie is an education consultant and is a former school principal who worked for 41 years in the Los Angeles Unified School District. Welcome, Susie. Aniceto Orbeta is the president of the, to her left, I should say, is president of the Philippines Institute for Development Studies. Emmanuel Jimenez is the Director General for Independent Evaluation at the Asian Development Bank. And next to me is Christian Aido, who is the Education Practice Manager for East Asia and the Pacific region at the World Bank. So let me begin with you, Christian, to kind of set the scene, given your extensive work, not just in this region but in other regions of the world. What conditions are needed to successfully support classroom innovation? And what strategies for introducing innovation do you think are needed to improve learning outcomes?
Well, thank you very much, Charles, for the question, and thank you to the government of Korea and the Ministry of Education of Korea for the invitation to discuss during this very important summit. I will think that in education we often emphasize innovation as a way of addressing the learning poverty figures that you were quoting. In low and middle income countries, more than a half of children 10-year-old did not understand an age-appropriate text before the pandemic, and our estimates is that after the long school closures, this number has increased substantially to the figures that you were showing, like 70 or 73%, depending upon the assumptions there. And in that sense, innovation is a key element that we are considering for addressing this problem. But in order for this to reach to the classroom, really we need to go through some system transformation. The baseline from which we began is not very helpful. Still, in many low and middle income countries, classes are still teacher-centered and not student-centered. Then we have teacher professional development programs, which are not aimed, are not personalized, are not a skill enhancement. They are aimed at the average teacher to increase the competences of the average teachers. Assessment systems are a large not change in many of the countries, and curriculums are very rigid. In all of these dimensions, I think we have seen in many developing as well as developed countries lots of innovations brought by technology that can really be a game changer in these dimensions. Of course, technology, as we have seen today, offers a lot of possibility for new ways of teaching and learning and for new interactions between teachers and students. We have heard today a lot about artificial intelligence and how through artificial intelligence you can have a very adaptive and personalized learning path. But we also learn about artificial intelligence used in textbooks, as Korea is doing, but also how artificial intelligence can address the needs of students that need some differentiation, like a student with disabilities and minorities and from cultural minorities as well. So I think that technology has lots of promise. But in order to be effective, it needs to be centered on the student. So we really need to leave the technology part aside and discuss how technology can be used. From our experience, the interventions and programs that really work is those that really help the teachers to selectively and skillfully use technology in the classroom to produce student learning. So that's a crucial point. So then we need to prepare teachers. We need to give them all of the digital literacies that they will need to really use digital pedagogies in the classroom. Second, we need to do this at a scale and for all. And that means really putting equity and inclusion at the center of our strategy. This is not easy because most of the time we design programs to the average student and not to the needs of all the students that we need to really reach. And I think that finalizing, for 3 points, I think the first question is perhaps for the government to ask why. So if they are going to deploy technologies in the classroom, what is really the educational problem that they are trying to assess, what progress they need to see, and how technology could help them address that issue. So if technology is the solution, what is the question? So that's, I think, very important. Second element, very important also for ministries, is use evidence here in order to prioritize the interventions that really have proven to have impact. And here is where the evidence from Korea with very proven solutions that have really produced student learning at a scale could be very important. And the third element, and that's perhaps for us as multilateral agencies, bilateral agencies, or donors, really help the ministries. We have seen, if we walk through the area outside, we see that the ecosystem that is developing education technology is very varied. So you see digital content, you see softwares, you see applications, you see artificial intelligence, augmented reality. It's very confusing. So we really need to help the ministry to capacity building, to really have teams at the ministries of education that could really be in the driver's seat in this interaction with this vibrant ecosystem and really bringing in technological solutions that really are aimed at improving student learning. Thank you.
So let me just ask you a quick follow-up on that. Do you have any specific examples of where you've seen this work, where ministries have had the capacity to manage the adoption of new technologies?
So we have several examples I'm not going to use the example of Korea, which is, I think, is a lighthouse for all of these areas. But in the case of India, for example, we were working there with Gujarat, which is a state of India. It's of a rich level as compared to other states in India, in which they have brought a full package of solution in which not only students have books in which they are assessed, and then the teacher make a picture of that assessment. That information is brought through technology into the cloud, and so they know where each student in each class is regarding their learning objectives, and then teachers are assessed. There is a classroom observation system with certain technology that could provide feedback to that teacher on what is their pedagogical strategies, or what changes need to be placed in order to be more effective. That, which is a very expensive system in the state of Gujarat, the principles have been used in other states in India, which are implementing a lower tech solution that really works and put everything together and allows a personalized learning path even, and remedial programs for students.
Great, thank you for that. Let me go to you, Manny. We often hear about the technical, budgetary, and infrastructural limitations that prevent technology to being taken to scale in the classroom. What are effective strategies and policies that can facilitate the introduction of innovative technologies? What's worked and what hasn't?
So glad you asked that question, Charles, to an evaluator. But first, let me thank the government of Korea, and specifically Deputy Prime Minister Joo-ho Lee for inviting me to this important summit. We've been hearing a lot about innovations, and I've certainly learned a lot today. And the question that you ask about what works, especially at the classroom level, is key. I think that, as we heard in the last panel, all the innovation firms do a lot of testing. They iterate before they bring the product to market. But what are those innovations done to address those two indicators that you mentioned earlier, Charles? How do you get children to school and keep them there? Secondly, what are they learning in school? And what's the evidence base for that? And this is quite important because it's really hard to get that evidence. And I think Avi was quite right when he mentioned that at that, I think called it the third level of evidence seeking, there may not be as much for a few reasons. One is that we have to avoid selectivity in the evidence that we search. We have to do this quite systematically and make sure that we don't have publication bias and that we're looking in all the places. A second is that we have to make sure that that evidence base has a quality threshold. Can we attribute the outcome of the evidence to the intervention in a rigorous way? And here, let me just mention 5 things. One is based on 3 systematic reviews that have been done since 2016. The first one I was involved with, 3IE, but the ones at 2 in 2020 that weren't. And I just want to mention 5 things. One is that the evidence base for how these innovations in the digital space affect access to schooling and learning outcomes is growing, but it's still not as high as we'd like. In 2015, when 3IE did its systematic review, there were 18 studies, all in computer-assisted learning. In 2020, there were about 80 studies or more in developing countries and over 100 in developed countries, almost all in the US, many in California, actually, in the systematic reviews. Most were RCTs. So that's the first thing, is growing evidence base, but still quite low. Second, I just mentioned 4 findings in general from this. One consistent finding across all of these studies is that simply providing students with access technology yields what researchers call mixed results. That means there were no significant results. We were being very kind. In the US, it improved computer proficiency, but little else. In developing countries, programs like 1 laptop per child were costly and didn't provide significant changes in learning outcomes. The second set of interventions is what the researchers called technology-induced teacher interventions. And these had more modest, positive, significant gains. What do I mean by that? One is incentives for teacher behavior. Simple interventions like putting a camera in a classroom, having the teacher take his or her picture to prove that he or she was actually in the classroom. Because as we know, teacher absences are very, very large in some of these countries. The other is changes in parental behavior. How do you induce parents to participate more? Interventions like providing information. These had positive, significant effects on learning outcomes, very low cost interventions. Just 3 more and that's it. A third is improvements to instruction. What the researchers mean by this is, one is remote instructions via satellite, especially rural primary schools, has worked. Significant learning gains to this. And the other is complementing teacher instruction by making sure that they have the means to tailor to the needs of individual students. Okay, the studies that have done this have shown, in fact, quite medium to high significant gains in learning outcomes. Finally, there's a set of intervention called self-led learning. What does that mean? These are software interventions in communally available platforms like computers in classrooms for students. This basically means that students can stay after class and learn from programs, just as we saw perhaps out here. And this has led to positive, significant outcomes. The researchers aren't clear whether this is because this is taking place additional to school time or because of the intervention itself. That's a little less clear, but certainly that's been positive. And also that incentive to students to stick to this have also worked. Small dollar amounts to make sure that they engage with the computer has worked. So in sum, growing evidence base, but there's a lot more intervention out there that haven't been evaluated in this way. And like all researchers, my important advice is let's do more research. Thanks.
So let me just follow up on that, Manny. I mean, I hear you, there's not enough research, there's not, on the other hand, we heard from the last panel that, in fact, private companies have done a lot of their own research and have evidence. So there are pockets of evidence out there. But how do we bring that together so the public sector, the public school systems can benefit and adapt their education systems accordingly?
Well, this is where the private-public partnership has to work, because a lot of the research that the companies do is proprietary, and rightly so. That's how they innovate. Otherwise, they wouldn't get any returns from it. But the question is, how do we do this higher level of interventions that are a public good? And that's where I would argue that institutions like mine and like Christian's really need to step up and put in more resources to make sure that research on the effectiveness of these interventions to affect access and learning outcomes are robust and generalizable?
Okay, great. Let me go to Masato. With the recent technological advancements, as we've been discussing, we can see out here, the number of ed tech companies is surging. And yet, how does a country like the Philippines deal with this multitude of actors? How do schools manage the wealth of offers they get, or the wealth of ideas that we see here on display? And obviously, most of those ideas don't come for free. So decisions have to be made. Choices have to be made. How do you identify the best possible intervention for a school or for your country?
Yeah, thank you, Charles, and thanks for the Korean government and Ministry, following money, for allowing us to come here. The short answer to the first, I divide your questions into two. First one is about how do you choose. So I'm not involved in the decisions on choosing technology. So I did the second best thing. I asked the person who is in charge at the Department of Education. So the answer was very short. Said that we'll use open source. We don't like Moodle for LMS, for instance. The primary reason being that, one, they're more flexible, their technologies are saying, and you cannot play with them, and they are not cost prohibitive. So that's essentially, up to this point, I think the decision was that. It's not, they are playing with or they're entertaining, but that the decisions are mostly, the applications at the Department of Education are open source. That's the decision. So I'd like to answer the question by starting with a brief background of the education system of the Philippines. The state of the infrastructure of the country was very much revealed during the pandemic. Regardless of what you hear, this is what we see in our school system during the pandemic. As you know, we have one of the longest remote learning, full 2 years of remote learning. Our government did not decide to allow the students to go back to school. And that revealed, because we had data on how the students were, what kind of mode of learnings they were doing, it reveals the state of the infrastructure in the country. So what we have seen from the data is that only in private schools, you have as much as 46% of the students access materials online or do their learning online. But in public schools, over 90% are using printed self-learning modules. So these are both, these are distributed via PDFs to the teachers print them and distribute them to students. But there are no management by the teachers. It's just given to the students and they learn from them. So that's basically the state of the same pattern we have observed for junior high school and senior high school. So to understand this result, we look at the penetration rate of internet at the households. And the data is telling us that only 12% of the households have broadband internet, which is the required connection for an online instruction. So that's, and when you compare the students on public schools and private schools, only 9% of public school students have broadband internet and 60% in private schools. So that's why you get that kind of result. So to give you a perspective, only 87% of our elementary and junior high schools are in public schools. Only 13% are in private schools. So that's how thin the private school is in terms of the basic education. And you get only to 65% when you go to senior high school, public schools. Okay, so with that kind of infrastructure, I think the best possible intervention at this point would be to continue generating the digital content. The production of digital content should not be dependent on the state of the infrastructure because you can deliver it in several ways. So it's the matter of delivering the content that will be, like for example, in low-tech environments, you have more text rather than videos and graphics. And that should be, and the other thing that you should deliver it in common access centers, like schools or community centers. You can't expect it to deliver it in schools, otherwise, in households, because it would exacerbate the inequalities. So that should be that's being done, for instance, in a project by ADB, wherein in remote schools, they provide a localized servers accessible via Wi-Fi, but not connected to the internet. So the students just go nearby a school, access them using a borrowed tablet. So basically, this is the other intervention. You can't expect public school students to have access devices, so you have to provide them on loan to get those access devices. And they can go nearby the school, access using a Wi-Fi, and get the content. And it doesn't have to be 24/7 connected to the internet. You just go to the server and update it every time. And that should work for remote schools, and that should work for, I think, for our public school. That should be the viable option at this point for our public schools, providing. By the way, the self-learning modules are the most, perhaps, available learning materials for many of public school students. And it was, we realized that it's easy to deliver them in PDFs, send them to the teachers, and the teachers print them and give them to the students. That could solve our transportation logistics problem of delivering textbooks. That's one solution that we found working during the pandemic. So that's one. So access devices should be given to students on loan. You don't expect a very small proportion of students can buy the access devices. You give it on loans. So the other one that we have that's a successful experiment is using cell phones. Philippines has one of the highest penetration rates in cell phones, 90%, almost for all social economic levels have cell phones. Of course, it varies on the type of cell phones. But these lower tech solutions has been proven to have improved math test scores by 0.45 standard deviations. So basically, the intervention is SMS as well as voice call of the teacher. So that's basic. That can give you interaction. If you have like a 60 classroom, the interaction between the student and the teachers is very limited. But you can use phones to do to improve the interaction between the school and teachers, and that has proven effective. So I think the EdTech solutions, the objective for the Philippines would be to supplement classroom experience rather than as a mainstream. I think that's not the solution for us now. Supplement classroom experience and poorly trained teachers, for instance, and better resources and learning materials. Because as I've said, we have experience. We can deliver electronic materials easily by just sending them to the teachers and giving the teachers the capacity to print it and give it to the students. I think that was one of the best lessons we have learned from the pandemic. We don't dream about AI textbook like the Koreans right now. Maybe a few years down the road.
Well, thanks for that. I recall our experience during the pandemic when we were supporting, sending out grants to 66 countries to help them figure out how they could adapt on the spot within weeks after the pandemic began. And what we saw was countries coming up with some with high-tech solutions, some with middle tech, and some with low tech. And and so I think I think what I'm hearing you saying is it's not about adapting the school to the technology that's going to take a major investment, but rather we need to figure out how today we can adapt the learning material to the technology we have. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, that's precisely what I'm saying. There is this talk about, even our policymakers like the high-tech kind of solution, but I've said, you're wasting your time. The households cannot consume it. Just look at what happened during the pandemic.
So then is there an opportunity there to put out a challenge to technology companies to provide higher content through lower tech means?
Yes, that's basically our challenge to technologists. So how do you basically increase the interactivity between the teacher and the student using low-tech devices?
And how much are you doing that to support just the students versus supporting the teachers themselves?
But I think one of our problems is that teachers in the Philippines are quite old. So that has always been the challenge with tech in the Philippines. The average age is one of the oldest among the public servants, average age. So that's one. So the tech has always been a challenge with those kinds of teachers who have been trained in the old ways and all that. I would suppose that the one that will work better is providing directly materials, electronic materials to students, and perhaps what we are espousing is the younger teachers who are not yet appointed to the teaching professions are being used to community teach students or help students with the materials that they have, rather than expecting at the school level themselves, because of the I think there is it's very clear that there is an opposition from the teacher side. That's a battle, I should say. That's a battle for us in terms of tech.
So thanks for that. Let me go to you, Susie. Teachers, they're critical to this effort. We've just hearing that some teachers are older and maybe not able to take on learn the new technology. This becomes an obstacle. But what we're seeing is so much more is being put on the teachers. The teachers are expected to not only to use the technology and understand the technology, they're supposed to be drivers of this use in the classroom. So what needs to be done for schools and teachers to be prepared for these innovative technologies and put them to use in the classroom?
Are you talking to me? Well, before that, I just want to create a context. I served as a principal in public school in the Los Angeles Unified School District for a long time. And the two dominant major parent groups were either Jewish American or Korean American or Korean immigrant groups. And they have one thing in common, guess what? They both think, both my Jewish parents and my Korean parents, they think their children are gifted. And, but this is just jokingly I'm saying that, but parents were very informed, not all of them, especially my Jewish parents, very resourceful, informed, empowered, and involved. Principals in California are a little bit different from principals in Korea. I'm learning about the roles of principals in Korea. Principals in California, we're supposed to be the instructional leaders. That means we evaluate our teachers via classroom instruction, classroom observations. After you observe classrooms, you give feedback and you provide coaching and with follow-up guidance. Now we call it education, EDS, education, development, and support. I'll get to your question. I'm kind of, and so it's very important that principals stay abreast of current trends and strategies in instruction, because principals are there to facilitate powerful teacher teaching and powerful student learning. We were using, I don't know whether you're familiar with that, but we were using Charlotte Danielson's teaching and learning framework. As a matter of fact, she has a book on that too. This professor friend of mine in Korea at Ewha Women's University, when I shared that book with her, she liked it so much. She translated it into Korean. I think the Korean title is 수업을 말하다 or something like that, but it's a teaching and learning. Even before the ChatGPT era, I've been telling my teachers, when I observe classrooms, I'm going to see two things. Number one, student engagement. I see too much teacher talk. I like to see more student talk. So student engagement. And the other one was that teachers make one change. Have students generate questions based on the information and concept you taught them. So students could, either in pairs or in small groups, come up with their own questions. I feel that schools are not only where students discover, but also adults, teachers, principals, parents. We need to rediscover the joys and the challenges and frustrations and satisfaction of learning. I really emphasize learning, not only for kids, but also for us too. We had a teacher study group, our support teacher study group, where I had 40 teachers, and not all of them participate, but about 1/4 of them, about 10 teachers participated in our teacher study group, where they read books and they discuss implications for their classroom practice. And us principals too, the principals at all levels, elementary, middle, and high school levels, no matter how busy we get, as a leader and as a learner and as a reader, we will meet at a school site and we'll discuss the implications for schools. Asking the best questions or asking high-level questions that will solicit students' thinking requires continuous reading and broad knowledge acquisition. With creativity, we've been hearing all day, creativity, curiosity, critical thinking, that cannot be replaced or replicated by AI. Students need to be taught to check, validate, edit, justify, and evaluate the answers. So we also need to teach our students to evaluate the accuracy of any input by AI or ChatGPT. Teachers need to use AI or ChatGPT as a complementary resource, not a substitute. AI cannot replace the human elements of education, such as empathy, collaboration, and motivation, and socialization. In other words, AI creates content, giving teachers more time to focus on student engagement and engaging and inspiring their students. I talked about that. Again, ChatGPT is a supplement, not a replacement of a human mind and brain. We all know that ChatGPT is not always accurate. We need to watch out for misinformation. We know that. We don't rely on it to give us correct answers, but rather use it as a contrast for human thinking to evaluate and validate. Teachers, any kind of reforms, teachers must buy in and believe in technology. Forcing teachers to use technology they don't believe in or understand will make the transition even harder. It needs to have a total mindset change. I learned during my doctoral program in education leadership at USC that there are 3 kinds of changes. One is procedure change. That's easy, procedure change. The second one is structure change. That's doable too. But the last one, and the most important one, is culture change. Teachers must be trained to use these AI during their teacher training programs, during their teaching credential programs at the School of Education. Just a 1-day or 2-day PD, professional development, we call it flyby PD, won't cut it. Teachers also need to know the benefits and the pitfalls of using AI in their classroom. I'm a voracious reader, and I will try to recommend books every chance I speak. And this book is called Teaching Digital Natives, Partnering for Real Learning by Mark Prensky. It's a very teacher-friendly book, and according to my friend, who's a professor here in Korea, she said that this is translated into Korean. I don't know what it says in Korean, but it's translated into Korean. So I know I kind of beat around the bushes about your question. I was just talking about the roles of teachers and the roles of principals in terms of any kind of educational reforms, including digital transformation. Top-down reforms, they don't work. It has to be bottom-up reforms with top-down support. It has to have a balance. This is not what Susie was saying. This is what Michael Pullen says in his book, Change Forces. That's just about how am I doing with my time? Oh, okay. Well, then you told me to keep it short, so I'm done.
Yeah, Manny, go ahead.
I was wondering if I could ask Susie a question.
Please, go right ahead.
Oh my gosh, Manny. What
No,
questions do you have?
So, Babes, as we call him, from the Philippines, talked about a stock and flow problem with the teachers. So the flow is the incoming. Train them well, and that's probably it easier. The more difficult one is the stock. What do you do with teachers who are a little harder to, regardless of age, who are harder to motivate to accept change? What's worked from your point of view? Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I was very lucky in that my parents will shape them up. Parents will always compare how teachers are teaching and some of the programs and innovative ideas they have, so that they will give us pressure, let me know how I could help and support that teacher to do a better job in a supportive way, though. So I used to always use parents, but I was lucky because I was in that kind of school. But people don't change. You got to really take baby steps, one step at a time. But the changes have to come from them. After I observe classrooms, I don't say, oh, you did this and you did this. No, never say that. I said, Mr. Jimenez, if you had to teach this class all over again, how would you do it differently? So I'm trying to come up with the areas for growth. We never use the word weaknesses. There are no weaknesses. There are areas for growth. I usually commend them. I usually talk about their strength after I observe classrooms. And then I go, Mr. Jimenez, how would you do it differently? Then Mr. Jimenez is aware of some of the areas that, that he needs to grow, perhaps, then it's much better teachers owned his or her own areas of development, and that's how I try to do. And then if not, I also send them to observe other classrooms or other schools. Like I said, there is no magic wand. I wish there was, but there's a magic wand, so just use a little different various methods. And depending on how you get along with your teacher union. Public schools, our teacher union is strong, if not militant. So I find it that the important thing is inclusion. You include teachers in decision-making process. So I find that schools are no exception. In any organization, you need trust and relationship. Once they trust you, once your communication is transparent, we can work together. We don't have to, we can learn how to disagree with respect. Differences in opinion cannot be understood. Differences in opinion should not be translated as a personal attack. So I learned how to disagree with respect. I know, it's,
so Susan,
sorry.
So I can see why you're Principal of the Year for your transformational leadership. Because what this tells me, we heard from Kristen earlier about the need to focus on the students and need to focus on the teachers to strengthen their ability to support the student. But what I'm also hearing from you is we need to make sure the principals are there to help guide the teachers and bring them along. Because otherwise teachers are not going to necessarily change just by themselves.
My superintendent used to tell me, principals, you are only as good as your lowest performing, most ineffective teachers. So I come back to my school. Okay. I said, teachers, you're only as good as your lowest performing student.
There you go.
So accountability, I guess, yeah.
So. The recent UNESCO Global Education Monitoring Report that I mentioned earlier also mentioned that the cost of digital transformation is well beyond the ability of low-income countries to afford. They said the moving to basic digital learning in low-income countries, connecting all the schools to the internet in lower middle-income countries would require them to add 50% to the current financing gap to achieve their national SDG targets. So that's huge. And yet, I'll tell you, I talk to education ministers frequently who are under tremendous pressure to digitize their education systems, to modernize their education systems, and yet they don't have the means. So I'm going to ask the four of you, in the time we have left, some quick responses. What is your advice to the education minister on who's in this situation? Where does one start to sustainably digitize an education system, and in doing so, enable every child to learn? Susan, I'm going to start with you.
Well, even the U.S. is considered one of the...
Your microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Well, I have a principal's voice. I can use my principal's voice. But anyway, even the U.S., the U.S. is considered one of the wealthiest countries, and we still are struggling. We still are having challenges digitizing education, educating all students. Digitizing education is a continuous progress that takes a long time. Even if the government takes baby steps, it's at least a start, but they have to be committed and determined. Like I said, there's no magic bullet. The government could, I have two small ideas. the government could work with the large international companies such as Google and Samsung, or ask and to adopt a school, perhaps poor schools in Nigeria, affluent schools in affluent countries may adopt a school in poor areas to provide human and financial and technical resources. Or I was going to just ask Bill Gates. Or I just thought about this. I belong to a Rotary Club, and the Rotary Club's slogan is creating hope in the world. And to me, it goes right with what technology is all about, closing the technology gap, literacy gap, the haves and have-nots. So there is going to be an international convention next year in May 2024 in Singapore. Perhaps one of you could attend the meeting and appeal to this Rotary Club leadership to help you with that.
Okay, great, thanks. We'll be in Singapore for that conference. Christian, your thoughts?
So I think that your question is to convince a minister that to use or to invest more to get more student learning. And from that perspective, I think that it's a very difficult question, especially for low-income settings in which really ministers are struggling to pay the teacher salaries, to buy textbooks, to do all the other recurring expenditure, to build schools and so forth. So I think that the answer is that he will need additional funds. But in needing these additional funds is not a task only for the education system. In many of these countries, the revenue that the government is collecting, just because the tax system has not been modernized or tax collection has not been enforced, is not at the level it should be. So that could be a longer-term strategy to increase resources for all the public expenditure, so that then at the end it's not a trade-off to invest more in education and less in health or social protection, but have additional resources. Second, to pitch in for those additional resources to be earmarked toward the education sector. And that's advocacy that he needs to do, the ministries and all the stakeholders that work in education need to do to really show what's the cost for the economy, for the growth, if they don't solve, for example, the learning crisis. Then you need to act with other actors, for example, with the telecom companies, with the ministries of telecommunication, ministries of finance and economy, to really decrease the cost of connectivity, right? And to ensure lower prices for a school to access internet, for teachers and students to access the internet. And perhaps more important, when those resources come to the Ministry of Education, really use evidence to choose where to put those additional resources, because of two reasons. One, because you will need to show results, and then using in the more effective activities, then we'll do that. And second, because you also need to reinforce the message to the Ministry of Finance that the money that is sent to education is well spent. So that will be, it's a longer term. It's not an easy solution. Probably will be a slow process. Yeah.
Okay, Anastasia.
I think I already said much about the recommendations, but so basically it's being strategic in terms of which technologies to adopt. So as I've already said, that digitizing content has to continue. Once it's digitized, you can use it for many things, delivering materials and all of that. He should invest in digitizing all our materials. And the other thing that I've mentioned is improving the interaction between teachers and students in whatever way, whether it's phone, email, or just build that, because our classrooms are quite big. That's the other one and also the interaction between students, the teachers and students, students and students, or even parents and students. So building that interaction and around education is an important thing. And when we choose to finally use technology, we should look at the state of the infrastructure and human capital part of that. Because you just don't ram technology into teachers' throat. That it will not happen. So basically, that's always the being strategic is also looking at the state of your infrastructure, the state of your human capital, and what's the best way to utilize them. In pushing for. I think the Vice President has mentioned that we have a large gap that has to be mentioned, that has to be filled in. And that's what is essence of his speech, elder speech. So the gap can be filled by a digitized material distributed for wherever and whenever, and allowing that to happen to solve our logistics and transportation issues, which is quite a challenge in the country.
Okay. Penny?
I think that both Christian and Babes already summarized a lot of the things, but just two things I'd like to highlight. One is you both mentioned the link between education and other sectors. So one advice, get allies. Get the ministers of infrastructure on board to support you, local government bodies. That's going to be important. The second is, I think, Christian, you mentioned use evidence. Use evidence to show that education will affect the outcomes that they are responsible for, that is economic growth. And if you don't do that, they won't be convinced. I'm not sure they're going to like the earmarking suggestion, because every other minister will then say, let's earmark 10% for health, 12% for energy, so on and so forth. It gives them less degrees of freedom, but they might be convinced by the evidence.
All right, thanks for that. So I think we've heard, working with other partners, both outside, such as Rotary. We've talked about finding allies within government and elsewhere to build the case, finding the evidence, but also looking for ways to basically wring the funds out of the public budget and get cheaper transmission fees and so forth. But then there's also working within the technology we have. So this conference has been organized and sponsored by the Korean government that is going through a massive investment in its digitizing its education system. But part of that process, from what I've seen, what we've heard, is it's not just for Korea, it's to also to share that with the rest of the world. And so I guess to me, this is a great way to end, because here are some lessons that we're seeing that the Korean government could be taking on to say, how can we support other countries by building allies, by supporting countries in being more efficient use of budget, and using the technology that's there as stepping stones for moving into higher progress towards AI and beyond. So with that, I'm going to thank the panel. It's great to have you all up here. I want to thank very sincerely the Korean government for having us here, for having this conference, and with just the model that Korea has given the rest of the world and how we should progress on transforming education. With that, let me end this panel. Thank you all very much.
네, 이렇게 마지막 서밋 토크를
With that, we have concluded the final session. I would like to thank once again the panelists for their excellent session. Unfortunately, this is the end of the Global Education Innovation Summit 2023. We would like to bring the summit to a close. We have had a significant and a useful exchange of opinions for digital education innovation. I've been your MC. I'd like to thank all of you for staying with us until the very end. Thank you.